Back just in time. Had to get dog fed, tea steeped, and now est is sunless skies time. That's sorry, my German is still butchered. Water. Definitely, objectively, subjectively not sick, but still sneezing a ton. But that's all it is, just sniffalos. Alright, where do we leave off yesterday? That's right, I remember now. I remember. My bat, my corruptian hoarder, wants to do experimentations on me, and I said yes. Another rebacking pan, things in the bank? Because I don't know this event, I don't know this quest line, it might kill me. So what I'm gonna do is toss everything into the bank just in case it does. It probably won't, because it's not a very cool story if I die. But you never know. The bat's experimenting with immortality after all. You are prepared to be experimented on, at least, as prepared as anyone can be. This is going to be uncomfortable. See, that nose is how I feel right about now. So just touching the side, anywhere on it, makes it drop. The Corruptor's Hoarder is careful, even compassionate in its handling of your person. Almost like you were a cornerstone of its collection. Come on, it leads you aside, away to things it has planned. Every experiment requires a subject, a scientist, a series of steps performed in precise order. What comes after this? Hopefully, the Corruptor's Hoarder knows what it is doing. First, it will have you strip. The Hoarder treats you like a canvas, like a haunch of meat to be prepared for royal feast. Your nakedness, of less interest to the Hoarder than its palliative reagents. You are meticulously salted, rubbed down with granules of something that smells richly of black earth and bathyolipids. Your skin begins to pull from muscle, tugging, straining, tight as an unwanted carapace. Just as the sensation becomes too much, the Corruptor's Hoarder plunges you into a decoction, made from the gland of the messenger corpse and his pulped parasites. Extra stuffy today for whatever reason. Hold your breath. Almost, chose the Corruptor's Hoarder excitedly. When it judges you are adequately marinated, the Corruptor's Hoarder migrates you to a box too small for you to do anything but lie curled embryonically. Inside, there is neither light nor gradation of time, only a mute nothing, perfect, perpetual. Here, you rest, steeping in sweet smoke. A century or a caught breath later, you are rescued and unfolded. You are desiccated. Your flesh is haltered. You can only taste salt. And something is gone. Some recent memory, some new knowledge. It is impossible to tell what. All you know is that it is missing. A cavity that once held something of importance, like the hole where a tooth might have resided. This is likely not what was planned. Oh, 250 experience. It's not too bad. As far as consequences go, it's pretty light. Still hot, but necessary. Let the Hoarder make amends. Ever since you took part in experiments, the Corruptor's Hoarder haunts you, forlorn, endlessly murmuring of its failures. If you ever have peace again, you need to distract it. It'll go away. Like everything, it melts away. It traces a longitude between your wrist and the spoke of your elbow. Its touch ethereally light. The Corruptor's Hoarder's ears droop. You will continue. But what is the word that I should say? The word that I should say. Repentance. I am very sorry. A gift will follow. Regardless of your answer, you find a firkin of red honey balanced against the door of your cabin the next day. Contraband. To carry to London or New Winchester. Keep the red honey for trade. What I haven't got, any means to smuggle it yet. Or use the red honey yourself. Better to inhabit a dream where your mind fills with the agony of transformation. As the red honey fills you, your mind clouds with images you do not recognize. A life, a place, a pleasant existence entirely not your own. Someone holds a child pressed to their breast, smiling down onto the tow-headed babe. Tow-headed? The thoughts crowd your mouth, your head. A name, a hope, a lifetime of waiting, wanting, wishing made real of this delicate creature. Once hers, but yours now, and only yours. You awake soon after on your engine, stolen grief caulking your throat. The Corruptus Hoarder's experiment did not succeed, but it has made progress. What does it intend to do next? So this is annoying. It's at the point now where my nose stuffs up so quickly that just speaking exhausts my breath. Encourage the Corruptus Hoarder to share the next steps. Or check on it. Why not check on it? It's had a failure after all. Also the same stuff. This is mine, out. At least I checked on it. I'm a good boss. Encourage the Corruptus Hoarder to share the next steps. It will not cease muttering with scholastic rapidity, pacing to and fro. I require something eternal. It swats at a clergy of vials, sending them crashing to the floor. Something that lasts, not like these reagents which age and sour and fade. I need to make a culture from one that is loved voraciously, loved in a fashion that even time and death could not dilute. Could it be? What could it be then? The Prince Consort, Albert, in the mausoleum maybe. Because he is still alive. Light blooms in the Corruptus Hoarder's gaze, ravenous as kings. And whose eternal love is better than Victoria's? Oh yes. She built such a beautiful tomb for hers. I want a piece of her beloved, the consort, simply to cook and simmer, and distill into precious oils. Take me to the most serene mausoleum in Albion. The Corruptus Hoarder is interested in love. It wishes to go to the most serene mausoleum, the tomb of Albert. We'll see. An eccentric, I need books. Okay. You want... How are they coping with their verdancy? Sweat beads on the driver's brow. I do not know how much longer I can hold on. The voices are so loud. They want to fly. I want to fly. If I don't get the fragment to the nature reserve soon, I think I might finally lose myself. Hopefully not the case. Cinnamon wants, that's right, he wants Bronzewood to meet his friend. You want Altan's tomb. That we can do. But while I'm here, right, Cage Catch Piranesi, can't do Piranesi yet. Brabazon is for Lustrum. Ledbetter's, you know what? Money's getting low. So I guess I will go back to the Reach then. Even if I haven't got the Brabazon, I've got the hours to finish off the one for Ledbetter's. And research to turn into the Phlegmatic Researcher. And I've already got the report from the House of Bronze and Chains, so I got something to turn in to the bespectacled gentleman, whatever he was. Nose will clear up. It's just early morning stuff. But it's annoying having to make those nose noises until then. So first stop's going to be to the Empyrean. We'll stop by Altan's family tomb, pick him up, then go off to the Reach and get some business done. Grabbed a couple of munitions with me so I can make the transit relay price on the cheap. The distant shriek of the scribe spinster. The crew shudders. We shouldn't have disturbed their library. But they weren't using it. Knowledge is meant to be shared. Intelligence wants to be free. Or so they say. Whoops, no tea then. Not yet. Alright, now tea. Although, I've only got 190 sovereigns. So I might not be able to afford food and fuel enough to get all the way back from Hybris. Hello, hello, hello. Who do we have here? Observe Hermit, get 10 terrors. Dinner? To keep me from getting thinner? Sweet. Deploy the kinetic equipment. Saws buzz. Shell hammers pound. Vices squeeze. Once the parts are separated, your cook is able to scoop rich jelly from beneath the carapace and soften a tangle of corded muscle of the tenderizer. It is enough to fill several large cans. And add only 8 crew. Food isn't as much as a need. Fuel is going to be the major thing, but fuel's cheaper too. For 1 crate of supplies, you can buy 2 barrels of fuel. So the less supplies I have to buy, the better. The Kantari. Warn the dead? Sure. I haven't got enough veils to take the chance. The Belt of Midnight, where light goes to die. Where lightning goes to die, sorry. Just clearing out more of the blackness, ironically enough, in the Belt of the Midnight. I could probably stop by the Xanthus Moon, but it's too far to the way now. Depending on the event, even if it does give good stuff for me, the cost to get there and back is a bit too much, but Cantankery right here, more food. Even more freebies! Alright, somebody wants help with this dude, don't they? Ooh. 2 against 1. Let's fix that. No crossfire, no crossfire. Good, good, good. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. 3 against... Oh my goodness. 3 against 1 and plenty of crossfire from the Outrider. Alright, good. Scavenge plating or plunder the Dowser. The ravaged vessel is silent. Its flags have been torn off. Its name obliterated with a lampback. The Dousers are fanatical devotees of the liberation of the night. They attack any engine that dares poison the dark with its light. Well, even with my hearts, it's only a 70% chance. See, this is logical. 70% is orange, but I guess 71 and above counts as, oh, it's good, it's green. They have the right idea. but 10 points too low. Nose is feeling much better already. 82% chance to scavenge plating. Higher hearts, more hull. Do it. Your crew work by lamplight, prying plates on the engine's skin while trying to avoid looking into the interior. They do not want to know what crimes the dowsers did in the dark. Okay, where am I? 2 Altani-class cruisers. A dowser getting bullied. One thing I really don't want is get caught between... The scatter shot I don't mind, but all the peak missiles of the Altani-class Outriders... That'll hit a fair bit hard. Hit. Perfect. Even if it costs me some health. Can't do this when I have more than 28. Fine then. I'll enter, and search, and plunder the dowser, and fail, and lose 3 crew. Dang. You, and such crew as will accompany you, inch through the pitch dark of the dowser's corridors. Your lamplight is pale and pitiful. The dark is luxurious and swallowing and grand, primordial, as a first night before the first dawn. A sudden groan in the hull, a squeal of distressed metal. The vessel buckles and splits. The corridor is crushed by tons of twisting steel. Some of you, at least, make it back to your engine. Alright, so where's the other guy he was fighting? Clearly dead. But oh well, I got one. If one goes free, so be it. See, in this game, the liberation of the night is cool. And the consequence is, you have to consolidate, being a part of a cool faction that does want to rebel against oppressive suns, with fanatics, such as the Dowsers. See, clearing up quickly. Unsettled dreams. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. A dream of a midnight meadow. Above you, the stars are going out one by one, as if their gas pipes have been turned off. Flowers bloom in the dark, cut out a spectrum of blacks that were heretofore imperceptible. The black of grief, the black of before times, the black of liberation and possibility. A rainbow arches across a newly empty sky, in 7 subtle shades, all black, of course. Commit your dreams to the captain's log, or make sense of the dreams. 82% chant my mirrors. It gnaws at you. It recalls certain eerie tales you have heard in the sky. Perhaps they fit together, like pieces in a perilous puzzle. A glimpse of the workings of the world. How neatly the tales of your dreams fit together. But the revelation is not a satisfying one. It only hints at something grander and more terrible still. Because if these awful things are true, then the world that permits them must be more awful still. Ugh. It's not tired yawns, it's no stuffy, can't breathe yawns. And the cool thing is, between the transit relay and New Winchester is Palmer and Plenty. And as was said yesterday, Palmyre and free terror reductions. Mahjong, nah. Dowsers for money. Donate plaques to drop terror. I'll take the money. I need the money. The bespectacled officer's smile fades. The liberation of the night. Their ships take a special interest in our scouts and their lanterns. We return the favor. Let me show the Khan's gratitude for your assistance. 100 sovereigns. Oh, for all of my dowser plates? Fine then. Intelligence on the house. A smile. A nod. An envelope passed from one hand to hand under the table. A dropped mahjong tile draws your attention to a money pouch by your seat. You pick it up and play your next move. Careful as you are, it is unlikely this exchange has gone unnoticed by observers from the London Embassy. You know who I blame? Tell no one, but I blame Punchy. Streams for a bit, then takes the next few days off because he's sick. And who did I watch before he took off? So who did I catch it from? Put the clues together, and it's clear where these sneezes came from. Achilles, he wants Achilles next? Have you heard talk of Midnight's Favor? It is a tea grown at Achilles. My interest in the beverage is purely personal. I hope to try it one day. But my professional concern is where there is tea, there are Murgatroyds. Where there are Murgatroyds, there is the game. I would like to know who the current players are. Well, lucky for him, I have intelligence on Achilles. A smile, a nod, money paid. London disapproves, but the Eagle considers me a convenient informant. What's he want now? Piranesi. Well, I could stop by, but we gotta go. I do miss London sometimes, says the official. I wonder if he might provide me a souvenir. 3 stamped permits for a condemned experiment. That's not a good trade-off. Nah, buddy. Sorry. Warn the ambassador of the bespectacled official. A foreign agent has contacted you. He should be told. The ambassador is entirely unsurprised. Oh, don't worry. His lot in the Rose Without Thorns tried that with everyone. Between you and me, I think it's mostly just their way of showing us that their people are always watching ours. A blasted nuisance, but we can't complain. If more of them came to London, we'd be doing the exact same thing. Artifacts for Ooh, really? 3 artifacts for inspiration. Have 4, need 3. But the game is too precarious. Does he have interest? Does he want Piranesi? Ah, yes. The prisoner is a Piranesi. We keep an eye on who goes in. The real question is, who comes out? Yesterday's enemies can so quickly be turned to tomorrow's friends. Or vice versa, of course. We prefer having an advance warning. Cool. And what does he say about Piranesi? There are many interesting people within Piranesi. Some of them may remain a little too interesting, if and when they emerge. A little advance warning would be valuable. Your move. Empyrean has the upper hand of the great game. Cool, cool. Oh, now he's selling surplus guns when I brought guns with me. Fine then. I'll take the bargain. There. 8 fuel, 5 supplies, and 152 sovereigns left. Plenty for the trip out and back. Hey, a Singh Jenkins relay. That doesn't go to Singh or Jenkins. Alright then. Present myself to customs. Every relay is on the hunt for contraband. An avuncular inspector boards a ship, smiling as she makes a terse note on her clipboard. Avuncular inspector again. We've already had her. The avuncular inspector finishes a quick look around the ship. Excellent, Captain. Won't be needing this after all. Cool. Let's go then. 3 carefully packed munitions. At 40 each is 120, so yeah, it's a cheap way out. Compared to 200 sovereigns. We could do at the top of the munitions. We're expecting a temporary scarcity. The official smiles. Temporary. The official begins calibrating the time looms. They do run automatically, but we prefer to personally ensure the safety and comfort of the Skyfarers. He heads to examine the locomotive, making appropriately complimentary noises he does. Finally, he nods in satisfaction, and turns to a vast board covered in dials and lights. Get aboard, Captain. We're ready. The machinery grinds and stirs. The steam vents. The sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. A force, like a great hand, seizes her engine. And so on, and so on, and so on. What I would give for a better nose. Look out for horrors, which cause terror to rise more quickly. Or wonders, which do the opposite. I assume. And yep, as predicted several days ago, this is a dead end. So I'm not going to get anything out here. So where's the Parsifal then? There's like no place left the Parsifal to be. Unless it's tucked away up here, which would be embarrassing. Because there should be a smooth slope like this, just a shallow lagoon. But if it tucks in like that, that might be enough room for the Parsifal. Here, I really doubt. I guess there's a possibility here. That's a likely possibility. And maybe by the Somerset camp too. Because they're gonna be the grave of the saint whatever thing. And an egress to it. So my final 2 options are here or here. What I need is spicy food. What I should do is boil up some rice during a break, scrub my hands thoroughly first, get the rice cooker going, and then after stream cook up some curry, the spicier kind, and toss in some island spices all throughout to make it even spicier. Clear up my nose instantly. Oh man, if I still had wasabi rice crackers. Just basic senbei, but they're amazing, man. Like, it's not my first rodeo. Thanks to colonization, we grew up on that stuff. It is as much our cooking as it is theirs. And yet, these particular wasabi rice crackers, no, don't kill me. They get me crying, weeping, coughing even. It's the best. Alright, she is not moving. Cool, she is. No, wrong way, she's moving! Why do they get so quick? Slow, ponderous movements, and then a sudden jolt. Like my ex's open palm slap, knocking my glasses off my face and blooding my eye. There's a reason I refer to those colonized Cantankerry as my ex. BCGs, right? Birth control glasses. Every new recruit gets them. Well, everyone, basically, because we all need glasses these days. Indestructible plastic. You step on them, you smash them, you twist them about, nothing breaks them. One slap from the X did, and my eye. A grim foreboding. Heralding. 50, terror. Which is okay. Because like I said, Palmier and Plenty's right there. If they gave you the options to, hey, do you want to drop 50 terror and get a new nightmare? I'll say no. Because I don't even need it. Hit the rock, hit the rock. Cool. Oh, missed. This is the hottest sport in the sky in the high wilderness. Train bowling. I think I'll stop by here first, then Palmier, as I got plenty of fuel to make the trip all the way to New Winchester. So I could afford to peek in and see if the Parseval is there, or if it is just a shallow lagoon as I suspect. I mean, it is gray. It is blocked out, and as long as it's blocked out, and in an isolated spot, there's always a possibility. Because last time, right, what environmental clues do we have? The last time we found the Parseval on the previous map, it was in an isolated spot, but it was also just off Trader's Wood. You see, I pick up the hours, and right away, the hours spill. Toss out the whole barrel full. Some of the geodes are cracked. The safest thing to do is dispose of them quickly. And don't miss any that spilled out. The crew hurry the hours to exterior hatch and pour them out. You watch as a month spills out, glittering into the night. My kill. Give me the hull. The devil's own luck, huh? Well, it was the devil's own luck that he was lucky enough for me to pass by. How sloppier my words become when deprived of oxygen. You sat down in a large but roughly built homestead. The owners rushed out to greet you, delighted with your timing. They are just about to prepare dinner. The homesteaders welcome you to the repast with a toothy smile. And they have plenty to share, they assure you repeatedly. No. Cannibals, man. The homesteaders insist on showing you their meat larder to prove you not be imposing. It is crammed full. A surprise, given the livestock consists of a single mangy goat. When, despite this, you leave without pausing for refreshments, their smiles turn to grimaces. Yeah, see, shallow lagoon. Not even a lagoon, just a slope. So it's not that it was at the northeast and isolated, but it has to be because the Parseval is found in the Traitors Wood region then, which tracks with the whole Vernon thing. You know, Magdalene's is right here. And I do have fuel to spare. How about then? Magdalene's first, quick stop off, then Palmier's and back. That way, I can get a cheap 200 sovereigns from port reports. Magdalene's closest thing, report first then. Thank you very much. Host, nah. But free gossip. Since I have loads and loads and loads of gossip. 24 gossip. I have no idea how audible the neighbor's work outside is going on, but just in case, I'm going to close the windows. Give me a second. There, see? No time at all. Terror fades, so on, so on, so on. Keepsake market. I can't afford the unlicensed chart. And I have no unlicensed. But I only have 152 gold. Nah. Because nectar's easy now. We can fight bees. We know where all the hives are. I'm not going to buy any more nectar. Not when I have 152 sovereigns. Alright then, now for the circus. And hey, free food. As per the peacock wind, fruit ripens in a hold. Inappropriately delicious growths bob in your porridge. A small sacrifice to fuel for a surfeit of food. I recall Din saying that my flying gives him motion sickness or something. And I could see why. Ooh. Is that free full repair? No. But it is free crew. 100% chance success to settle him. Oh, and a guest of all things. I guessed wrong. Could you fire already so your cooldown could activate? They got the dodges too. Alright, Palmer's coming up but he's long gone now. Cool. Whew. Memories of childhood. See, I wouldn't say I was constantly sick. Or pretty sickly, but a stuffy nose was pretty common for me in my youth, so breathing from my mouth, constantly out of breath, not able to use my nose was a common thing for me. Which is fantastic with dentists, you know. Having all that stuff in your mouth and things poking in there so you can't really breathe through your mouth and you can't really breathe through your nose either. It was suffocating. Free tickets, 20 what now? 29? 34. Alright then, more amusements. More amusements till terror is at 0. You and your crew spend several hours enjoying the offerings of the newly revitalized circus. The strong woman salutes you, effortlessly supporting a heavy bar with the other hand. The urchin at the drink stand gives you a drink with probably no spit in it at all. By the time your ticket expires, your crew is considerably more relaxed. And nobody to recruit, but that's okay. I'm 1 over my safe limit, so it's alright. Have I got a port report for Palmyra already? I think I do. As I passed by Palmyra going out to the Hybris area. Yeah, I got Palmyra's already. The plan's gonna be then. Port Davon, fuel up hard, and then sneak around the Somerset area to try to find the Parseval. Then Ledbetter's, refuel up, toss stuff out, and then Lustrum to pick up more hours. Hours is cheap. Super cheap. But so long as you do have a mine, or a claim of your own, you know, it's loads of free goods. Easy, extremely easy to stockpile. The big culmination of the truth ambition, when you need like 300 hours or so in order to build your time loom and wait for 100 years. It sounds like an impossible task at first, like oh no, now I have to grind, except by that point in a few lineages, you're drowning in hours. I had them all right away, and still had loads to spare, hundreds to spare. Okay, Victory Hall, more port reports for you. 3 gratitude, you total 4, that's gonna be about 2 secrets. Secret 1, secret 2, and that is it. No more gratitude. I guess I could do Albion next. You know, after stopping my Lustrum and find the Parseval. Since the devil wants to go to the Blood of the Wolf, and my corrupted hoarder wants to go to the Most Serene Mausoleum, so I have plenty of reason. Repair Loke. Yeah, let's do it. When I have the Sovereign, so might as well. Seeds. Nah. I'll pick them up for now, just to clear them out. Because I haven't got seeds. And I'm not stopping by the Parsimonious Chairman anytime soon, because he's way opposite side of the map. I will take a roll of Bombazine for Lustrum, because Lustrum wants 7. And nothing else here for me. No assaying, no nothing, no weapons. Alright, let's go then. You know what? Port Avon is very likely going to have seeds for sale anyway. Because of course they do, everybody does. This is the Reach. If you're not selling seeds, what are you doing with your life? So I could just buy them for the cheap at Port Avon and send them back to Port Avon, and hooray, money gained. And I had 4 food coming out of Eleutheria, didn't I? After fighting and harvesting to Tankery. So 4 food going from Eleutheria, from the Empyrean, scooping about a bit, faffing about by Palmyra's and Magdalene's, then back to New Winchester and down here, all on 1 crate of food. Well, there's also the Peacock Wind, wasn't there, to prolong a little bit. But not by too much. So it really is all that off 1 crate. Bucolic Village, cheap fuel. No, they're selling ours. I can't be too lucky, can I? Alright, that's plenty. That's way plenty. 3 food and 10 fuel is more than enough. So first stop is going to be then... I'll go by way of Somerset Camp first, straight down, then up this way. That way. Either it's something, or it's a route up here. Nah, this is closer. I'll search up here first. Then Somerset. Because I got the Sovereigns. I could always come back if I need more food. If. Fuel efficiency, 1.07. Still good, despite carrying 10 barrels of fuel. I could do tuna and rice too. Start up the rice cooker, crack open some tuna, pour it in there, juices and all, and then pour in some spice. Soy sauce, spice, some lemon juice if you have any. I just realized that the Marauders at least are kind enough to blow their horn before the attack. We don't. Barely ever. Gossip? Give me the tea. Cool, 2 gossips. And I looked it up right. It really is random, whether you get the mangonel or not. It is all based on a hidden from the player value called loot. If loot is at or above a certain value, you can loot different things. It's true for Marauders, it's true for guests. Which tracks, by the way. That's pretty much how Failbetter does stuff with events. Heirs of London change, and so on, and various other values and categories that determine who appears, what your options are. As far as the storytelling goes, it pretty much is a classic Failbetter. I don't know about engine, but the classic Failbetter approach. Just with a more action-y game attached. More gossip. 30-some? 28? I'll put it back up. Spent a bunch of gossip and secrets going after cryptic benefactors on the monitors. Ooh, that hardness. It's tragic. Who misses on Marauders? Last May me. More gossip. Give it. Oh, Sovereigns, not gossip this time. La-di-da. 100% chance. Watch it be partial success. No, full success. Just to spite me. Okay, what do we get then? A crate of vegetation. I ate screens your navigator sniffs, distinctly put out. Well, me too then, because it's just verdant seeds. A collection of obscenely large seeds, in prickly shells. A musky scent emanates, redolent of persimmons and guano. Your stoker moans as she puts one down, blood in her teeth, having mistaken it for a fruit. Aww, poor thing. But you know, if you're starving, I bet you could eat one anyway. Heckens mir. It's funny, right? If you read the Dev Diaries and his eye notes and such, they talk about places in the Reach where you could choose to go one short way that has like a pirate camp and loads of marauders, or go a different way, but is longer and might cost more fuel. But really, those marauder camps, if you don't want to fight, you just sail through them. It's great for supplies. Supplies and terror. 100% chance success. Reduced terror. Harvest for fuel. 82% chance. Feels cheap. Give me supplies. Your cook hacks off the growths that look most edible and tips them into a keg. Mottled caps. Pale stalks. Spools of delicate, noodle-like roots. When all's done, the asteroid is rolled back out of the hatch, and the room hosed down with carbolic. You can't be too careful with mushrooms. Carbolic. What is carbolic? Carbolic. Carbolic soap is a mildly antiseptic soap containing carbolic acid and or crustatic acid. Huh. Well, now I know. Today I learned. Alright, so, big question. Is the Parzival going to be here? Yay, or nay? It could be. It'd still be vibrant, and it is out of the way. And I get that games, right? Games are never 1-1 to the world they're depicting. It is always a representation thereof. Like Skyrim isn't really as small as it is in game with so few people. It's a theme park version, to give you an impression of what the world is like. So if the Parzival is here, it's not really 2 steps away from a marauder camp. It is here. It's deeper in the woods that they probably saw no reason to penetrate too deeply into, given the lack of settlements, the lack of surprise, maybe proliferation of monsters. Or maybe somebody did try it. Tried, and failed, and so they gave up. But then again, they're marauders, not explorers. Check this out, right? It's rotating. So if I wait right here, it's an environmental object that spins with mass, with dimensions. Now Kith. It's pushing me. Alright. So, stuffy nose, can't breathe, now to read loads and loads and loads of text. The engine drifts unhappily through the sky. Some unholiness keeps the front of the engine tethered to the rest, despite the eruptions of corpse-white fungus that divides the train. The locomotive side is scored with black marks. The name Parsifal can be made out in the brass letters at its side. The first engine through the Abbott horizon, a navigator whispers. London's Pride once, captained by Lieutenant Commander. Do they say Lieutenant Commander then? In the UK English? Captained by Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe. The engine was to chart new horizons beyond Albion. Never came back. Board the Parseval. What happened to the first engine of the High Wilderness? Its doors are sealed, its lights dim. It drifts in the currents, mangled by fungal extrusions. Bolt cutters and pry bars are required to break the outer doors. Its locking mechanism is antiquated and slickened with an oily substance. You wrench the door open, and are immediately greeted with a cloud of yellowing spores. Your vision blurs, just as your navigator torches them, igniting the air with burning fungus. A few gaslights flicker on the walls. The scratchy sounds of the gramophone can be heard. We wish her neither wit nor wealth, nor yet to rope to hang herself with fa la 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 la. I don't know the tune. Spores drift through the broken carriage like dying fireflies. Recruitment posters burying her renewed Majesty's face molder on the walls. Music, scratchy but distinct, echoes to the empty carriages. A great wall of pulsing fungus separates the back of the engine from the front. Breach the fungus? 80% chance success. Can I still access my officers? Oh, but I'm not in port, so it doesn't matter anyway. Captain's cabin first. In the first designs for London's engines, the captains always roomed towards the back of the train for their protection. Plush seats surround a decaying scrap of map. A decaying paper map, placed on a mahogany table. Drinks, some floating with mildew, have been poured in glass around the tables. Maps hang from sprouting fronds like appealing wallpaper. Spores float gently through the room. Logbooks lie scattered about the table. None date from after 1897. Just 10 years ago. 12 years ago. So, this hasn't been too long then. It's pretty much right after. So, if this is the first ship through Albion, or through the Avid Horizon, and that was 10, 11 years before the game start, the first settlers were offered a surfeit of 30 years and hours to colonize and settle and build, and the Winchester War was soon enough in recent memory that anyone could have it in their backstory. Dang, so this is recent. Logbooks lie scattered about the table, none date after 1897. The engine's destination was to be Traitor's Wood. The last entry regards a stop at Hybris, which they named High Brassel. Something was brought on board. The captain's bunk is collapsed in a pile of rotten wood, and infected bedsheets wet with fungal growths. Some talk of Alexander, and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. But all the world's great heroes, there's none that can compare with the tow-a-row to British grenadiers. The armory, then? An explorer engine like the Parseval would have been stocked for all eventualities. The solid iron walls of the armory are stained and rotted with sporing bodies. Lockers hang open, revealing decayed and antiquated skysuits. The old designs, with thermal chest plates and brass buttons for fastenings. Several of your crew coo appreciatively, but back away, when a prodding in one suit reveals a fruiting colony of gold and black mushrooms is sprouted within. Among the outdated and unused weaponry, you uncover a trove of novels, fanciful stuff, but all concern with the possibilities of space travel, and the interaction between modern man and the alien. When Britain first at Heaven's command arose from the azure main, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang the strain. Breach the fungus then. Shivering spasms of festering fungus separate the front of the train from the rest. The only way forward is through. You organize your hardiest workers into a rota, slowly but steadily widening the gap between the padded walls of quivering fungal flesh. The smell is direful, as are the ominous bulges protruding from the mushroom's bulk. Thanks to your capable direction, however, a wide path is cleared straight through the fungus, bisecting it like two lungs separated by the trachea. You pass through unharmed. We wish her neither wit nor wealth nor rope yet to hang herself, with a fa la 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 la. The front of the engine is even more infected with sprouting mushrooms and sporing fungal growths. The engine room lies ahead, seemingly the source of the persistent movement. I wonder, this is based on a real song, isn't it? Five traditional songs. Number 3, the British Grenadiers. Explore the crew cabins. In a locomotive as old as this, the crew are always assigned bunks near the engine room. The sounds of the gramophone are louder here. Battered metal and tormented wood paneling comprise the confines in which the crew dwelled. Chubby toadstools, round as pastries, dot the cramped bunk beds. Mementos of home are scattered about the fruiting debris. Slim volumes of Arnold and Blake, vials of honey, and engravings of simple domestic scenes can be found in every bunk. You also uncover a little tally chart on the folded strip of paper. It seems the crew are organizing a whip round for the commander's retirement present. The cursed retirement. They'd settled on a plot of land in Port Prosper. Aww. Sweet. Anywho, traverse the sporing carriage, only a 60% chance success. Fruiting sacks and clouds of vitriolic orange into the air. Passing through will be hazardous to the health. The engine room, just beyond. Failure, lost crew. You go alone. Your crew disappear behind you, lost in a haze of orange and gold. Above, sacks of sporing fungus encrusted to the metalwork begin to erupt. Showers of spores and viscous fluids render the terrain still more hazardous. You feel a peculiar sensations. Your hands tingle, as though wishing to reach out to touch the fungus, as though for one more drink. You increase your speed. There's a cry behind you. You turn to see one of your crew, a particularly distractible engine signaler, has entered the miasma after you. Her hands are in a mound of virulent gold fungus. Then, so is the rest of her. The scene is lost in another shower of spores. You press on towards the engine room. That's how many crew lost now. The engine room lies before you. Light and music spill from under the door, queasy and persistent. Enter the engine room. The thick steel door is scored with bullet holes, and is held in place by tendrils of ropey white fungus. As you approach, you notice the damage done to the walls, riddled with bullets, old stains on the carpet. An attack was mounted on the engine room. You can hear the music loud and clear from inside. An eerie green light pours through the hinges like flood water. You push open the door. You have entered the engine room of Parseval. May God have mercy on your soul. The engine room is cold as a sunless sky. See what they did there? Your breath hangs in long chains before you. The boiler is off. The infernal gramophone sits atop the boiler. The music no better for being closer to it. Before you lies a dense macabre of fungus and corpses, a dance macabre. Hand and frond. On the wall, suspended by fungus, is a body in a captain's uniform. What happened here? Check out the room. The corpses bear bullet wounds. They are unmarred by fungus, decaying in peace. Amongst the rank insignia, you spot a first officer, a chief engineer, and a conductor. All died violent deaths. There are far too few to amount to full crew. The boiler, a battered, antiquated, wheezing contraption, stands silent and broken. Strips of iron hang in front of it, as though it had suffered an explosion. Inside, you find fungus amidst the ashes, clumps and clusters of tendrils that sprout from the charcoal. When burnt, the spores would have infected the whole engine. The captain then? Here lies all that remains of Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe. The corpse of the finest officer of his generation hangs from the wall, suspended by chains of pale fronds. His skin is sallow, and there are golden fungus across his cheek, as though a sun sits beneath the skin. His eyes open. Percy Blythe looks down on you. Blue fruiting head speckle his beard like hanging seaweed. Next to him, the gramophone crackles out its dreary anthems of years past. His mouth opens too wide as he speaks. His jaw cracks. Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe lives! Suspended from change of fungus, Percy Blythe begins to stir, improbably alive. He fixes his gold-flecked eyes on you, as his mouth begins to move as though wanting to speak. Listen to Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, as somehow he is alive. He groans. His mouth opens impossibly wide, and a cloud of yellow spores emerge. I am all that's left. An oily liquid begins to drip from his left eye. I am a child of the grave garden. The voice alters, becoming more clipped, more static, like that of the voice on the gramophone. I am Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe. I am captain of the Parseval. My task was to explore the high wilderness, and return home with new discoveries. He groans, as though weeping. I am all that remains. I want to go home. What happened here, Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, I mean? How did the Parseval end up in this condition? We met the children on Hybris. We sought to know each other. Wanted to go to the wood. Wanted to see what was kept from us. Percy is drooling as he speaks. The gramophone clicks, as yet another patriotic dirge begins to play. Percy Blythe struggles in his bonds, pulling himself up to stand a little straighter. We made contact on Hybris. The fungus was so bright, so beautiful. His eyes shine gold. I brought it aboard, God forgive me. I wanted the crew to see, to know. Oil leaks from those hollow eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Some came willing. Others refused to join. He breaks off into silence, staring away into the middle distance. And what happened to him? How could he be alive? Percy Blythe launches into a long, meandering, slurred story of children in gardens, of a cruel king who needed but did not love his subjects, despite their love for him, of knowledge denied and growth checked, of tyranny and freedom, of grief and betrayal and longing. The music bursts into sudden life. Percy jerks and fixates you with an affected eye. I was stupid. I thought we would be welcome here, and we were. We were welcomed. We were loved. The children, the Verdants, they wanted us. He begins to sob. It is a sad, squelching sound. Console him. Something in the man remains. You approach gingerly, fishing for a handkerchief in your pocket. Reaching up, they begin to dab at the oily tears that scour the Lieutenant Commander's face. Beneath the grime, you can see Percy's flesh is remarkably well preserved, save for the vibrant tendrils of golden fungus running beneath the skin. Thank you, he whispers. And what does he want now? Can he even go home? Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe lets out a low moan and slumps forward. The chains of fungus adjust to accommodate his despair. Home, he slurs, like a man drunk demanding another drink. On Hybris, Mother spored us there. She sent out her children across the stars to learn. The traitors would. We were forbidden from entering there, but now the king is dead. But this craft failed before it could arrive. The body jerks, as though shocked. Percy's face rises to you. London, he rasps. London. But can the Parseval still fly? The answer is almost certainly a no. But there is no harm in asking, unless you're my previous girlfriend, in which... How could you ask such stupid questions? Don't be so redundant. No, the lieutenant commander hisses, his eyes rolling in his head. Sabotage. Mutiny. Ignorance. No fuel. The children too greedy, spread too fast, like fire. The engine is broken. The crew all gone. I am alone. His head lolls as though his neck were broken. Decide his fate. This cannot continue. This will bring the story of the Parseval to a conclusion for this character. Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, decorated hero of London's forces, first captain through the Avid Horizon, gazes at you, slack-jawed and unseeing. Please, he rasps, take me home. Or finish this. He twitches. We just wanted to know what was kept from us in Traitor's Wood. Why did our king not love his children? Blythe hangs listlessly in front of you, apparently exhausted. His head lolls and his gaze is dull. What is to be done? Burn it all down. No one need know whatever happened here. It might be a mercy. Or take him to Hybris, to his mother. Or to London to bring him home. Or to Traitor's Wood. I think I shall. To Hybris and to London are both okay options. I don't know how much of the real Percy's still in there. Taking him to London ends the story of the man Percy Blythe. He gets closure, London gets closure, and there is a hint that you might be infecting London with more verdants. But he is mostly Fungus Man now, and Hybris is where his mother is. But nah, Traitor's Wood, he has to know. The remnant to Percy Blythe does not appear to register your response. His head bobs with the tilting of the locomotive. You begin cutting the body down. It is a task made only more difficult by the discovery that most of the far wall is, in fact, a rubbery sort of mushroom, whose weak yellow flesh is entirely embedded by its back. You are forced to cut down a whole section of the wall, exposing the metal shell of the Parseval and carry Blythe out upon it. On board, he mutters and twitches, as though diminished by the separation. You leave the Parseval drifting alone in the sky. Alright, now, I do see what could be a route straight to Somerset Camp. If it is, perfect, fantastic, all the better. Alright. Song ends just in time because we are away from the gramophone. Kind of reminds me of Deathmark. You remember Deathmark, right? And the climax in the tunnels under the city. With the old patriotic, nationalistic, military songs and chants playing out indefinitely as you walk and wander among the ghost of the Imperial Japanese Army. Marauder, I just want to enjoy my tea. Oh, it's an Explorer's Y. That's why you have no chill. Give me the hole then. Max me out. Are you an island? Or a thin wall? Survey says... Island. See, this is why I love the Reach. If this was Albion, then all this would be one long island, but it's not. It is organic, it is natural. It's my ex squelching. Absolutely worth the exploration. Now I hear my ex somewhere, so hopefully she's up above and not down below. She's gonna be down below and right ahead of me, isn't she? The air is clean here, with the crystal scent of fresh water. You are near the Regent's Tears. Ooh, I am! A tremble in the air, which swells to a thunder. Oh right, this is dropping my terror just by being nearby it. It is said that the lakes at the top of the Regent's Tears have curative properties. This rumor goes largely unconfirmed. The ground by the lake is too boggy to land a locomotive. Instead, you must land on the slippery edge, lower down the falls. The walk up will be punishing. 96% chance to follow the guide to the top of the tiers. A hooded woman, half concealed in the spray, waits by the waterfall. You are here for the Regent's Lakes. She has a thick London accent. Failure! 96% chance, and I took the 4% chance failure. The woman has climbed the route many times. She is sure-footed, oblivious to the dizzying roar of the waters plunging down beside you. You lose sight of her behind a curtain of spray, and the water drowns out your cry for her to slow. The ground is too wet for you to cross safely. She must know every handhold and foothold. Without her experience, it is folly to continue. Aww. That was such good odds. Well, as a gamer, you have to complain when 99% chance success turns into 1% chance failure. But that's just probability. 1% chance failure is still a chance of failure. If it's not an even 0 or 100, there's always a chance. Bees, honey, 82%. That's why. Save the numbers for the honey. Not where I thought I was. Oh well, just press on then. Failure. Didn't escape notice. The Leviathan draws closer and faster. It is a cliff, bearing down on you. It eclipses all the sky. At the last moment, your engineers restart the engines, and your driver drags your initially sluggish vessel out of the beast's way. It is barely enough, but the Aegine's wake casts the sky into a tumult. You are flung like a leaf on the wind, your locomotive spinning over and over. There are casualties. As you right your vessel, the uncaring behemoth sinks back into the mists. Tss, tss. No biggie, though. And you are a second at it, aren't you? Even better than an island, you are bees. Ow. Ow. You know, sometimes getting nuzzled doesn't hurt, but this time it did. Okay then, I'm right at my safe minimum, so can't risk any more nectar. Nope, island. Because Regent's Grave is in a canyon. Boxed in on 3 sides. So that I already knew was going to be inaccessible from this avenue. Hey, Contankery. Can't get whole repairs off them, but I can't get more food. Ow. The Deepwood? No, it isn't. Corruption of Champions is not safe for Twitch. Just gonna explore more of the map, get more stuff out here. Maybe, ooh, if this is whole repair, cool, fantastic. New best friend. Is it? No, just fuel. That's a path. But it's a path that goes nowhere. Because all this is rock. There's no place for it to escape. Where do you go? And it's through the Candlewind. Which is murder on food. Where do you lead to? What is this ambush? Oh my goodness, no. Discontent? Sure, recover the body. My tear's a bit too high up now. Oh no. And I'll have to get out through them to get back out. Oh my goodness, this is awful. Hooray, lots of bronze wood, but going through the Candlewind while I have those things, those scribe spinsters shooting at me. And I'm pretty sure the wind doesn't expire. Compulsory knees up, you know what? Sure. Break out the brandy. 40% chance failure, is a success? Okay, just failure. This was a horrible mistake done for the sake of exploration. But they'll be stuck. I have crab shuffling on my side. They don't. As I inch forward, and forward still. No, guess they are fast enough to push through, aren't they? Go away, go away, go away. Cool. Fly down and don't come back. That's fine. Couldn't stand to have him nearby. Too close, buddy. Oh no, they're fast enough to go through. I'm a sitting duck then. An absolute sitting duck. Good news is my nose works a bit more now. See, just had to wake up and get that 8 hours of sleep or that 6 hours of sleep out of my nose. Ah, that was terrible. And a monitor. To do a repeat of yesterday and get killed by it. Contankery placated. Give me a specimen. Partial success? Fine then. Give me some money. 9 sovereigns. Oh my goodness. Big money. More food, hooray for me. And this is where Blythe wants to go, right? Not straight to the Regent's grave? Drop off Percy Blythe. The Lieutenant Commander of the Parzival has one last mission. His eyes are golden, as though reflecting sunlight. His handshake is weak and his voice raps. His period of lucidity have been intermittent and fewer by the day. He is alert now. Captain. A reward. My medallions. He fumbles at his breast to unpin the stained metals. You are compelled to assist. He clutches your hand before turning to face the darkening wood. At last, we will know. A tremor passes through his body. I should not be here. I should not have been kept from here. He walks slowly into the pale wood. The trees bow as he passes, as though to embrace him. He does not look back. That's an okay ending for it. They're all okay endings. Respite from labor, employment, hull repairs. Just 25. Sure then. They have wood in abundance. Perhaps some might be donated to a sky captain in need. The workers are reluctant to interfere with the Ravenscourt and Stamford's quotas, but your entreaties are persistent. You are pointed to a pile of lumber from trees recently felled by storms. A solid lumberer confesses that in superstition of the workers, these are the whispering trees, struck down for their mumblings. The workers are not to interfere with those. Your crew have no such qualms and set to work on repairing your engine. Gather flowers for verdant seeds. Cage catch. Visions of heaven. Is there no option to picnic? Expedition is too expedition-y. Finally, somebody selling ministry-approved literature. What can I drop? Seeds. Of course I'm going to drop the seeds. Obvious answer right there. Alright, so I think I'll do Avon next, New Winchester, then down to Ledbetter's. Because hold space now is a bit of a luxury, between 5 books, 4 bronzewood, and some other junk. Drop off at the bank, then resume the mission, and the itinerary as described. The homestead comprises several small buildings. The closest house is dilapidated. The holes in its roof have been badly patched. In front of it, a small group works the land with hoes and rakes. Approach the workers. Perhaps they have supplies to trade. The farmers frown when you near and turn away. They have no interest in conversation, crumbling over the dry dirt. A child, sitting on the lowest step of a porch, calls you over. They won't talk to you. They're too busy. They're always too busy. She's been drawing with a stick in the dirt. She adds a spiral, digging deeply. The stick snaps. Do you want to hear a story? Sure, tell me. She smiles, coyly. She'll only tell you if you move close enough to hear her whisper. It's a true story. You aren't allowed to tell anyone else. You won't tell, would you? Of course you wouldn't. Only a monster would betray the confidence of a child. You listen closely. Wait, that can't be true. Can it? Well, all mystique but no substance. The mind is left to wander, but it could be anything. Stories of casual abuse, her and the farmers actually being relatives of the queen. Anything, really. Retrace your steps. You pick your way back across the sky while the hours tick and your crew grow fretful. Eventually, your charts and surroundings align again. Bah. Could the burr below give me 1 second apiece? At least fuel's easy to sacrifice because Port Davon is right there. But it was either that, or lose even more crew. And that'll be more problematic. It's alright though. Plenty of opportunity to drop terror over at Port Prosper. All I gotta do is share the tea with the villagers. Real tea or gossip. Hey, Katankari, come back here. Yay, got canned. Oh no, almost down to the last barrel of fuel. There, 0 and 2. Full or close to it. A quiet day in Port Davon, so how about fuel to the cheap? Sweet. Our bazaar just ours, while they demand seeds. Alright then. Village Green, if that is your real name. Sit with the eel fishers. Take relaxing strolls. No, more eel fishers. As long as there are eel fishers, always go for the eel fishers. Warn them, welcome. It's alright though, because I got more tea for them. And it's buy 2 each, what about 10? 10 welcome to become their local hero. And a port report to cover costs. Man, this is just me hanging out with them. Surely, getting to know them better should make them endear to me. Nah? What'd I get? Oh, a lucky catch. A whiskered eel fisher. Ask you to haul to his rod for him, while he pops home for his tobacco pouch. No sooner is he out of earshot than you get a bite. You wrestle with the eel. It's a beast. A furious 5-footer. Eventually, manage to heave it over the lip of a stone, and your fellow fishers spring on it, deploying their eel mallets. When he returns, the man you're replacing insists you keep half the catch for yourself. Dang. Half of a 5-footer is a whole crate of supplies. Sky stories. I just want terror drops. That's all. 2 foods? Well, I guess it's money. No longer welcome. That's fine. See if I care. We're low on fuel, reports the navigator. When a crewman looks over an alarm, he adds, only low, not out, it's fine. The homestead is warm and welcoming in the wild night. Its windows are good with lamplight. A sturdy settler beckons you in. Eat your fill. Hospitality is important. Or trade them munitions for bronzewood. Yes, definitely. The settler assesses the armaments with a seasoned eye, offering several lengths of good, freshly bored heartwood in exchange. Then yeah, bank first, then back out. Cause definitely need a man. Cargo hold is nothing but commodities, no room at all for fuel or supplies. For a long distance journey like Lustrum. You know what the more annoying part is, the most annoying part? It's not having to sneeze. It's not that moment when your nose is stuffy, and speaking or reading takes all of your breath and you can't replenish it through your nose so you suffocate. No. It's that each time I sneeze, it resets my ears. And I can't hear myself or my internal acoustics get all weirded out. And I have to sneeze again 2, 3, or 4 more times. Just to be able to speak properly like a human again. Oh good, says the eccentric flatly. New Winchester, full of men who think they're engineers, bless their hearts. See, it's like they knew about my previous GF and turned her into a character. More crew? Yeah, sure, hire a few. Oh wait, that's right. Need the one bombazine, because that's for Lustrum. Just never went to it. And who wants... Leadbetter's, right? Wants ours? Abandon you, parlez-vous, abandon you. No new prospects. Blah. It's alright then. And away, AA, we go then. Better yet, first, I do have to find Mr. Barticorn. Or Mr. Menagerie, I mean, for Mr. Barticorn. A tattered poster by the station advertises the services of Mr. Menagerie, purveyor of fine scouts. An accompanying picture display is a tall, cloaked figure, slightly stooped, clutching an array of adorable little beasts close to its long chest. Visit Mr. Menagerie. The cloaked figure looks up as you approach. Its garnet-hued eyes gleam from the darkness of its hood. Scouts? It rasps hopefully, its voice like a cleaver on a whetstone. We trade scouts for things and stories. It leans closer to you. We're leaving soon. Show Mr. Menagerie the seal of Mr. Barticorn. Is Mr. Menagerie one of the 7 Mr. Barticorn is looking for? A hiss. A jab into your ribs. Put it away. We will not look. It covers its face with its wing. We are not ready to look. Still a long way to go. Maybe when we rest. Maybe then we'll be ready. I'm gonna follow Mr. Menagerie to the end of this journey. Alright. 10 terror gained. I could purchase a star-smitten bat for 2 secrets and 2 visions of heaven. It nestles in the crook of Mr. Menagerie's neck, burbling happily. Its eyes gleam with pale fire, like one who has looked too long at a star. Good range, returns after 1 discovery, and conveys little information what it finds. And I have enough mirrors for it compared to the bat. Its opinion is clear. It? Go out there, in this weather, thank you, but no. Intrepid. I could afford the Intrepid Cavi! And mirrors of 50? I think I have 50 mirrors. A large guinea pig wearing a plumed helmet is dozing in a hutch. It sleeps next to an intricate mechanical bat. Good range. Returns after one discovery, but contains more information about defiance. And the Ratronaut is the best, but it's not a cavi, is it? The Ratronaut in the cage. The rat in the cage at the top of the pile is wearing a miniature skysuit and a very determined expression. Good range, 3 discoveries, but conveys little information about defiance. And mirrors 75. Alright, I'll get all of them. Mr. Menagerie runs its gloved hand along its shoulder, attempting to encourage the bat to climb on. Eventually, Mr. Menagerie is forced to perform an undignified shimmy to roll the bat onto its hand. As the bat is passed to you, it looks into your face and squeaks. Its pupils shine like cut tourmaline. You are forced to break your gaze after a moment or two. Its eyes are uncomfortably bright. Mr. Menagerie begins to gather up his things in preparation for the next leg of his journey. Don't go yet! Menagerie, no! The postmaster at the station has been torn down, the poster at the station, and there is no sign of Mr. Menagerie itself. Cowled figures lurk in the fog, but none have a collection of adorable little beasts. The station master waves you over. Mr. Menagerie left a note for you. We go to the Regent's obelisk, which you have made to a gaudy amusement. Okay, let's go then. Let's go to Palmer and hunt him down. Bing bong, ding dong. Get reports, give me money, just 200. Eh. One secret is plenty enough just for now, I guess. But just for now. And all out of tea. What is it, almost 2 hours in? I guess such a Palmer in plenty. I'll go ahead and take a break. My 2-hour mark break. Get some more tea. Maybe run the rice cooker. And then continue. 2 Leadbitters and Lustrum as I promised an hour ago practically by now. But hey, at least we finally got the Parseval. It's done. This part clear. All that's left now. The only part left uncovered. Well, technically there's this inch, but that's nothing. And this inch, but that's Regent's Grave. All that's left is this area, which I could go by and explore on way to Lustrum, but that's curator territory. And I get chopped up too easily. First I want 6,000 sovereigns and more, so I could afford the next upgrade, the next engine. Give me that Altani class vessel. Then, oh that's right, I forgot to pick up Altan. That's okay, I'll come back for him later. Then, and only then, will I dare risk the fury of a curator. Okay, Mr. Menagerie. Listen to a story of things past. Mr. Menagerie is keen to tell you a tale from his collection, but requires payment first. Charity is a crime. The punishment is severe. Last voyage has left pondering plenties. He hasn't left yet, surely. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the spindle of rock that anchors a circus like a stone weighing down an escaping balloon. Once, we gathered here. We held our bargains and boasted of our chiefs. Our bands displayed the finest of goods. Our magnanimity was sharp as knives. All knew our worth. Then the light came. They made of our ground sport, a dancing place, a laughing place. They made bargains of their own, and now you do the same at rafts and tones of mild reproach. Not gone yet? Good. Then give me that cavy. Mr. Menagerie extends a long finger to prod at the dozing guinea pig. Oh, says the cavy, rubbing sleep from its sides with its front paw. I do beg your pardon. It sits upright to address you. Sir Lionel at your service. I am to understand you are in need of a valiant scout. If so, I am the very pig. Just point me in the direction, and I will sally forth on my trusty bat. Mr. Menagerie seems somewhat relieved to pass Sir Lionel on, and begins to gather up his things. Oh, ungrateful. The cavy's the best. Tier 3, C. That means it's perfect. Where to next, Mr. Menagerie? We journey to the place of apples, where an old regent's ruins lies. Okay, that's not Port Prosper, Port Davon. And while I'm here, free tickets und a port report. Yes? Cool. Just hours still. It's cheap, so okay, I'll stop by back New Winchester again. One more stop, then break. Check it out. Is it a perfect? Your scout relays its findings. Weep, weep. Your scout complains about the cold and found nothing. And that's a far way off the diamond it found. The something that glistens. Props out though, shoutouts to my microphone, whose mute button has been behaving fantastically lately. 1 tap, mute. 2 tap, 1 tap again, unmute. None of this nonsense with tap it 3, 4, 5 times, get it to mute, and just as many times or more to unmute. It has become sympathetic to my nose. One gratitude? Cool. But more important, money. To make up for the cost of a barrel full of arrows I don't really need. And pulling up to the port of the ports. Repairs don't need, nothing else to do. Explosives for Lustrum, I could do that. And the Ringmaster wants ours. After I've been there. Whatever. 5 explosives, right? Well, I haven't got... doesn't matter, I've only got 3. Well, no. Victoria Market first. Bit of fuel. 1 supply, and that's plenty. And now... 2-hour in bathroom break. I'll be right back. Just gonna make some rice, make some tea, empty out and refill some water. Then I'll be back with more skies. Until then. In time to defeat rice cooking, tea steeping. Even quickly made some really basic nachos while waiting for both. Song of the Sky. I don't have any cantos yet, do I? Need a momentous exploit. Such as, we did discover the fate of Parsifal, and are the heroes of the Tacites. Ooh, is that good enough to start with? Be the hero. Be the hero of the Tacites, and then rescue a jewel from Albion's crown, and then how to end it. Kill 3 of the following: guests, curators, cornflukes, scribe spinsters. I've killed 1 scribe spinster and that's it. Enemy of the gods. I could, but that's expensive so far. Like, just having the Burrower hate me is costing me a bit too much. Why not then? You had played a decisive role in the Winchester War, and your heroic deeds are celebrated by the Tacites. The Tacites want to read all about their heroes, says the publisher with a glinting smile. The Stovepipes want to study the tactics of one of the greatest enemies. This will mean fame and notoriety in equal measure. I hope you're ready. Write the second canto. You've accomplished something so remarkable, so singular. It cannot be perfectly translated into words, but you'll try. You sit at your desk. You stand. You pace. You sit again. You stare from the window. Where to begin? You remember the look in the publisher's vaguely reptilian eyes when he first told him the story. A mix of disbelief, awe, and half-concealed greed. He'd been a kinder audience than a blank page. You begin to type, remembering how you worded your story in that first telling. Soon, the typewriter is clacking and ringing merrily. The story stirs in your mind like some disturbed undersea monster, unspooling its tendrils before rushing Leviathan-like to the surface. And 1,500 XP. A pause in your fevered typing. Before you write any further, you must make a decision. There are many ways to tell a tale. Are you writing dry journalism with a hint of dark humor? A page-turner with bounding, scintillating prose? Or yearning verse, tinged with melancholy? Journalism, disaffected cynicism, peppered with a wit so dry it could be used to preserve a meat? Or prose, words that bite, even as they entice the reader to chase after the next? Or poetry, verse, with the thundering rhythm of a train? Prose, then. If it's dry, who's going to care? If it's poetry, only school kids will read it. Your aim is simple: to devour the reader whole, and only regurgitate them when you are sure you are done with them. Words spit like lightning from your fingertips. The typewriter shudders and clanks in protest under the strain. You write in a kind of fury, your mind's eye raging with images of gloating stars and endless, burning emptiness. And then you sit back, exhausted, as you realize you've run out of words. The second canto is complete. When you take the second canto to the omnivorous publisher, he flashes a goblin-like grin. We're gonna set the city on fire, he declares with a convincing menace. Publish the canto. The printing press wheezes into life. Paper churns. The next day, copies of the first and second cantos are being ruthlessly hawked by bookstalls and enterprising petty vendors across the city. The extraordinary tale of the hero who changed the course of the Winchester War, declares one Tacity-supporting salesman, waving copies of her pamphlet in the air like a holy text. A villain for the ages, shouts another who evidently favors a Woodward company. Learn of the traitor and the scoundrel who destroyed our hopes of a better tomorrow. The second canto is quickly the subject of fevered gossip and speculation. Could it all be true? The newspapers deign to review it, and throw on words like astonishing to describe both your exploits and your prose. And my sneezes, and my nose, and left ear still plugged. Come on, ear. Third canto, I can't. I need more visions of heaven. Still then, plenty of inspiration out of the sky. Vicky's Market, 5 fuel, 3 supplies, plenty, let's go then. To Port Davon. To meet up. Alright, toss the bat away. To meet up with Mr. Menagerie, get more stories from him, and the Ratronaut. Can I get the Ratronaut? Pretty sure I can. And even if I can't, a story is a story. And how's my stale tea looking? Mostly hot water, but necessary. Ooh, what if? I start off the story being the hero of the Tactides. Oh, what I should have done is start the story being a hero to the Windward Company, then have some sort of transformative moment, and then end the story as a hero of the Tactides instead. To go from one who was lost to one who was made whole. Well, I'm still one who can't say. Should I be dumb? I'm going to be dumb and capture this guy. And by capture, I mean kill him. Gotta be perpendicular though. They're easy targets, very easy, but after yesterday I'm paranoid. Useful paperwork for permits, cryptic benefactor spending my 25 savage secrets, and my 23 Salon Street gossip. Or compile a chart of illicit activities, and gain an unlicensed chart. Though it does cost 1 vision of heavens. And 2 secrets, nah, then I'll just get a permit. Retrieve useful paperwork, a handful of chits and requisition orders, thick with official stamps and illegible signatures. 2 permits even. They have been filled in with animal bureaucratic vagueness. You could easily put them to a variety of uses. Cool. Runes claw the sky, the work of giants. So, going by the hint that Mr. Menagerie left behind, it's clearly here. Mr. Menagerie is passing through Port Davon. What a twist, who would have guessed? So then, Mr. Menagerie, your next story. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the ruins that loom over the port like the Sphinx outside Thebes. We were in service here long ago. A bargain struck with the old king in the woods. We served at table, procured deliciousness, watched, witnessed, feared. Freedom is better. Freedom is better, it repeats, in tones of mild admonishment. Now the bat I have, other bat I have, cavi I have, all you now, is a Ratronaut. The Ratronaut glowers as Mr. Menagerie scoops it from his cage. Are we moving again? Can't you find me a locomotive? I want to be in the sky again. I need to feel the light of a star in my tail. Mr. Menagerie holds the creature up and introduces you. The Retronaut narrows its beady eyes, considering you. Its decision is made. It jumps onto your shoulder and prods your cheek. Come on, Captain. Let's go at it. Mr. Menagerie shakes its head and begins to gather up its things, preparing for the next leg of its journey. Which is at where? We journey to your house of invention near the Orms world. Ormswold. What's an Ormswold? Is that a real world? No, it's not. But they do mean the Royal Society. So that's all the way in Albion. Nothing else here for him then. Next stop then, Ledbetter's and Stainrod's Nature Reserve. Not for my incautious driver though, although they are a Stainrod apparently. For them, gotta go back to Albion first, head to the east-northeast for that one place, with guns though. Gotta bring guns, to keep the fungus on my side. Then funeral, then Ledbetter's, then judicious driver. Could hear again. Brilliant. Though now nose even itchier, so who knows how long that'll last. No bees here? No bees? No bronzewood? I brought hours, right? Hours for Ledbetter's? No, I didn't. I forgot. And it's a simple prospect. They just want 3, no 5, which I have. That's alright, though. If I gotta come back around again to pay off that prospect, it's pretty much close by New Winchester. Won't take too long. And if nothing else, gives more reason to pass by. Gotta be cautious though, between the Peacock Wind and the terrors that you gotta pass by to get to Lustrum. Nightmares might actually be problematic. Gotta stop by Magdalene's again and actually spend my moments of inspiration. And I've already used up all my freebie, and the cheapest one cost treatment, so it's gonna cost 2 and 3, and only higher still. Briefly, without terror. Beautiful. Sapling knots export verdant encouragement. Highly effective fertilizers unnecessary in the reach. And this is heinously expensive besides. But Ledbetter and Stainrod have found a buyer. Now they just need someone to deliver it. To Port Prosper is so far away though. The clerk holds a scented rag over his mouth and nose, as fertilizer is transported onto your locomotive. See it gets to Port Prosper. Okay, and the sapling knots? They take up no space. To New Winchester? Cool. Alright then, phlegmatic researcher, have I got junk for you? No titanium cutting, but that's okay. Oh right, ice from Old Tom Well too, that's fine though, who cares? Ligaments of a guest. The butchering was somewhat traumatic, but science must march on. Plus, this guy's kind of like Skyrim Radiant quests. After you finish his quest line, he will indefinitely send you out to find more stuff. You are thanked for your efforts, and asked to wait while the company sorts out your reward. It might be a couple of days. The phlegmatic researcher invites you to a picnic lunch. A morning glass of brandy has widened his smile. You've brought me proof of an old theory of mine, he says, offering you a ham sandwich. He declines to explain further. Okay. And the mandrake from Traitor's Wood. At last, you and your crew will be able to enjoy restful sleep. An envelope from the phlegmatic researcher is dropped off at your locomotive. Your reward is contained within, along with a few words apologizing for not receiving you in person. The mandrake sang a song that reminded him of his boyhood. He is still in bed, recovering. Aw, poor fellow. But not poor fellow me. 300 sovereigns and 1,082 in my pocket. And the researcher has disappeared into his laboratory. 15 more days and should be what? The conclusion of his quest? Will be revealed in time. And more guns at least. And if I recall, is it Lustrum that wants guns? 5 of them? 5 for Lustrum, and I'm bringing 3, so cool. That'll top it off, and more to spare. Okay then, onwards to Lustrum. And maybe, if I'm lucky, might find some bees en route. Blah, crockery. And if I run out of space, crockery is going to be the first thing to go. Who even buys crockery? I know that the Mausoleum might, once in a while. As does Langley Hall. But even then, it's so cheap that why even bother? Not the best tea, but it clears the nose and that's what counts. In fact, pretty sure this tea expired back in 2014. Just sitting in the cabinet, trading away flavor for dust. But I'm out of tea, and my last pouch of Yorkshire I'm saving for special occasions, so... gotta do with the old. See that song right there, that background song? Beautiful, atmospheric, but 3 seconds long. Why then even bother, when they could stretch the song out to be atmospheric and spooky and moody for the entire region? Hey, bees! Bees and free XPs. I could try to harvest nectar from them, but 1, plenty of nectar nearby already, and 2, the odds are not in my favor. I'll just lose lots of crew doing it. Oh no, don't hit! It's alright though. Just a marauder, entry level dude, so barely any damage at all from him. Oh, not a marauder, star-mounted explorer. Well, no wonder then. 1 uncanny specimen, new total 8, cool. That's the marauder. More free XP, thank you. How much left for the next level? 500, if that. 450. So killing him won't do it. But him plus 1 other maybe. More gossip. 1 gossip or 2? Just 1 gossip? It's fine though. Running low anyway. Speaking of running low, how much further? 2 supplies, 3 fuel. That'll get me there. That's plenty to get to Lustrum. Because Lustrum sells both, supplies and fuel. So it's perfectly safe. Just explorers, not gonna bother. Unless... do explorers give hull? I can't remember. That's okay, there's more further on. As so. Ouch. Fine then, if they want to fight, I'll fight. Or dodge. Dodge works too. Could stop at the Flotsam. Flotsam could be fuel, supplies, crockery, or could be plus 10 hull. But I can't really be bothered. Not with two of those madmen floating about, randomly, sporadically, crashing into everything. I'll take this dude on though, he's by himself. And by himself means easy. They're already easy, it's just that 2 at once is more annoying than hard. See? Free parts, free hull. How much? Plus 10 hull, that's it. So still a net loss. Bleh. It's alright though. Any new facets or no? No new facets, just the same old, same old. Well, let's see though. Need more irons, definitely. At a minimum, want irons 50. And I could push hearts closer to 75. Bell tolls then. You have foreseen your own death. It did not please you. Perhaps you saw it in a dream. Perhaps a medium read it on your palm or in your tea leaves. When death comes, where will it find you? In bed? An insipid death. A death for bankers and laborers, not for one who rode the winds. You defy it. Plus my veils is kinda garbage. So if I could push it up some, then might as well. Oh wait, that's the edge of the map. Too far out. Naturally, I blame all the Sky Madden captains. It's their doing, not mine. An unexploded shell. Risk my hull, risk my crew, or leave it alone and have a countdown to get back to New Winchester. An engineer has made alarming discovery. An undetonated shell from a recent battle has penetrated your hull and lodged in a cavity under the plating. It's still there, buried in a nest of pipes. Fine then, crew. Hopefully, what's the risk? Need 3, so if I lose 3 crew, that drops me down to 5, which is the safe minimum. But I don't have to lose them. It's a 69% chance of success. Due to my hearts. No loss at all. You let your engineers work. After several tense hours, they bring you the components of the shell, safely dismantled. You write each of them a letter of commendation. Yay. Onwards then. So the tea really is helping, even if the flavor leaves a lot to be desired. Oh no, gonna be down to 2 food and 1 barrel of fuel left. The ambient message when I got down to fuel 0 was perfect. We're running low. I said low, not empty. We're fine. Because it turns out 0 fuel still counts as 1 final barrel of fuel. Oh no, bull cantankery. I don't mind the bull cantankery. Just... there's no real benefit to fighting them. They're not difficult, but there's no real reward to it. Like, for the effort, you get paid barely anything. Which is fine. They're cantankerous, not banks. More free hours. Alright, Lustrum wants both the Brabazon, not the Brabazon, the Bombazine, and the guns. Cool. Wait, so 2 prospects at once in one place. Really? Munitions for Lustrum. Bombazine for Lustrum. Huh. So it is 2 prospects, 1 location. Cool. And wait a tick. How many hours do I have? Because I'm going to get loads of hours clearing out my claim over in Lustrum. So I could stop by Ledbetter's on the way back and pay it off with these free hours. And it won't quite be 15 days yet, so the Phlegmatic Researcher won't have the next day of the journey. But that's okay. Important thing is getting paid. Incautious driver. Hours are mine in Lustrum. Good for going faster than possible. Good to get me, son. Nah, not yet. We had to throw out a 0 infection first. Oh right, the O'Brien factory. Tool, hello, how's it going? Sabotage construction? Nah, Bronzewood, haven't got. Crew? Need 10. It's alright though. So, 1 Rotothirsty Bombazine for 275. Pennies, but it works at it. And 5 crates of munitions. I do have 600 plus 100. Fortunes are alright, and 150 experience. Okay. And selling souls. Just souls. So how about my haul? Your crew take a break. The fruits of the labors are barreled up and ready for your inspection. Dinner. Oh, lovely. It's still morning here for the next half hour. What you having? Terrible news again. Windward bastards, Captain. You better come see. Bastards came from nowhere. Windward's nanny men, with their sticks and rope. Fought back, Captain. Fought like hell. But not everyone's made it. The foreman surveys the remains of a mining site. Bastards, he confirms. Kick it aside, a broken pickaxe handle. Come on. Sure, we salvage. But I'm out of the game. Need better work than mining or skyfaring. Something safer. But still, though, 10 barrels. For free. Okay, then. If the nanny men got some crew, then toss 3 more at them. Not a word for it. Just pure flavor and deliciousness. Spring roll with meat. What would we call that? Well, some spring rolls do contain meat. Shrimp, pork, and whatnot. Oh, that does look delicious. I suppose roll vaguely works, to speak in the general. And back to work, crew. Quartermaster hands out pickaxes and food rations. The crew begins digging. So you don't have access to furnaces large or powerful enough to the blah 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 blah. It's fine, come back later, get more hours. And I still can't blow up the Windward factory, can I? Nope. Plot against, yes I can. Plot against the Windward Company. The Windward Company's factory poisons the air. Worse, their miners take all the best claims. At the back of the Hanged Men, schemes are in motion. Click. Thank you. The prospectors still see you as a newcomer, but you've proven your mining chops. Their numbers are too few to reject you. They let you into their war room at the back of the Hanged Men. Something, they say, must be done. When asked what, they frown. Something big, they declare. It appears it is as far as their resentment has got them. Diplomatic action. Windward is just another company, and companies are made up of people. They must listen to reason, surely. The plotters consider this. It is worth a try. You spend the evening writing down a polite but firm list of grievances, which is entrusted into the care of a young prospector's apprentice. An hour later, he is chased back to Luster by two very large, angry dogs. From this, you can deduce the answer is no. Fine then. Aggressive action. It is time for action, and a very large explosion. You could even build the device they need. The back room of the pub is silent while you work. It isn't long before you've assembled the bomb. All that remains is to slip it into one of the barrels heading for the Windward factory's mighty furnace. When it comes, the explosion is glorious. A slow-motion flowering of flame that lasts much of the day. Nobody is hurt. Even the closest have plenty of time to evacuate. The damage to the inside of the factory is nigh incalculable. This facility will not be processing any more hours for the foreseeable future. Oh. And gain 3 more barrels of hours. Mr. Pennies, do you want one? And a seal of Mr. Barleycorn. This moth-eaten creature looks pathetic in comparison, but there must be a connection. Mr. Pennies pounces on the seal. The seneschal, it wheezes. 1 of 7. Still loyal? Yes, always loyal. Always waiting for reward. No reward for those who serve the messengers. Always outcasts. Always disappointed. Here, take seal. May help. Sadly, it turns out that the corruptress hoarder does not count for any misters. Mr. Barleycorn says to seek his 7, but also says to seek those of his kind. And a bat is a bat is a bat, but nope, doesn't count. And still 2 extra. You know what? I do have worthless crockery. Toss you aside then. Jettison you. And what else? What's cheap? What's free? 3 food, soon to be 2. To get me from Lustrum to Carillon. It's a long trip. Alright, in that case. Food I should be okay on. But fuel, need at least 2 more. So 2 more things have to go. More hours? Yeah, fine. The hours are free. And a couple were mined. Hate to do it, but gotta. I'll get more anyway. They're extremely commonplace, those hours. Oh wait, before I go. Pork Report and Sweet Jane. Can't forget them. I could, but at worst I lose what, 5, 10 sovereigns? So pretty much bleeding money anyway, it doesn't really matter. Permits, artifacts, sovereigns. Permits. Permits are the real money. Though how many sovereigns? 1 nameplate is 50 sovereigns. Yeah, so... in that case, permits are the only thing you want from it. Hold up, hold up. Trouble is, you really cannot sell partial barrels, can you? Gotta waste fuel, come back in, buy more fuel, then go out. Been pretty close. Maybe not for the engine, but for like just enough food to get over to the next place. But that's the way business works. Gotta make money, gotta spend money to make money. And that means running on empty financially. Hey, my ex is here. Besides, absolute worst case scenario. Got loads of good stuff sitting in Holridge's bank. Loads of immaculate souls, no more bombazine, but I do have some Navarantine gemstones. Nobody's buying them yet, the gemstones, or the souls. But once somebody does, it's huge cash. You don't see me, you don't see me. They see me. Which way? Oh, I gotta go through him. It's alright, just a bit of terror. Nothing a trip to Magdalene to the surface. Circus can't fix. Go away, you harpies! Don't they realize the more I crab scuttle away, the more fuel I'm spending? Go back! Back to your home node, you're too far away from it! Oh no. Oh no. No, no, no. No, no. Get behind the rock. Wither, hello! Just in time for my doom! Not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday, came back to port with 2 hull once, 4 hull another time. No, go away! 11 hull though was plenty. That's just 1/3 of the, the Tackety Scout engage. Well, it's his problem now. That's his job, isn't it? To patrol the skies and keep us all safe. So I'll trust him. You gotta trust your allies and trust your comrades. Too popular. Everybody wants a piece of this engine. And I'm gonna assume that Tackety Scout wants that Flotsam. He could have it. It could be more fuel, could be more food, or some very necessary hull repairs. Or it could be an ambush. More star-mounted explorers. And 11 hull might be 1/3 of the starter engine's hull, which is plenty for the starter engine, but it's still nothing. But yeah, good time to come in for the rare, exciting moments. Oh, take it the long way around. I chose poorly. That's fine though. Oh no, down to my last barrel. And my last crate. It's alright, just 3 nightmares. I got plenty of inspiration. Trouble is, I've already used up my freebie, so it's gonna get more expensive from here on out. $200 sovereigns and 7 gratitude. That's all the secrets, isn't it? 26 secrets, 27 secrets. I feel better with 30, but oh well. There. Actually parking properly this time. Report should be. With Ginger, loved it. And is that really her voice? That growl from that dainty throat, that was surprising. It's like hearing Sleeping with Sirens for the first time and realizing that what's his name was a dude. But growls aside, I enjoyed it. Well, growls aside as if I didn't enjoy it. Sapling knots for Winchester, 150 sovereigns, cool. Okay, thank you, thank you. And they want 5, right? 5 for Leadbetters. Was it 5? It was 5. See, even with tossing away, like a handful of hours, you still have so many. The game tosses all these hours at you, so you can't ever run out. Carillon Connections want more hours? Well, pay is pay. Could go to Magdalene's. Get my Terror down, not to Avon for refuel, Leadbetters to toss out hours. Then Carillon for more hours. Well, that's just because the game's addicting. The game gives you hours, and so you give it hours in turn. Right, that's everything then. Fuel, food, and out. And crew? I think I'll grab some crew, just in case. But growls can be cool, like abandon all ships, and drugs. Have good growls that go with them. I don't think I've heard bad growls yet, maybe more like amateurish groups that pop out and fade into obscurity right away, but for the most parts, they do tend to be woven in pretty beautifully. Like Falling in Reverse. Nice hunting growls for the first time around, then after a while it's just samey, you know? Not quite as endearing or lasting as drugs was. Hey, more crinolines. Do they make them more frequent? Because that's a lot of crinoline. Failed terror reduction. With 85% chance, dang, and lost a crew. Your crew leaves a trail of gunpowder from the inner door to the fungus. You light a match, set the trail ablaze. Unfortunately, the door sticks when shoved to. An engineer has neglected the oil to oil the hinges. They race to the door to rectify the error. As the door swings shut, they linger in the searing radiance as the fungus burns away. Afterwards, your engineer is increasingly distracted. They mutter about children, and further neglect their duties. It is unsurprising when they leave that next port, presumably to take care of their children. Well, that's not too bad. He didn't die. Just became incapable of further work. Well, the cool thing is, right, is when you inevitably look up the lyrics to see what it is they're singing about, and then you can hear it later on, like once you know the pattern. Ocker fog rises above your locomotive. This burrower, so I have to go to Albion just to stop by that one place and toss some gems in and get him off my back, but he's going to be on my back again because it's a burrower. The burrower always hates you. The air requires a caustic copper tang. Your driver complains that they can't see a damn thing. The burrower's breath, they murmur. The fog persists all day. That evening, a gnarled crewman visits your cabin. The burrower below is as pleased, he informs you. She expects his sacrifice. If you wish it, he will arrange it. Decline, find your own way through. With a 34% chance of failure, permit the sacrifice and kill off a crew. With only 30% chance of failure. Old chart I haven't got, but even that's a coin flip. Sacrifice, at 70% chance success, might remove the burrower's wrath. Or 66% chance success with no other further benefit. And the way I see it, right, the human voice is one instrument among many. So whether it's growling or anime voices chopped up and looped around, even if you can't hear it, it is at least providing some audible benefit to the musical composition. And see, the thing is, right, it's amazing that that's her actual voice and not just like modulations or any other effect. That is talent. Pure, raw talent. Success. You take the helm and order half steam. Your engine crawls forward, vast shapes looming around you like giants of the fog. Skyrocks, ancient ruins, slumbering leviathans. You steer a precarious course between them. After an hour, the air clears. The fog parts like a music hall curtain, and the state of the sky is revealed ahead. You are free for now. And then Marauder. Why not then? I am short on gossip, and by short I mean like 20. If it's below 40 gossip, it's short. 26? Yeah, that's starved to gossip. Next turn after this one. Then my nose might work. Right? Even with these masculine throats, it's incredible. Pure mastery over her own vocal cords. So mastered I can't even fathom how she does it. Constant tea sips, but it's the only relief for this nose. Not sick, just sniffly. Some minor sinus infection or something. And of course the ears, nose, and throat all being connected, so sniffles meaning stuffed ears too. Would be fun to do. Vocal coaching could only help in so many things. Ah, it would have been flawless. But for one tiny bump. That at least doesn't hurt, did it? Nope, 50 out of 50. And first chart only cost me $350, too expensive, but oh well. 2, inspiration to unlock it. Well, I got it, don't I? Well, improvement is always possible. Being good is pretty good, but there's always room for improvement no matter who you are. More hours. Hours everywhere. Nah, not gonna buy hours. So then, Avon, then Ledbetter's, then back out to Albion, for the blood of the wolf, for my repentant devil, then one place for my, incautious driver. Whoops, wrong way. And a few other things need doing. And cool thing is, back in money, so it doesn't matter if Albion doesn't yet want to buy Immaculate Souls or Navarantine Gemstones. If they have more things on sale, on bargains, got the cash to buy them. Even if no buyers, it only helps to have more of a stockpile than you need. Being the capitalists that we are. But I guess this is more mercantilism than capitalism, isn't it? Going elsewhere, getting their resources, their wealth, stockpiling it, selling it back home. But really, that's just proto-capitalism. And at its most basic core, isn't it the same if the end goal is simply the accumulation of wealth, just with a different method? And some similarities. If I have one critique, a serious one for this game, is that there's all this focus on the rats, right? There's a memorial to the unknown rat, you got the Rat Brigade, and so on and so on. But there's barely anything for the cavies. Sure, you could put an enclave in Titania, and you have this dude. That's pretty much it. The guinea pig representation in this game is minuscule. But who knows? Sovereign is coming out eventually. And so there might be an actual proper guinea pig ambition. And 10-hour questline. One could hope. Didn't mute that time, sorry about that. Pardon the ears. Normally I mute it, but the mute button is a bit temperamental. Sometimes it works, sometimes you gotta push on it 2 or 3 times. Port Avon then. Mr. Menagerie is over in Albion, at the Royal Society. Quiet day means cheap fuel. Thank you. And your prospects are garbage. No, it's not garbage, it's bronzewood. Beautiful. Which I haven't got the space for. Ledbetter's and Carillon wants ours. And the Ringmaster, everybody wants ours. Oh man, definitely. Like, everything before 2013, I consider different life. And even just 2013 to today is like so many different viewpoints and perspectives that is like, can't really see that as me looking back at it, but it is. Alright, sell 1 fuel. The old mimetic Charlie Sheen. And with older eyes, different perspective on it. And that was ages back, wasn't it? Was that like around 2010 or so? Decade, if not older than that. Well, like I said, you gotta spend money to make money. It's a sacrifice. Wait, he does, really? Charlie Sheen. Wait, hold on. When you say presidential, don't forget the example we have today. If we consider current examples, he was sounding presidential in 2010 too. My goodness. We've absolutely... We're not selfish, at least. Say what you will about our presidency and politics, we aren't selfish. If we hear how Britain's representatives acted at the EU, we very eagerly shared our ways with others, haven't we? Ah, gotcha. Well, that's just frightening then. That is what passes presidential with our perspectives. Though I still wouldn't say... Granted, the guy might be our president, but when I hear him speak, and I'm reminded of how he speaks, you know, being in office isn't enough to sound presidential. It's still just, it's embarrassing each and every time he opens his mouth. How people could cheer and applaud. Anyway. Oh no, only 2 fuel remaining. Whatever shall I do? The Rat Brigade is in hiding. Sorry, Cap, squeaks Cinders from a crate. Reserves full of predators, she says, in a box with hungry crew. Hunting party, haven't got the irons, but I'll take the Terror Drop. Take the Terror Drop and drop off a bunch of hours. Take it. Be gone from my sight. And more artifacts, more experience, and no bargains. That's cool though. Going to Carillon, so Carillon sells no supplies, so they sell supplies and no fuel. So 2, no 3. To make the trip back to Winchester, before I go though. Port to Port and Phlegmatic Researcher should be ready for the final step. Port Prosper, heading the right way. He's left a note at the dock, asking for you to stop by. Is he? The Phlegmatic Researcher sits alone in his cabin. A pie sits on his table, barely touched. He welcomes you, but sounds dejected. Evil befell my colleagues. My research has been cancelled, he says. And Ledbetter and Stainrod won't tell me why. Could you tell me more of his troubles? Ledbetter and Stainrod cut my funding and took away my work. He takes an unhappy nibble of pie. They're shutting down research here. The entirety of their production is turning towards Apollyon cinders. And his colleagues? One sang her voice away, and that didn't stop her. A few have shut themselves away with their research. The researcher shakes his head. There must be something here causing the fatal obsessions. If you could help me discover it, I'll be grateful. A calculated look flits across his face. I'll need someone to go into the reserve. They'll have to be well armed. Your captains carry munitions, right? Normally. 3 Ministry staff permits. Dude. Discuss an initiative. He's got a list, does he? Continuing his studies into the Reach, despite losing funding. But what is it now? Chorister bees, ants, all the same stuff as before. Okay then, infinite pay. For later. And Carillon should be straight through here, past Titania. Well, straight up here. Then past Titania, and so on, and so on. Hey, a monitor. While in the wind, dare I? I'll risk it. I'll play dumb. Oh, wait, come back, go back, go back. They got secrets for me. Success. What's the risk? 82% chance success only. Could be worse. Nameplate either way, really. More benefactors and at a cost. There's a small slice of my very deep pockets of secrets and gossip. I'll leave the 150 experience away. It's not much anyway, it builds up, sure. But still, it's just 150. And how many hours does the circus want? Circus wants also 5? 5 for the circus too. Cool. Finally, somebody using my stockpile. Ears, come on. One downside of many. Already wants wings. Wings then. One downside of many of having a stuffed nose is how little oxygen you get and how much constant yawning you have to do. Looks rude, looks tired, but it's just me not breathing. To stop by Titania? Well, I could. Could stop by Titania, since now we have the Eleutherian experience. And of course I hear my ex close by. It's alright though, she's not going to be at port. Or is she? Hear her to the left too. It might sound awful referring to the colonized Contankary as my ex, but apart from the visible similarity, she wasn't a very nice person during the relationship, so I get the right to call them that. Port report and a new start for Titania. Advocate for an Eleutherian aesthetic, her dark beauty, the lure of the classic and the pagan. The melancholy poet almost cracks a slight smile. What inspirations we can draw from that horror. The melancholy poet is quick to capitalize on this moment of agreement. Before the day is out, most of the buildings have been cleared away for a more natural look. The rest of the port will take a little longer before it's ready for expansion. Each captain in your lineage will be able to choose another expansion for Titania. It says that, but they only give you half the options. You can also donate as progress to continue expanding with a single captain. But this will get more expensive as development continues. The more you expand the port, the more bargains, prospects, and other opportunities will be available, with individual buildings offering 1 boon per captain. Cool. Assist with repairs. Current port damage 30%, 10 sovereigns, 20. Pay for all the repairs. You need 30. Oh, I don't know, that's kind of steep, isn't it? 30 sovereigns for all the port repairs. Okay. They've twisted my arm. They put the gun against my head. This will be more than sufficient. Thank you. Titania's petals fill the air with perpetual perfumes, and so on, request a cutting. The Phlegmatic Research and Ledbetter and Stained Nature Reserve has expressed interest in Titania. The Rhapsodic Mayor is only too happy to oblige you. I'll have a sample sent to your engine in a moment, she says. We may not be scientifically minded here, but we do love to learn more about our wonderful flower. Yay. And how is Titania? Spectacular place, same steps before. Are they done? No. 100 sovereigns. Oh. I see. So first repairing damage, then fundings to actually develop the town, huh? 100 sovereigns, 500, 1,000. How much to fund the next stage? 1,000? Would be cool. But this is the first captain. I need that cash for engines and commodities. But if visitors want to invest, by all means, do it. Although the prospect of advancing the cultural excellence of Titania doesn't do much for his lordship, mention of his enduring prestige and a big plaque for the donor does. You'll even negotiate in the power of his pocket with the Rhapsodic Mayor. 10% funding. Just gotta do that 10 more times. Or 9 more times. Not this hard, alright? Carillon, so fuel. Fuel to do what Carillon won't. More XP, gotta have all the XP. Though I hear that Sovereign is gonna have ways for late game acquisition of further stat gains. Which would have been useful back in the Martyr Queen's Cup the first time around. But still, new experiences are new experiences. Still 82, so no, too low. I don't know. I didn't read anything about raising the level cap. And all I read were like articles, vague articles from last October or so. Burrower. No chill at all. How much fuel to take? Need to. Well, if I gotta buy more fuel, I am right here at Titania then. Sure, fuel and time. All it costs is 2 days. So I haven't read about raising the level cap, but I have read about further experience and stat gains further on. And more facets and whatnot. So basically just a basic that everybody else knows. Not supplies. Fuel. See, what the brewer should do, if he's going to be so persistent, is set me up with direct deposit. Every time he gets angry, I'll just pay him 40 sovereign directly for the cost of 2 fuel. That way, I get to keep my fuel, but he still gets to punish me financially, and both of us could be happy. We could what, Venmo it? Is that what the cool kids do? I mean, surely, you know, he's some great beast of celestial might. He's not going to be stuck with ancient and outdated modes of punishment, is he? Surely by now, he's got chip and pin. At a minimum. Mute button actually worked that time. Sneezes much more tolerable when nobody else has to hear them. But my nose is too itchy. The one bad thing out of many about itchy noses is the more you sneeze, the itchier it gets. Calling at Carillon's. Ooh, wait a minute, don't I have a new flaw on my soul? Got my penance, my penance, my penance, and fermentation. Oh, can't steal from the statue because he's already angry. Would be nice if it could tell you what exactly does what. Like for the later ones that are locked out. Sure, cool, need clear, need stained. But what about just telling me what you clear? Like right here. 9460 stats. Alright, gonna farm some. Just get a bunch of enlightenments. Probably don't need them, but it's easy. 13 penance of enlightenment. Alright, I'll stop at 15. Ooh, but what if you could bequeath your... Because the whole conceit of this area is that you could give your penances to other people. So why not include it in the will? Deprivation, fermentation, jubilation, failure. Alright, I'm done then. No more attempts at penances. If anybody else here wants help, they'll have to wait for a different captain. Seeds. Always seeds. Nobody wants seeds, because they keep denying seed jobs. Alright, I'll buy some. They're super cheap. It's only 75 for 3. And I think here I'll take, it's 3.5 hours in now. Or almost. So a quick break to rest his nose, get some more tea brewing, and I'll be back momentarily. Back in a bit. Alright, back with more tea. A small break. And a minor cough. Worthy sacrifice. Anyway, got all I want from Carillon, right? Bazaar's all done with. And then that leaves 5 hours for the circus. So Winchester first, resupply, get hours out. Then onwards to Prosper. Weird, a few minutes break and my throat feels all like tightened up now. Nose fine, throat not, so just a trade-off. And worse thing yet. Almost out to the expired tea. Got to scavenge again and see what else I could find. Or worse, go out and shop and buy new tea. Excuse me. That hideous strength. What? They've added disadvantage to carrying seeds too, so not only are seeds super cheap, but the attack. Tensions are high, and the crew are making mistakes. The preternaturally fertile seeds of the Reach must be stored with the utmost care. A flicker of light, a lap of moisture, and they burst into violent growth. Like the sacks in your hold from which the questing vines have groped, knotting around your cargo. Remove the shotting sacks from the gallery. You won't see the seeds, but you may increase your supplies. Ooh, so you can eat them. Or try to salvage a sack of seeds. Order your crew to cut away at the growths and salvage as many of the seeds as you can. 73% chance. Or throw away any any sacks that show signs of quickening. Nah, I got crew. Failure. The crew hack away at the growth and manage to save most of the seeds. But a Cindelar cries out. One vine hid venom thorns. Fiery welts have erupted on his skin. His condition worsens overnight. He is unlikely to recover. So, sake of curiosity, how many crew has this one captain lost after 4 days? 23 crewmen dead. Dang. Well, better them than me, huh? Oh no. It's fine though. The star-mounted explorer should be distracted by my ex. The story bears repeating, but this is the type of person the X was, that you describe horrific things as, oh hey, there's the X. BCG's right. Indestructible plastic glasses that you really cannot break anyway, no matter how hard you try. One powerful slap from her, across the cheek, breaks the indestructible glasses and my left eye for like a week. Hit it well, but eventually the boss man found out and had to make up some lie about, oh, I was just taking a run in the neighborhood at dusk, and so I ran into a tree and hit a bird feeder with my face. And they knew. They knew I was lying, but... Absolutely, man. Only in games. And that is why, right, when I see those colonized Cantankerous and Sunless Skies, or these sewer monsters in the Resident Evil 2 remake, I'm like, hey, who put my ex in here? Because I'm allowed to, I get right. But she is nicer now, it turns out. Stopped by back over Thanksgiving. And turns out she isn't a horrific monster. People have character growth in real life. So present her might not be as deserving as being compared to every single blobby monster in game and movies and everything else. But past her is still up for grabs. Good hot tea. Might be expired, but double bagged and a good warmth. Perfect on the throat. Though I do feel that story is worth explaining every now and again, because without that context, you know, oh, der her, my ex is such a so-and-so is a pretty common, like, boomer era violence against women joke. Domestic violence isn't always one-sided as far as genres go, but, you know. Jokes and wordage as violence against women is all too common. So sometimes context is necessary, so it's not just, oh, you know, he's making one of those jokes. And haven't yet got the nails to safely open you up, do I? Could blow it up. Then who wants that? Nah. And how many secrets? One secret to open it up with a 56% chance success. And if I stack all my veils in my favor, you got veils, you have veils, right? 4 veils. And your veils too. How now? Green, 80% chance. Yeah, exactly, that's it. Without the context, then it really does become problematic. Success? Yes! After an hour of delicate work, the lock yields. Inside is a figure clad in woven blue robes. Its face is hidden by a porcelain death mask. But it isn't a corpse. In the mask's eye socket, brown eyes flick open, blink at you, and frown. Apparently, you are not what it expected to see. This is one of the shades of the dead which dwell within the Blue Kingdom, and are strictly prohibited from leaving it. They are also forbidden under any circumstances from speaking. Okay, now we know. And we don't get too many questions, we get a few before it, you know, turns to dust. What does it want me to do with it? Does it want to be taken to London as Captain Whitlock intended, or to be returned to the Blue Kingdom? You hold out one hand when you name London, and the other for the Blue Kingdom. The spirit hesitates, its own hand poised between yours. Then lightly and hesitantly, it touches the palm of your left hand. London. You notice a faint discoloration spreading around the shade's neck and shoulders. A mantle of salty white. Okay, now I have its opinion. Let's go then. Close the lid. The spirit does not complain as the stone lid slides back into place. After its time beneath the glorious, incandescent regard of the Blue Kingdom sun, perhaps is content to spend some time in the dark and the quiet. So back to you, back to you. Click, thank you, eccentric, and back to you for now. Alright then, Black Box. So next we're in London, we'll drop you off. Repairs? Sure. Prospects? That's right. Any more prospects? Flowers for Titania, munitions for Lustrum. I'll bookmark it. But first is going to... because I only have 2 guns. 2 guns isn't enough for that. Because it turns out I took a math class once, and 2 is fewer than 5. Was my big takeaway from that course. And away we go. That's everything, right? The bombazines for Lustrum, for Palmiers, and Lustrum again. Cool. So Circus, maybe Magdalene's, Port Prosper, drop some stuff off, then I'll be on. And more Albion exploration. nose, quit itching. Tonight is definitely gonna have to be a curry night. Curry or tuna and rice. Anything goes good with rice, but tuna and rice is a classic Islander lunch. A bowl of tuna, not a bowl of tuna, a bowl of rice, a can of tuna, a splash of soy sauce, some lemon and spices if you're feeling fancy. But curry could be good too. Whoops, wrong button. Saw some pictures on Reddit, not Reddit, Twitter recently, about little bears made of rice swimming in a bowl of curry. And I want to do that now. Make little bear shapes or something shapes in the rice. Or a fish. A fish made of rice swimming in a sea of curry. Dude, that'd be perfect and totally on brand. But wait, that's gonna take not just sculpture, but design too. With these sickly hands, could I? General fish shape. Then how to do the rest then? Nah, bear's easy, because bear's just like round, round ears, and that's it. Well, that's boring though, everybody does bears. Alright, could use more crew, forgot about that. That's okay though. Free tickets, port to port. And pay off my tax of hours. I brought the hours, right? Did bring the... Yes, I did. Couldn't remember. And nectar, cheap. I got nectar. But other things do ask for nectar, so okay. Magdalene's and Prosper, then I'll be on. And plenty of whole space as it is, so. Fuel plenty for the trip from the transit relay to London Core. And a possibility of a few more bargains along the way. If I see something particularly fancy. Like books. I've only got, what, 7 books total because nobody has been selling books. Loads of seeds, loads of honey. But nobody wants to read apparently, or they all want to read and can't stand to part with their books. Oh, what about tuna and rice in the shape of a fish? Take the basic idea of rice balls with flakes of tuna or strips of tuna mixed into it, and then shape that into the shape of a fish. That might be cute. Oh, I'm dumb. Already had hull. Gained 1 hull. That's okay though. Even if materially, all I got from that was a hull, there's also experience. And experience is what, a quarter way up now? A third up? Fine then, double back, just feeling time. Magdalene's right here, so I could replenish. So when I'm in Albion, I don't know yet where the Blood of the Wolf is, so that to hold off on. But I know that if the mausoleum is here, and Abbot Horizon is here, that sea area with the boats is going to be right by the Abbot Horizon, and that is going to let me sacrifice a few hours. Are those spider webs? I think those are spider webs. Or shadowing. To get that burrower jerk off for a few minutes. Until the next time I hop the transit relay. Magdalene's, a place of peace, contemplation, and rest. The driver twitches miserably. It's alright though, driver. You'll get cured in Albion. After 15 years in the work world. Charts? Sure. It's expensive, but I could afford it. Small Terra drops, thank you very much. How high is it now? 18? Let's make it 0 then. Because I got loads and loads of gossip. And of course Maggie's is just ours. And I still have some unknown amount of crew sitting on my claim back in Lustrum, so ours are going to be free for a while. Dare I go by this horror though? I haven't stopped by it yet. And is it what? Is it a Veils check to pay respects? Can't remember. What should we say? A few Cantankery, maybe a Bull Cantankery, a guest or two. So no big, pretty peaceful here. And more importantly, want to get that smudge off the map. Miners dug too deep in this worldlet, disturbing the disgruntlement of Cantankery. Ambush? Shh, worse than an ambush. Crockery, making a mockery of me. The War of Fossils. When settlers arrived in the Reach, miners flocked to this frozen rock, lured by the promise of hours stored in its core. An eruption of Cantankery has left its current mangled state. A makeshift graveyard stands at the lip of the rock, a memorial, and a warning. 58% chance, not too bad, it's a coin flip. A coin flip ever so slightly in my favor. Lanterns doused by the sleet mark the ramshackle graves. Relighting them would commemorate the dead, but might disturb any Cantankery that still slumber here. Failure! Might be my first time seeing failure. Once, every grave had a lantern. Now most are lost or stolen. Your crew search through drifts of muddy sleet and beneath mangled mining wreckage to replace what they can. In the dim light, your stokers struggle with the tinder and oil. The cold is fierce and chills the finger to the bone. Eventually, matches strike and a thin string of light washes over the graves. But you've lingered too long. The ground begins to shake. The Cantankery stir. Flee? Stand and fight? Groaning Cantankery pour from the fissures of the rock. Stunted, half-blinded, and irritable from the long sleep, they thrash across the surface, crushing graves and battering the rusting equipment to fragments. 60% versus 100% chance to flee? By all means then, flee. The departure is speedy. Your best shots provide covering fire as you hurry your crew back to the engine and away from this forsaken rock. The last few seconds are dicey, but your crew make it back in one piece. Your engine departs with all haste, leaving the fossil to the Cantankery. In time, they will return to their slumber and their stony, angry dreams. See, totally fine. And for being so cantankerous, we're all placid here. Passing by, not getting any aggro. Filling out more of the map for me. Typity typity type. And turns out there's nothing here. The disappointment. Well, there are some stuff here. There tend to be eels, don't there? Maybe? Or is it sometimes? Eels. And sometimes a spinster. But seems empty today. No free lunch for me, sadly. But the big question is, the big real question. Am I going to be lucky and get the inadvisably big dog? Or is it going to be no? And just more shows at the Gaudy Widow? Or more balls at the whatever? Tea at the Nelson. Sapling knots. The clerk with the polished buttons passes you your fee, and all the requisite paperwork are signed. I'll dispatch a runner to see it delivered. Thank you. And the fertilizer. The verdant encouragement. Yes, quite good, the clerk with the polished button says, and as he finished signing. Now let's get that dreadful stuff out of our bay, yes? 150 sovereigns, 150 experience, minor stuff. New clock tower can't do yet. I got the honey, but don't have the wood. And the bleak industrialist I cannot put to the screws for more pay. Because I chose wrongly the first time. Didn't take the option I had with the first time, so totally out. Alright then, Admiral Nelson. The Admiral Nelson is Port Prosper's most exclusive tea house. Westerners congregate here to sit amongst the many little tables of ornamental shepherds and bulldogs, and drink tea from little saucers with Her Renewed Majesty's face on them. The Admiral Nelson is so exclusive, in fact, that it only opens occasionally, and never does anything so crass as advertise. People know by word of mouth, initially at least. Afterwards, most Prosperians just join the queue. Sneak tea cakes for the porters, eavesdrop, engage in gossip, can't take tea with the ladies for brunch, not embraced enough by the West Enders. Eavesdrop, 100% chance, gossip, 100% chance. Eavesdrop then, I feel like gossip is going to be gossip, and eavesdrop should be secrets. Is it? No, it's not. It's just getting more embracing by those who have already embraced me. You make yourself as unobtrusive as possible, behind a complicated flower arrangement. A vicereine and a duchess are engaged in a most unbecoming war of words, as they jab their butter knives into a shared meringue. A young diplomat is apparently thinking of a fresh start for himself in Albion, having quite ruined himself with dissolution of the unknown frontier. A skyfarer long thought dead has returned, to general disappointment. Her stories about life in the Reach are very much not the thing. Oh, are they talking about me? They're talking about me, definitely. Considering the 3 close calls so far. Port report, done. Shops. Oh wait, those bargains available. That's okay though. Even then, cheap guns, gonna need them. 6 food, 3 fuel, scratch that, reverse it. That'll make the trip. Once again, mute, unmute, refuses to cooperate. If I could get the mutability transferred to the stream deck and not on this flimsy button on the mic itself, that'd be perfect. Because that way I haven't got to, tap the mic each time. And the buttons are right here. Nothing to declare. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First class for the hours drop. And 13 permits anyway. I still think it's rude for the Royal Horological Office to send me off to other regions to fix the clocks, but not give permits to get action in the transit relay. What do they expect? Clearly, I don't get free passage, despite being on official royal horological business. Boom, boom. There you go, music. Don't gotta have me start for you. Full hull, and plenty of fuel, what say? I take the long way around to reveal more map. And get blown up in the process by dreadnought guests and deranged dreadnoughts and scorned flukes and curators. I was gonna say like him, but he's a normal dreadnought, which makes him worse because they're doing this by choice. Well, all the best plans sound better early on. And then it turns out that something pops up, and there I am crawling back into port with a whole whopping 2 hull. But that's half the fun. That is the thrill of exploration in the unknown world. And all that is lost as you advance the game, fill out the map, get better. And then all the mystery is gone. The mystery, and with it the danger. Which I suppose it could justify in a way that this era is all about the taming of the wilderness, lopping down all the trees, slaughtering the buffalo, and bringing civilization and savagery to the untamed world. But still, what about the weird fiction aspect of it? The Lovecraftian things about being a tiny speck in a giant and inhospitable universe. Because once you're good, that's it. Even without the wrath of heavens. Alright, nothing to discover here, but that's okay. Didn't expect anything anyway, since Brabazon is right here. Mausoleum's right there, so nothing important is going to be between. Due to undermanning. Really? 6 out of 8 is undermanning? One of your crew cabins sits empty. But a story has taken root among the crew that something sleeps in there on nights when the wind howls. Something that leaves frost on the bed sheets. Some of the crew have begun raiding pantries to leave bowls of food outside the cabin door. Your cook complains. Well then, I will sleep there myself and prove it is nothing. Failure. That night, try as you might, you can't get a wink of sleep in the empty cabin. The winds are restless, and it's too cold, an insistent cold that doesn't care how many blankets you pile on top of yourself. In the end, you return to your own cabin to catch a snug couple of hours of sleep, and creep back to the vacant one before the first watch. Frosty fingerprints speckle the doorknob. Inside, the blankets on one side of the bunk are rigid with frost. Clearly, my own fingerprints. The blankets I was using, perfect, rational, everyday explanation. And plenty of food, but on the off chance, extreme off chance that I somehow lose all of my food, pretty sure the mausoleum sells both. Hooray. Free vision of heaven. Got a bit low after turning all of mine into moments of inspiration. back in Eleutheria, which is cool. Haven't had so many in a while. But still, Visions of Heaven stock is at like near zero now. You never think you'll need it until you're out, and then suddenly everything wants a piece of it. By the third canto. Apparently the third canto requires it too, so for the Song of the Sky I'm stuck for the time being. The incautious driver stares in bleak horror at the mausoleum. Never. I couldn't be so trapped. Attend a funeral? Misers or a deathless? Need 100? Misers then. The chapel is empty. The corpse lies, largely unmourned. The attending priest drones soothingly as a few mourners chatter. They came with the hope of a last-minute display of generosity. They leave, frustrated and disappointed, if not surprised. Port report. Chamberlain requires favor for the deathless. Meeting with the retired devil. For who? Affiliation Academy. Okay, gotta get more affiliations then. Visit the memorial to the Prince Consort. For the sake of my bat. Oh, hold on. Gotta get my veils back up. Or no. Veils, or one of my many cryptic benefactors. How many veils? 51% chance to arrange more than a private viewing. Using permits alone. Call upon assistance to arrange for a more than private viewing. The Corruptor's Hoarder will not risk intrusion while it works. You will have to use your contacts to gain ingress or risk its rages. Easily, sure. But wait a minute. Visiting the Prince Consort's tomb tends to drop your terror, so what about if the Corruptor's Hoarder and I are going to spend hours at this tomb? Then I get an hour's worth of terror drop? The cheery registrar's expression dims at the mention of your cryptic benefactor, and though her smile does not wither, something in her eyes alters. Him, she purrs without affection. Of course it'd be him. Very well. Emptied now of remarks, the cheery registrar allows you into the mausoleum. Her gait turns stiff and reluctant. The dust and air sit heavy as grief upon your tongue. Inside, you see the Prince Consort upon his altar, but it's just a statue. As you move deeper, oh no, the actual prince. He lets out a labored moan. There is a figure beside him, an impossible, improbable silhouette. Is that her renewed majesty? At first glance, it seems true, but there is something not quite right about the shadow of her face. Something younger, more waxen. Well then, Madame Toulouse. Given the nature of the tomb, it is not unpleasantly appointed. The Prince Consort lolls on a bed of velvet cushions, bejeweled and foul against the white marble of his altar. Beside him, an expressionless woman of startlingly familiar countenance. This is either Queen Victoria herself, or a remarkable doppelganger. Speak with the false Victoria. It is her manner, rather than an error in her appearance, that reveals the false Victoria's a counterfeit. She's too languorous, too humble to be a monarch, or talk with the Prince Consort. It is hard to say if he has any capacity for response, but it's worth trying. You may speak with Victoria. Okay, we have access. So I should be able to speak with her and not lock out talking with the prince. Victoria first then. If that is a real name. Even a borrowed grace can be terrifying. A visitor for us, what a rare ecstasy. Her marble complexion fissures into a smile, the words honeyed with despair. The false Victoria rises and leads you to a side room. It is sparsely appointed. A cot, a small larder filled with dried blooms and desiccated fruits, and nothing else. It has been a long time since there was anyone but her. She watches you, blinking, a slight tilt to her coronated skull. She resembles a waxwork icon gussied up in the image of her renewed majesty, perfect and horrible and alone. The room into which she leads you is Spartan, bare cot, meager pantry, toiletries, a stool, and no more than that. Take tea or leave. You will not have time once you have taken the flesh you need. All right then. If this is our only chance, let's take tea with her. And if it turns out that this locks out something with the bat's quest, I'll simply die, or finish my own ambition, and continue the bat on the next captain. The false Victoria serves you a tea as sweet as marmalade, as black as regret. Regret? Isn't it nice, she purrs, settling back onto the cot with a starched rustle of organza. I have missed the idea of friends. I had them, you know. Before her renewed majesty requested that I take her likeness and her place by Albert's side. The stately homunculus raised an alabaster hand, studied the joints dispassionately. I wonder sometimes if there's any of me left. Some days I wake up and forget if there was ever a life before this tomb. There is nothing of me left. There is nothing of mine here. Nothing at all. Satisfy mutual interest. If you do this, you will not be able to take the flesh from Prince Consort, and will have to leave the tomb. The Chiropterous hoarder wanted a piece of someone who has endured immortal love. If she loves the Prince Consort as much as the real Victoria does, perhaps it doesn't need to be Albert's flesh you take. Ooh. Plus, there are implications with the incognito princess. Because taking flesh, am I just taking a pound of flesh from Albert, but otherwise he's okay? Or am I killing him in doing this? Well, I guess if the incognito princess does stop by to get his blessing for the marriage, and he's barely whispering anyway, she's not exactly getting his consent, so it doesn't matter if he's alive, does it? Is it? Choices. Exploit Albert, or exploit this homunculus. But satisfying mutual interest makes it sound like it's going to be a bit more intimate than merely ripping out her heart. Alright, homunculus it is, if that is her real status. You venture an audacious proposition. The false Victoria could have something of her own, something uniquely hers, even within the purgatory in which she is sepulchred. All she needs to do is provide a curl of flesh from her ear. You want a piece of my ear, repeats the false Victoria, rubbing a thumb over the knob of bone studding her white wrists. You nod. It is a small, simple thing. But the scar would leave behind and be hers and hers alone. Yes, her eyes find yours, not the sharp blue of real Victoria's, but a deeper hue, a blue so dark it verges upon an abyssal black. Yes, do it. It is so simple in the end. A cut, a shivering breath. You have the flesh of one in eternal love. Best leave the tomb swiftly. Leave. You have nothing more to do. Do as you will, remarks the false Victoria, her face halved and sharpened by the lamplight. Given there's a tomb besides him, make your swift escape. You have what you need. As you leave, the Prince Consort gropes for false Victoria's hand. She lets out a sigh, soft and small and sad. Now then. Bizarre panes of stained glass, Not many opportunities for it, but... Oh, 3 over. What do I sacrifice? 1 supply and 2 fuel to make the trip all the way back. Yeah, it's plenty. I could survive off that. One of you. And 2 of you. Alright then, Bat. What now with the Seer? Allow the corruptress hoarder to express its gratitude. After what it has demanded of you, the experimentation and the acquisition of flesh and fluids, the smells it inflicted on your locomotive, it is only right for it to show appreciation. You enter the corruptress hoarder's cabin to discover the space transformed, chandeliered by strings of blister glow crystal. The floor is a labyrinth of cushions, tasseled and richly damasked. But all this is undeserving of comment compared to the spread that the corruptress hoarder prepared. Unctuous meats, roasted and smoked, and confided just so, delicate stews, profane desserts, the most ribald of cocktails. Your host spared no expense, allowed no decorum. You eat and indulge, while the corruptress hoarder whispers, quietly, of stories that seem almost true. Then, when you are drowsy with pleasure, it touches, a shy hand to your knee. You are pleased, it asks. I wish to show more, do more, please more. Yes. It is. Is it proposing exchange of intimacies? Indulge. An assignation with the hoarder. Experimentation is what provides life its flavor. This would at least be an instructive memory, or no? How about cribbage instead? Nah, indulge. The corruptress hoarder, you discover, possesses an exceptionally acrobatic tongue. Its length and prehensivity, coupled with your bedmate's fascination with your physique, make for transcendent exploration. True to character, the corruptress hoarder is voracious. What surprises is how eager it is to supply pleasure, how excited it is to savor and tease until exhaustion claims you from its attentions. He's warming to me. Sweet. And now does it need any more components for its quests? The corruptress hoarder has been uncommonly quiet. Oh, typical, isn't it? It gets some, then it ghosts me. Or, ask if it knows Mr. Menagerie. Perhaps the curators are acquainted with each other. Silence. The kind not akin, not unlike, a man trying to call a favorite meal, overtakes the corruptress hoarder for an interval. At last it brightens. It sells delicious things. Okay, so what's next for your quest? The moment is finally right. No. It is ready. The texture of his scrutiny has changed. No longer are you a curiosity or a captain. Instead, it regards you as a mighty item from its collection, ready at precious last. And it is you, all you, to thank for this. I won't forget this, and you will be glad that I will not. The corruptress hoarder's voice plunges low, velveted with urgency. To fate's fall again, yes? One last time. Okay. If ever on the way back to Eleutheria, then maybe. And that's a big maybe. Because considering, right, that these officers do have a risk of having their quests failed. And if you fail them the wrong way, then they're gone forever. Like the repentant devil might first go through this. It might behoove me to check the wiki or some walkthroughs, and make sure I'm at least not going on a path that loses a bat, or locks him out to some disappointing outcome. Which, at least at the Lyceum, you get the opportunity to create a backup officer of any quality you want. But still, be ye also ready. Alright, maybe less boosting. Considering. Only one spare jar of fuel after this. What I might have benefited to do was wait in the port for a while, for food to exhaust, and buy one more crate. But oh well. Worst case scenario, we pull into port with hungry stomachs, and that's it. Friendly town. Not even the resurrectionists here care about me. Very friendly, giving me fireworks to celebrate my arrival to London. That's precious of him. Laidlaw's Coffee House, officially crossover now with Cultist Simulator. But I thought Laidlaw was what? Forge? Is Forge really the aspect of coffee? What up? Eternally itchy nose with nothing to show for it. That's right, did get a port report. Just making sure. Horological office, what time is it? Time to get new windows. Cool, one of each ship of the Empire. Of Her Renewed Majesty. Two pinatas, and one target of prestige. Oh no, no fuel, what have I done? I'm all out now. No flavor text, no atmospheric stuff. Okay. It'll probably pop up after I bought fuel already. Oh, hello. Is this a thing that came out during the BAT update? The new relay station between Albion and Eleutheria that popped out after I made like 24 trips between Albion to the Reach to Eleutheria to the Reach to London to back. Oh, hello. My aunt is here, dear God. Somehow, she has found her way to the High Wilderness. She's trying to get your attention with frantic waving of her horrible hat. I know you've seen me. Listen, I've quite exhausted my possibilities here. I am a serviceable quartermaster, I have friends everywhere, and my scones are to die for. How is that for curriculum vitae? Now let me aboard. Is she even your real aunt? Either way, you will have to deal with her. Lost one secret, oh no. She smiles with sincere delight. Here, take my bag. Her bag is very heavy. And my hat. Her hat is also very heavy. Your crew are alarmed when she boards your engine. Their alarm only increases when she begins to pass comment. After a thorough survey of your locomotive, she graces you with a smile. There is work to be done. She has extracted gossip from you before she's even boarded. This woman is skilled. Alright, do I want the bat or the aunt? The bat or the batty? Veils and mirrors. Irons and just irons and 2 mirrors. So the bat's pretty much the only reason I have 34 veils. But that would push me to 51 irons? I think I'll stay as is. So Assistant Surveyor. The Surveyor has become a regular presence at the pubs near St. Dominic Station. She has been looking for a partner in some ill-defined and costly project. Thus far, she has had no takers. She has brown skin, and her face sports the beginnings of a frown that never matures, but never quite goes away. She wears a sensible green coat with a sensible green cape. Won't you join me for a drink, Captain? For a drink? Sure. Perhaps there's an opportunity here, one that others lack the imagination or ambition to see. She shows you to her table, buys you a drink, and refreshes her own glass of wine. My proposal will not make us rich. In fact, it is likely to be ruinously expensive. But if we're successful, we will change the skies forever. You press her for details. She is coy. One step at a time, madam. First, we must conduct a thorough investigation of the ruins of Dusking's Deep. Dusking's Deep. Isn't that where? Driver. No, Hostrop Deep. Different place entirely. I am confident in my theory, but until it is tested, all else is speculation. I need passage for myself and my work crew on a locomotive fitted with Asang equipment. Oh, I haven't got Asang equipment. Recall the gossip you've heard about her. Would 20 salons to gossip need 2? An affiliation academy? Or press her for more information? With a secret. Gossip. Her father's daughter. You know that her areas are engineering and celestial archaeology. You know that she's been pursuing the same secretive line of research for years, and that her funding is almost depleted. And you know that her father was Professor Singh of the Sings-Jenkins expedition. It constructed the first transit relays, exploring far-flung regions in an attempt to decipher the language of the heavens. The expedition was lost years ago. And what about more info then? You don't like to sign up for endeavors half-informed. You know she keeps secrets. She never goes anywhere without her battered old journal, bitten by Skyfrost. She leans forward and lowers her voice. Old paths cross the sky, warned by the passage of something ancient and vast. By building transit relays at either end of those paths, we can access them and use them to travel to the far corner of the sky. I believe I located another such road, one that links Albion directly to Eleutheria. I want to build a new relay. Skyfarers shouldn't have to cross the reach to get from one to the other anymore. Albion would have all the midnight glories of Eleutheria on its doorstep. On the one hand, implications. That would cut off a lot of reach traffic and thus commerce, wouldn't it? But on the other, all the horrors of Eleutheria, and the liberation of the night, and the potential future reach of the Khan, all at London's front step. So it's a balance, I can still work it out. But first, dance in here, momentary bathroom break, then I'll be right back. Plus could do with more water. 1 second. Alright, back. Like I said, a quick bathroom break. Not too long, not anything. Decline for now. Well, I can't really accept yet because I have no assaying device. Need 12 quarters. Dang, so I'm absolutely unqualified. Alright, decline for now, but I will return and accept a proposal at a later date. If we so choose. It's not that I'm rejecting you, it's that I don't have the ability, that's all. And Vagabond, we need to add a catch. A catch, add a lot more veils. You know what? I'll just make him dislike me. A few words in the right ear are much less risky than the Vagabond's ludicrous plan. When you reveal your plan, the Vagabond seems deflated. I suppose it makes sense, he says glumly, scrunching up his heavily annotated blueprints. Rat bites crimes are relatively minor. Defacement of property, impropriety, pickpocketing. It's relatively easy to ensure that the paperwork for upcoming trial is conveniently misplaced. When you greet her outside the jail, she is half mad and half starved. You bring her aboard the engine and order for her to be given a full meal and a decent night's rest. When she's recovered, you'll quiz her about her old partner in crime, Quivers. Talk to Ratbite via conversation with the Vagabond. In a bit. First, the house without windows. Back to the butler. Since now we open the box and the dude inside confirmed they want London, then sure. Deliver the black box. The butler is pleased. Ah, our resident has arrived. Please, bring him in. Everything has been prepared according to Captain Whitlock's instructions. Almost 2 years later. As you maneuver the black box inside, you ask what those instructions were. She has arranged for Master Jacob's convalescence with us. I understand the young gentleman has suffered from prolonged illness, which has left him unable to speak, and afflicted him with a delicate disposition. The affairs of the house have been organized in such a way as to never inconvenience him. He will require no visitors. An extensive library has been provided for his edification. Privacy is paramount. With the box in place, the butler produces a key from his pocket, but waits for you to leave before using it. Thank you for your assistance, madam. If Amelia were still with us, she would thank you. Good day. You leave the house without windows behind. The matter of Captain Whitlock's legacy, finally discharged. 2,000 experience. And that's it. Just a Sky story, a secret. That's all the pay I get. No monetary remuneration. What do you want? Hours for the Royal Society? 3 barrels of hours. East-southeast, really? I mean, so far. Most Serene Mausoleum to the north. Abbott Horizon, northeast. Woolbury to the south. Brabazon to the west. And Royal Society down here. It's the exact same map then. Islands might be different, but as far as settlements and locations, almost entirely alike. And Brunswick for Parliament, to the west of London. To the west, so Parliament 2, in the exact same place. So what else was where in the previous map that would leave Purduance to the southwest, and the Clockwork Sun to the east? Is it going to be the exact same map? I think it is. And how much bronzewood? 5 consignments. Have I got 5? I got 13. Beat that. Alright, so how to plan this out. You and you for Lustrum I'll wait on. Royal Society. So I could swing down to the Royal Society drop off the hours, resupply at Wilbury Jacques Mer, then out to Parliament for the wood. But if I recall correctly, Parliament only sells supplies, whereas Brabazon only sells fuel. It's alright, it'll work out. Hop to one, then the other. 3 and 5. Yay, got it done. And plenty of space for food, fuel, etc. It feels slow now. Why are you slow, game? And is that all I want? I think that is. Nothing else here? Nah. Well, I could do shed 4. We need 3 bronzewood. And we have a benefactor. Or to give to the New Straight Line. Never fly again when her bones and sinews can be put to good use. Must be in favor. Cost 2,000 sovereigns, no then. Put her on display in a museum. Her wood is riddled with worms. Even if you could restore her, you need someone with influence who can recommend a more lauded resting place. Gone, but not forgotten. You'll have to source replacement wood and call in a favor you won't get back anytime soon, but you secure the promises you need. The Charlotte Guest will be restored and displayed in a modest exhibition hall in the Museum of Inauguration, where London commemorates its arrival to the skies. The plaque she receives will not mention the Isambard line. London does not celebrate failure, but it will testify to her hard work in a hostile sky. The Sittleman is mollified. It's all any of us can hope for in the end, isn't it? To be remembered. Okay, now what? Do you want a tour of Albion? Or do you want to go from signal box to signal box to signal box? Trade savage secrets over a slice of Battenberg cake. The Sittleman has sunk back into his reticence. This time, you'll need even bleaker tales to coax him out. Something properly grisly. He laps up your stories like a cat would cream. In return, he starts a story of his own. Came to the skies as a lad in the first days. Her Majesty needed a whole country built and granted us 30 years to do it. I took the offer, helped lay the foundations of London, built some of the domes over the throne of ours. Then I joined up with the squire to lay the Isambard line and headed to the Reach. The last time I saw Albion, it were just construction. I had to take a look around, see what our graft brought. Okay, easy enough. Let's go then. Or, Vagabond, what about your story? We cost supplies? Later then. When I'm back in money. What route to take? Straight through here, then plenty of rocks, then find some long way to go around. And just about out of tea. Alright. Shopping is definitely on the menu. The sad thing is, right, this is America. We don't have the lushness of tea variety that they do out east. They have a few choice samples out in one store. Surprisingly, not in the more affluent part of town. But it's like the basic stuff. PG tips, Twinings. But I guess if the tea is medicinal, I can't really complain, can I? If it's warm and made of bark, or leaves, then why not? Or why not bark? Tea leaves, cinnamon bark, a match made in heaven. Dude, what about a full plaid tea? I'm talking tea leaves, cinnamon bark, sugar of a sugar cane or the sugar beets, and for the water, coconut. It'll be insane. Just for the novelty. Although coconut has had some awful abominations done to it. That pulpy, so-called non-GMO coconut drink, that was more shredded store-bought coconut shreddings, pureed in grape juice concentrate. Disgusting. And the texture. Not a good It's gotta be in here. Cavi? What's he found? Through chattering teeth, the Cavi recounts his findings in the weather report. Bloody cold. Oh, it's up here. Even better. You're near the Alms World, a knot of winding gullies where London is unloved and time is rebellious. Can get my ears to pop, which fixes it, then it stuffs up right away. Is that the boatman? No, it's not, it's just pipe. What do I need to speak to the best officer in the game? Books, that's right. I guess in that case I could drop her off here for a secondment to accumulate some stuff for me. Some experimental modifications. Because if it's gonna be a while until I have books for her, then might as well put her to use. Newport! The crew are eager to see what it has to offer. Mr. Menagerie is passing through. Pretty mansions of stone and glass rise with the verdant gardens, while below, machines whir and groan. A persistent sound of hammering pounds through the air. Visit Mr. Menagerie. And here is story. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the Orm's world, out beyond the cozy confines of the Royal Society. Old ground, hunting ground, when rings spread free and soared, and we were indigo in tooth and claw. Are those teeth you can see below the hood? When the skies were young, when we were young, our bargains were savage, our hunts were sacred. We lifted all wings, our appetites naked. All gone now. Things change. Times take all. Already got the bat, got the bat, got the brat, and got the cavi. So will he yet accept barleycorn or no? Not till the end, huh? To the end of the journey. But for my efforts, I got 10 terror at least. So where to next, buddy? We go to the throne of the Hour King. The throne of the Hour King, alright. So back to the mausoleum then. Or at least it's where he's dead, where he's laying, so I imagine. Glad it's also where he held court. The word nullius in verba are written across the stonework over the great bronze wood doors. Her renewed majesty has granted these grounds to the finest minds in Albion to work here. Their purview is to invent, to hypothesize, to discover, and, most crucially, to watch the stars. Introduce yourself at the Airy House. The Royal Society welcomes careful captains, of which we are not. The mellifluous president greets you. He directs your attention to the new marble on the floors, to the cheerful portraits of distinguished Royal Society members lining the hallways, and finally, to the very large portrait of himself in his plush library. We do like captains here at the Royal S. We need our space, and frankly our comforts to think. But it is you brave souls who do the real legwork. Extremely educational. If not, our gardens are extremely fine, as is our conversation at the port. The year's what, 1906? Was it Taylor or Tyler? Sir Edward Taylor, I think it was. In the era of the armchair scientists and the armchair anthropologists, like, if you get reports from other people, and if this merchant from one era, and this missionary in another era, and this whatever else, all say the same thing, that's the truth. They have no ability or need to lie, and no way to cooperate. So if they say the same thing, that is science. That is accurate, is it not? Of course, by the time of Franz Boas and those beyond him, we learned that no, that's not how it works. Get off your butt, go out to the field, get your eyeballs on things, speak to the people, look at the things, study, and not in the library. The Royal Society hums with activity. The preparations for a new wing of the Airy House are in motion. The mellifluous president is convening another committee to continue the renovations of the gardens. The astronomers are excited about a star of British amber seen far off to the east. The Rochester Club, regrettably, continues at high speeds. Aww. One of the gardens, 45% chance success. The Royal Society have left their gardens to run wild, though an attempt was made at some point to tame them. Yes. I think in my almost a year playing, this is the first I've been successful at this. The gardens were an early attempt by the Society to stamp their mark upon the sky. More interesting avenues for scientific exploration quickly presented themselves, however, and the gardens were left to run wild and half-tamed. Overgrown gardens are beautiful but hazardous to the casual walker. You, however, are a veteran rambler. The ha-ha is no obstacle to your fearless tread. The follies neither deceive nor divert you from your path, and you can tell from a mile off the bog is a bad idea. You find yourself in a pleasant, faux classical temple dedicated to the suns. Someone has left something behind. What could it be? A sheaf of papers, crisp as freshly ironed shirts, sovereigns for me? 80 sovereigns, woohoo. New money. Violent notes printed in London displaying Victoria's Theatre Throne of Hours on the face, and the HML Parseval, the first London locomotive to stare at the skies on the reverse. Cool. Alright, here's where I get to Portsmouth House. The workshops under the area are known collectively as Portsmouth House. The glass and brick factories are staffed by harassed inventors and engineers, working constantly to produce the next advancement in adventuring equipment. Portsmouth Arsenal, smoke and soot, glass and steel. The ring of hammers on metal, the swearing of engineers, the acrid scent of sweat. Here, in the bowels of Portsmouth House, the scientists of the Royal Society work to produce experimental designs for daring captains. A team of engineers led by the energetic mechanic, are excited to get to work on whatever you pay them for. Peruse designs, to purchase unique locomotive equipment. Pieces, as much abandoned as finished, are stored in this long gallery. Equipment beams behind the glass cases like exhibits at a technical-minded museum. Take your time, the energetic mechanic says. Lean against the wall. Just let me know if I could be of any assistance. Alright, what do I want? Monstrous chamber. Bridge slot, 50 veils, hold by 4 and quarters by 4, Garbage. Rossetti cabins. Occupies plating. Hearts 25. Armor by 8. Quarters by 2. More garbage. Amniotic crew containment. Plating slot. Veil 75. Armor 13. Quarters 5. No. Mighty Pen defensive library system. Auxiliary slot. Hearts 25. Armor 5. Hold 4. Better. A little better. The Mechanical Turk. Auxiliary slot. Veils 25. Hold by 1. Compartment 1. Hidden compartments. Nah. Rubbish. Prospernia. Superior mining and smelting array. Auxiliary. Veils 25. Hold by 4. Well, it's mining and hold, isn't it? But I've already got what? Butchery and hold 8. Carmilla. Cannery. Mountain in the bridge slot. Mirrors 25. Armor by 5. Maybe? But otherwise, it's all junk. How about in the workshop? Here, the Society constructs specialist equipment to further the Society's explorations, London's armaments, and the occasional Sky Captain's adventures. Goodbye, Eccentric. She's being polite about it, but she's been whistling and tapping her feet a lot. She's eager for some shore leave. Alright then, this is me being a good captain and giving her time to take a break, expand her career possibilities. She gives you a wink as she enters the glass doors of the Portsmouth's house, before advancing on a coterie of junior engineers, armed with a wrench and a double-sided list of precise questions. You think she'll fit right in. And Collector? The Eccentric is popular in the workshop. The Millipus president has also been saying alarming things about tenure. Probably best to have her back aboard. Aww. Fully repair engine, we're good though. Partially repair, nah. The Eccentric has set up her own workspace. Oh right, just that. I thought the workshop was that, my bad. Visit the Inscribed Tinkerer, the most famous or notorious engineer associated with the Royal Society. The Inscribed Tinkerer likes her workbench tidy, and her tea as strong as the devil's opinions. She believes in iteration of technology, of society, of people, and her inventions are intended to mitigate specific dangers and obstacles of high wilderness. Her tea-stained notebook bulges with blueprints, and her skin is covered with inky treatments of the correspondence. She raises an eyebrow as you enter her office. Thank God, I was in need of a break. What's her request? If it's work you're after, Captain, I can be of assistance at that department. Can't provide truly exceptional equipment in her shop if she likes you. The Inscribed Tinkerer produces a slim notebook. The correspondence, Captain. The incandescent language. The Pentecostal tongue of the stars. She invites you to examine the broken sigils that score her skin, mirrored in the notebook. I've heard of a unique sigil I've not come across before. It's been cited by students in Trader's Wood, by an old friend in the mausoleum, and by my least favorite person in Pan. As a captain, you could get to those places and confirm the sightings. I'd give you access to a few of my unique designs should you wish to help, and we do. Because you saw how garbage the rest of the Portsmouth health is. Nell's Tower's a party, Rochester Club is some racing, and you want ours. Take it. The supercilious bursar takes her delivery with unfeigned delight. Thank you, thank you. I'll have the loom spin these forthwith. And tea? If I sit on 6 fuel and 3 supplies, I can get exactly 5 tea. Well, I could get 7, but they're only offering 5. Alright, let's do it. And I've already got my port report, right? Royal Society, port report got. Yep. Let's go then. If need be. Well, the next stop is going to be Walbury anyway. But if need be, I could always stop back by London, drop stuff off, then go out to find the Parliament. Hold up. What exactly am I looking at down here? Oh my goodness, I'm at half only. Mechanical problems. I was using my eccentric, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. And I'm on no chief engineer. That's alright though. What am I deficient on? 49 mirrors. It's because of my cavi, isn't it? My cavi requires 50 mirrors. And now I'm down one. Only one shot. One shot, then overheat. Well then hopefully, I shouldn't have to engage in combat. I can hear again, and speak like a human. For how long, we'll have to see. Excuse me. Hey, a Vulcan tankery. 2 Vulcan tankeries. Which I am not at all qualified to... Ooh. The shallowness of that dodge. Oh. Just a nuzzle, that's all it was. Just getting affectionate with the side of my engine. Oh, didn't hit. What I was hoping was that it would hit the wall and explode. They can do that. As dumb as that sounds considering the burrowing animals. Burrowing into rock and worse. To sleep and nest. And yet, bumping into a steel pipe or soft rock blows it up after enough hits. Quick screenshot of the white text on the white clouds that you could just barely read. The next station is Woolbury-Jacques-de-Mer. You see, this is how you know it's fake. You don't get the train to the seaside town. You take the train to Dorchester, then you take the 2-hour bus all the way out to Lyme Regis. Sure, there are other seaside towns. But surely, if you're going to the seashore, you want fossils, you want ammonites. Mirrors, veils and irons, hearts and irons. Alright, who else offers mirrors? 6 mirrors, as opposed to 6 veils. How now, brown cow? 57, 36, 45, 55. Cool, perfect. Cavi, get back in. The mists of Woolbury. Fog rises below, seeping through the wooden slats of the docks. Offer sanctuary? Sure, welcome aboard. Most of those queuing are unsettled by the mist. If you are frantic with terror, this would be a good recruitment opportunity. You hurry the paddock visitors aboard, and they quickly sign contracts of service. Anything to get away from here as soon as possible. Onwards then, to Woolbury. Prove you know the right sorts. You've done work for those important to the ministry. They will have heard of you. With my one singular gratitude. The official checks the list for your name, nods, then clicks his fingers twice. The workers of the Bureau of Entertainment quickly come under your attention. A man and a woman appearing on each side, both exquisitely dressed, their smiles well whetted knives. Come already. The couturier doesn't like waiting. Alright, I had the hat last time. What about a dress? Dress shirt? Why not both? The couturier deploys 2 gangly youths, both pale with eyes at the depth of the day, sunset colors to complement their uniforms. I hope you won't mistake this for a common establishment, ma'am. Wear anything you want. There are no rules here. No matter what you do, it feels like the couturier's assistants are there first, whisking your picks away to resize for your frame. They tug and tease at collars, lace up corsets with grace, adjust folds and hems at every angle cuts like a cruel word. When you finally dismiss the youths, the couturier considers you for a long moment. He turns to a wardrobe and hands you several garments, all your size. Once you are dressed, he dismisses you, shooing you into the Warbury Juxtamer. To get my port report, that's what we have: the Mausoleum, Royal Society, and Warbury now. Then we have the Parliament coming up. And my man, the quartermaster, the signalman, is going to want one more, so maybe Event Horizon. Lane bedecked with shops, more terror down. Portrait done already. Path to the beach, nah. Rubbery lumps, sure. No tea shop though. Where's my tea shop? Consider the strangeness of the lanes. The lanes do not appear as advertised. But of all their sins, that one is the least phantasmagoric. It is most likely the smiles, maybe. Carnivore expressions, syrupy and gleaming, faultless mirrors of the couturier's dazzling grin. Or maybe it is the second-rate souvenirs cobbled from haberdashery and children's nightmares. The arsenic aftertaste of the candy floss, the wine-wild quality of the local perfumes, could be anything. Could just be your imagination, your insecurities, the error of your existence. Whatever the case, the lanes continue their watch. Politely, of course. Scruffy, 5 terror, more gossip, more chorister nectar, and more savage secrets. Okay then, more rubbery lumps. Time to be elsewhere. While I am here though, cage catches. Alright, I'll take some cage catches. So if I take all 7, I'll be 4 over. And I can't afford 4 over. I could do 2 over and sell 2 fuel. Yeah, fine, that'll have to do. And then pop back up to London, drop stuff off, then onwards. The not dinner technique. Botched. I wonder, if I were to slice off my nose completely... Oh no, oh no, oh no. No! Forget my nose, no! Oh my goodness, that hits hard. Did it have to be right outside Warbury? Alright, maybe. If I just keep going forward, I'll find a way around. Because it's forcing me the long way around now. Alright. Other weight's gone. And this looks like a huge mountain. Come on, don't be a giant mountain. Have a break in the rock. There is no break in the rock. Is this what kills me? Not combat, but being pushed off course. Off my perfectly plotted course. Nah, I'll make it, I'll make it. And this better be a shortcut. If this is one giant rock, then I'm dead. But it's not going to be. It's going to be a shortcut, and I'm going to be happy. Because I will have extra fuel to spare by the time I get to London. Well, technically this is all London. And all of its sprawl. And that's it. That is it for tea for the day. If my nose is like it, my nose will have to deal. Sapphire and Steel Yards. I wonder what determines the numerical value for how much experience you get. Because if there is no algorithm for it, then that means they have deliberately chosen a nice number. Cool, just enough fuel. Would have gotten here with more fuel if I took the route I want. But this is why I carry just a little bit extra, just in case. Back to St. Tommy's. And Mr. Menagerie threw. I guess this used to be the throne for the sun then, huh? What's your next story, Mr. Menagerie? Mr. Menagerie gestures to the throne of hours that scores the horizon like a burst of golden fire. Light reigned once. Light hated. No mercy, no bargains. Only judge what is. Now light was. Lights can fail. Mr. Menagerie leads in close, so you are faced with the full redness of its eyes, the reek of its breath. We are the haunters of dark. We are the shrieks in the void. We are the peddlers of midnight. We welcome light's failing. You bargain with us. We supply your needs. You supply ours. Such novelties you bring to our collections. He rushes an arm, or perhaps a wing, bony and heavy, over your shoulders and turns away. Okay, Mr. Menagerie, where's next on your odyssey? We go to the messenger corpse, that squirming ruin of tumbled spires. Back to the crab boy. Crew and good on. Bazaar. Literature for the Clockwork Sun, 5 consignments. And I do have 5. Only problem is, I'm not anywhere near the sun. And even more distressing is that the sun is going to give a whole buttload of terror. And even more distressing is it's going to take all of my books. Every single book I got, I'll spend right away. Oh well. No matter then. Or, could do Parliament first. 5 bronzewood, come back, then books. Tea really is all gone though. Alright, Parliament first, because Parliament is easy. We know where Parliament is. You can't miss it, not at all. Mm, 5 and 6. Let's make it 5 and 7. And I got my wood, right? Got my wood. So let's go. Unless there's nothing else here, is there? Nah, let's get out of here then. Totally meant to do that. And how many do I have now? How many port reports? 3, 4. Need to accumulate 5 port reports. Cool. Well, I could check my possessions and it'll tell me, but... Mausoleum, Royal Society, Wolbury, then Parliament. So one more. Oh, that's right. That's right. The Rat Brigade's friend is in Perduance, I remember now. The Incognito Princess wants to go there, and so do the rats, because the rat's friend is living as a pet. Scandalous. You know what? Thinking back to the question of how does a speed game of this look? New Game Plus. Starting off with a cool a full consignment of commodities for cargo in the bank. Maybe. Would that work? Because it's no even playing field. New Game Plus means so many different things. For something like this. But it could. Start off with the top of the line engine, your choice, whatever you want, to suit the playstyle and how fast you think it'll take you. Top weapons, all the commodities to sell. It might do that. Just sell off all the bank, hit up a few missions, then boom, done. But that doesn't really count for a speed game. Ooh. No look, no look. Because New Game Plus giving you bonus weapons, better whatever, sure. But this is less New Game Plus and more continuation. Transitioning from Chapter 1 to Chapter 2 if the captain dies. But then again, I could check it out, see if speedrun.com has any categories for Force in the Skies, probably do. At its easiest, could just treat like an RPG, and have a super long speed run, like 18 hours of it. This is an unloved span of the sky, where London abandons things she would rather forget. Much like this parliament right up here. A giant has fallen. Aww. That's a knock on the door, 1 second. So yeah, exact same configuration. Clock, Parliament right behind Brabazon. This is exactly the same map. Weird. Touch of the skies. Back to work. Hand and head's busy. Empress's Gate. Hold up, I saw headlights. Some monsters spawn right behind me. Inspired by the Parliament, the Rat Brigade votes on democracy. The result is vetoed. Alright, Parliament was report, I see ya. A new port captain! The crew are eager to see what it has to offer. Cromwell's Gate. The ancient palace drifts through the void, a monument to British democracy, and the greatness it believes it has brought to the high wilderness. An elderly guard watches with suspicion as he dock, but relaxes at the sight of fellow Londoners. Bizarre. Take on my bronzewood. And a cheap ooh, more permits. And a cheap collection of souls, that's it. Nah. Supplies, good on. Cromwell's Gate. The Empress shipped the House of Parliament brick by brick from Old London to the High Wilderness to help her govern. It didn't take long for her to grow weary of the questioning of her authority and have it severed from London. Parliament now drifts free in this distant corner of the sky. It continues to pass laws, but hardly anyone pays attention. Victoria Tower, haven't been there yet. Port to port first. Parliament has seen better days. While the palace is off limits to most, there are always ministers and civil servants whose busy schedules allow a moment of free drink. You ask the obvious question, what is the point of Parliament when Her Reunion Majesty never gives assent to any of its proposed laws? They bristle. Tyrants fall. Democracy endures. Welcoming party, smiling, nervous young people greet you as you disembark. Excuse us, the man in yellow rosette calls. Excuse me, a minute of your time. The smiling man wearing the yellow rosette cuts in first. Captain, join our campaign to celebrate Albion and restore old-school patriotism to the land by officially renaming Wednesday as Victoria's Day. Praise Her Renewed Majesty for all she is. The smiling woman, wearing the green rosette, effortlessly cuts in. For killing democracy? For our subjugation? No, Captain. We must make a stand for freedom. We must show the Empress that we will not just sit idle. Join us as we triumphantly rename her precious Victoria sponge to the people's cake. They look at you with a hungry expectancy. Keep walking. What a ridiculous waste of time. The two of them show no interest in following you. They continue looking for new arrivals, willing to partake in the process. Presumably, ones who don't know full well that Parliament hasn't been in position to pass law for years. And just that alone advances my parliamentary career. Explore the Traitor's Green. It was originally named for Cromwell. Someone clearly holds a grudge. The replanted gardens are a pleasant place to enjoy a walk, though the buildings are out of bounds to casual visitors. The Empress's Gate is particularly fortified by heavy chain and a padlock too rusted to ever be unlocked. A few protesters are taking a break to picnic on the lawn, away from the guards. Braver, or more foolhardy ones sit on the aisle's edge, swinging their legs over the sky as they eat their sandwiches. It is near them that you spot the fellow in the suit, swaying uncertainly. His footsteps have taken him precariously close to the edge. Nobody seems to have noticed. Run over to help. He looks like an MP, but even so. He sees you coming. Startled, he steps back and with a drunken cry is gone. Over the edge, and soon little but a dot in the swirling clouds of the wilderness. A small army of civil servants soon swarms in the nearest gate, staring over the edge, agreeing what appalling timing and manners the fellow had, and already arguing over whether the most appropriate memorial be a bronze plaque on a bench, or a new ficus somewhere within the parliamentary halls. A tap on your shoulder distracts you. A tall clerk, flanked by two clay men. Excuse me. He glances you up and down. Yes, very suitable. A moment of your time. Lustrum. Oh, I like Lustrum. I'll represent Lustrum all right. He sits at a large mahogany desk in a prestigious Downing corridor. Your conversation doesn't distract him from writing notes on the margins of endless pieces of paperwork. He pauses his scribbling, only to sip from a large cup of stone-cold tea or to scratch his head with the pen's long silver nib. Discuss business. He looks at his nose at you with the grim expression of a headmaster, waiting for an excuse to break out his favorite birch rod. Ah, Captain. A moment. Do take a seat. Tea? Yes, I will call for some tea. Please do, 'cause I am dead out. The loss of our dear minister, for he hesitates, covertly checking a file, lustrum, yes, is a tragedy. But we must move on. You seem just the sort I'm looking for. Lucid. Breathing. Have you considered a career in politics? He holds up a hand. No, I don't care about history or affiliations. A bum in the chair will suffice. The Department of Albion Affairs would be a suitable starting point. If you're interested, I will set the wheels in motion. You have been invited to become an MP. Yay. Observe the protest. A ragtag mob of protesters is set up camp on the lawn. No two want the same thing, but their cacophonous chanting is impressive. Parliament has little power, but at least there's a chance it might listen. That is more than protesters can expect from the throne of ours. The protesters raise their voices with spirited camaraderie and a united belief that words can still make the world a better place, with neither anger in their words nor violence in their demands. At 3 on the dot, the huge portcullis opens and the protesters are served tea, scones, and little cucumber sandwiches cut into triangles. A little recognition for the protesters' ongoing service to the most vital part of British democracy. Ignore the protests, or join. I think ignoring it gets me a terror drop, doesn't it? I'll join the protest. You have opinions to get off your chest. You scream until hoarse, wave borrowed placards, and invent witty slogans that trip off the tongue and are quickly picked up by those around you. The world does not seem a better place as a result of this protesting. Still, even a tiny ripple has the potential to become a tidal wave. You have marginally raised awareness of whatever your cause was, maybe. That biting commentary. And I got my port report, got my stuff. Alright, so if everything is more or less exactly where it was before, then the Will of the Wolf should be up here, and Purduant should be down here. Purduant's first, then. Even though I don't think Purduant sells anything. Be that as it may, if it is in the exact same place, it's a short hop away from Mulberry. So I could resupply on the way back to London, and hopefully the guest dreadnought will not be in the same place. Mute? Mute? Sweet, I could almost hear again. But the sinuses are none the better. Blah, just slice my nose off entirely so I can't feel it. I will gladly cut my nose to spite my face. Excuse me. Pay respects to reduce terror. Hold on. Okay, now I can hear. Reduce terror. Have a scribe spinster pop out and gain all the terror back. Silence as coffins drift past the window. A stoker removes his hat. No, no monsters. Lucky. Alright, can't boost too much because I gotta preserve my fuel. The worst part is, right, I'm not even sick. As far as mental lucidity and physical fatigue goes, totally in great health. Only issue is, this nose is running away from me. Sure. Could be symptoms of something more to come. Or it could just be an annoying sinus infection, being a bit of a pain for a few days before disappearing back into the void. Go on, get out of here. Go back to your home node, Marauder. Your home node. Purduance, you hear? Food, you hear? Oh, right, stomach. Sure, then I'll take a stomach. Found something. See if that's there, then Purduance should be nearby. Oh, he just vanished. Just straight up disappeared. You see, so they do that. If you cross the boundaries, the invisible ley lines, then yeah, they just vanish. Unfortunately happened to one curator that I got the jump on. I turned around, a few dodges left and right. Got it totally cleared out. I was one hit away from defeating it. Crossed the boundary and then dead. Not dead, just vanished. Which was awful. All the experience, the treasures, and not even experience points, the personal pride in having a poorly outfitted engine, fleeing, then facing it, getting so close to winning, then to have that victory stripped away. Here's Purduance. The Rat Brigade groom each other carefully, preparing to enter high society. Oh no, I hear everything out there. That is a scribe spinster and a senior scrivener. Fighting against some other beast or some marauder. Burrower again. Permit the sacrifice? No. Find our own way through. Lost fuel and supplies, failing it. You take the helm. It's a risky course, set in ruins and out of the fog, requiring frantic changes of course. Your hull grinds, deafening against ancient stone as you squeeze past. Twice you find the way too clogged with obstacles to traverse safely, and must turn back in order to search for the routes. By the time you find your way to clear skies, your supplies are depleted and morale is low. Fine, whatever. The Burrower was such a baby. More like the baby below. On approach, Purduance looks like an opulent mansion caught partway through a genteel explosion. Each constituent set of rooms accounted for but separate and out of place. Each is connected in a rough circle by narrow, winding passages. The steep roofs are topped with shingled turrets and precarious towers. The elegantly disassembled country house perches atop of a soot-stained, windowless factory, whose chimneys belch scouts of smoke and fire. I can't exit the shop yet. Enter the parlor. The dock's face, a set of polished oak doors carved in a series of masked figures dancing in quadrille. Now could I? I could. The windows in the parlor are shuttered, the light stained with pale yellows, blushing pinks, and bruised violets. Lit with the illusion of dawn or perhaps dusk, you see a room cluttered with the stiff-backed armchairs and decorative chases, set against savagely floral wallpaper in shades of burgundy. Violet and Brunswick green, a portrait of the Empress, unsmiling, hangs in the ornate gilt frame. A few visitors mill about, casting speculative glances at the exasperated butler, while they pretend to examine the decor. Port to port, Purduance is a jewel in the Empire's crown, where its favorite sons and daughters are pampered, protected, and preserved. The visitors are puffed up with importance and embarrassingly eager to tell you how they obtained an invitation to the Half-Light Masque, some through patronage along service, others through less salubrious means. All are desperate to spend a day in the company of the glittering inhabitants of Purduance, the brightest stars on Albion's firmament. From here, the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most important courtiers reside in eternal youth and sophistication. Okay, first and foremost, Immaculate Souls. But nobody's buying Immaculate Souls. A recent and exceptional donation, he says, to accompany the arrival of the Duke's daughter. A gift of souls is considered good luck. And the shop just has books and nothing else. Alright then. More souls, just in case somebody wants to buy some. And it is more weight, so I have to get back to Woldbury ASAP to resupply. Don't die. Yes, I do. Just straight across, avoid Skyhenge to avoid the monsters, and it'll all be Daijobu. Ooh, while I'm here though, that should be 5 things for my fatalistic signalman. Asking about his opinion of Albion. You have traveled across the region together. Has he seen enough? The signalman pauses in transcribing his latest set of notes. They cover the signals of Albion, from the back-delivered memos of Parliament to the archaic system of the Home Office. His manuscript grows ever heftier. It's not the world we thought we was building. It looks a lot like the old one for a start, but with brighter gleams and darker glooms. He frowns. We're all afraid to let go of what was. Speaking of, when next we stop in London, I'd like to take shore leave. It's time I spoke to the squire. Who was that, you ask? A purveyor of follies, he responds obliquely. A quixotic squire near the Ministry of Public Decency in London. Okay. Alright, Butler, what's up? He appraises you with an officious disapproval that testifies to years of devoted training. Yes, and, he demands. He leaves through a leather-covered logbook to make clear that he is in fact terribly busy. Tell me about the nature of Purduance. He sighs. This is Purduance, the home of the Half-Light Masque. Here, Her Majesty has created a single perfect day, wherein the finest examples of the Empire's youth may reside for all time. At the day's end, there is a grand ball. When it is over, the day is spun anew with fresh hours, and it all begins again. No one who resides here will age even a single day. Visitors are permitted, of course. Relatives, and a select few others. As long as they have an invitation, he says pointedly. And how about gaining an invitation? How does one get in exactly? If one must ask how to obtain an invitation, one probably shouldn't have it. Typically, they are granted to the relatives of the residents. However, the Ministry of Public Decency may award invitations to those who have served the Empire. We also receive an unusual number of visitors from the Royal Society. An invitation permits the bearer entry to a single instance of the Masque, from morning to evening. You thank him, but he clearly wishes to impress upon you the grandeur of the matter. It is a great honor to be invited here, and even a greater one to be rewarded the residents. The Empress is most generous with her favorite servants. He gives you a sharp look, and adds, and we are all her servants, are we not? And how about the debutantes? Who is permitted to reside here? Why, they are the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most valued, most trusted counselors and confidants. The residents want for nothing. They need fear nothing. They will not grow old and no care or worry. They will be preserved forever in the flower of their youth and innocence. These are the gifts that Her renewed Majesty is to grant. Well, can they leave? He has been suspiciously silent on that score. Why on earth would they want to do that? To do so would seem remarkably ungrateful. Well, goodbye then. Goodbye, he says, in the tones of one who has been relieved of a terrible burden. Anywho, invitation, I got 3, right? I have 3 in all. And join the Half-Light Mask. Through the Empress, straight on till morning, the porch of the Empress swings open, and a succession of brightly dressed debutantes, sour-faced chaperones, and prim servants stumble into the parlor. They barely have a moment to rest their feet and take a sip of tea before a panel of wallpaper slides open. The dark maw of a sharply curving passage is visible in the dawn light. The exasperated butler snatches the invitation from her hands. Remember, your invitation only lasts 1 day. It is a warning, but it sounds a little wistful. He propels you forward to join the court in his procession. The morning room was a grander version of parlor, presided over by the orate Duchess in her pink and purple silks. Dowagers of varying stateliness and aplomb make tea and converse in low tones. Other debutantes reply to correspondence, writing notes in elegant script and affixing them with sealing wax. Meanwhile, chaperones give orders to the servants and to see to pursuance's household accounts. The light is flush yellow, autumnally ripe. Charm servants, charm chaperones, charm the debutantes. Search for Vilma. Somewhere in pursuance there is a rat. Find her in the afternoon. A bored chaperone answers your question. Oh, the little fat one? No, she'll only come out later. Her owner doesn't wake up till afternoon. Hidden in her sleeve, Cinders quivers with indignation. Then find a way below stairs to the incognito princess. Dearest mother, show me the plan, says the princess. Nah, later. First to find the presumptuous heiress. She must be here somewhere, but can he find her? The macabre counselor commissioned you to find her and free her daughter, the presumptuous heiress. First, you will need to find her among the debutantes, and I do have good enough mirrors for a low 73% chance success. I'll risk it. The macabre counselor provided you with a fulsome description, several charcoal sketches, and a lock of hair. Unfortunately, almost everyone here is young, comely, and slavishly contemporary with current fashions. But luckily, I have the heart of the dice on my side. There she is. Her mass of dark brown curls is set off with a spray of curving blue-black feathers, so high they scrape below ceiling. She leans on a grand piano, talking to the pianist, a lady of comparable build, with similar brown curls, an identical chin and matching eyes. They could be sisters. Oh. Apparently, the macabre counselor has 2 daughters. She said nothing of this. No doubt this will prove to be a complication. And there are too many people nearby to speak with the sisters discreetly. But in the evening there will be a ball. Perhaps I'll have a chance then. The morning room is a grander version of the parlor, presided over by the orate Duchess in her pink and purple silks, I read that already. Onwards then. One of the dowager duchesses rings a bell. The conversation halts with practiced suddenness. Morning is over. Everyone arrays themselves in a procession according to their station. The dowager duchess at the front, debutantes just behind, then chaperones and visitors, and the servants bring up the rear. There is much jostling for positions within each group, according to rules that you cannot begin to fathom. You enter the narrow and twisting passage, stumbling in the enveloping darkness as the debutantes giggle and shout. With each step, the shrieks of hours begin to spun backwards. Being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and worn. You emerge, blinking, into the dazzle of afternoon. Here, the curtains are pulled back with tasseled ropes, allowing the clockwork sun to spill its dark gold into the dining room. The long table is set with rows of gleaming china dinner plates, patterns of delicate florals, silver cutlery polished to a high shine gleam atop the pristine tablecloth. Servants pour endless glasses of watered wine and carry the next in a stream of elaborate dishes. Vilma? Or find a way below for the incognito princess? Charm, charm, charm. Vilma first. A plump white rat sits in a golden cage. A dandy is idly feeding her slivers of camembert. He is happy for you to confer with his pet. 100% chance success. Always advance the story, but failure may impact Vilma's part in it. Now we got her. Vilma patters from the dandy's palm to yours. Her whiskers twitch as Albrecht emerges from her sleeve. You're here for my part of the number? Albrecht nods solemnly. Vilma presses close to him. Deine Schnurrhaare sind ungefüllt, mein Lieber, she whispers. Alright, it has been, in all fairness, like 4 years since Deutsch class. Your sleeve twitches, and Cinders pokes her head out. Vilma jumps, neither speaks. Albrecht clears his throat. There's still a place for you, Vilma. Vilma's nose twitches. I'd like to hear that from her. After a pause, Cinders inclines her head. Vilma sniffs. That'll do, for now. As you turn, the daddy stands. I say, won't you give me something for my rat? A kiss, he's calmly enough. A terrifying story. You've seen a thing or two at your times traveling the heavens. Or your sympathy. How could he bear to live in this prison? Why not a kiss? His emerald green eyes widen in delighted surprise as you make your intent plain. His lips press to yours. After, his gaze follows you as you walk away. And Vilma's aboard. And you have 2 debutante's favors. Onwards. A dowager duchess gives a small nod, and the entire company rises as one, and I get to blow my nose. Twisting, turning. A passage opens behind the china cabinet, and the procession forms once more. You take a breath and step into the close, stifling darkness, trying not to fall behind as the passages contort and coils. With each step, the shrieks of hours being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and worn. You spot a figure masked in featureless black, their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. Who are they? It is an enormous relief to spill into the evening at the grand ballroom. Everyone finds their place without a murmur, and courtly life is resumed, almost as though the terrors you just experienced never existed. Hanging from the grand ballroom ceiling is a vast ormolu gasolier, its spidery arms decked with cut crystal drops, its cast of soft yellow brightness onto the masked dancers below as they whirl across a polished parquet floor. Music blends with the hum of genteel conversations and the stiff swish of starched crinolines. This game keeps using crinoline. What is a crinoline? Crinoline. A stiffened or hooped petticoat, worn to make the long skirt stand out. Ah, hence the fungus. Dance with the presumptuous heiress. She favors a polka. Alas. Charm, charm, charm. Okay then, dance with. The presumptuous heiress is everything you'd expect in a dance partner. Demanding, joyful, and a touch too exuberant for propriety. Her attention is only partially on you, and only very peripherally are the steps of the dance. Instead, she waves at friends across the ballroom and whispers snatches of conversation they pass close by. Between mincing steps interspersed with quick turns in double time, you manage to ask her question. Ask her to leave with you. Let us go together to adventure. Lack-witted in the extreme, for all of her frivolity, the presumptuous heiress can summon a thunderous frown when the moment demands it. Leave, without my poor luckless sister? I have never heard such base cowardice. She continues for some time, casting imprecations on her mother, her plan, and your own involvement. The idea is lack-witted in the extreme. Even for Mamma, I would rather rot here. She plucks a crudité from a passing silver platter, and looks for a servant to refill her champagne. As expected, a complication. The macabre counselor told you she has an agent in position and a pursuance to assist you. You better find them and seek advice, which should have been step 1, but no, we have to be the dumb. Or, Other sister? A dance with the luckless sister. A country dance. You'll have to watch your feet. The luckless sister is light on her feet, with graceful thread. Her curls escape her pins as she twirls, gleaming a dark bronze in the glasslight. She looks very much like her sister as she dances, the occasional anxious line on her face smoothing over with the abandon of youth. Still, there is a watchfulness about her, even as you clasp hands and smile. You must seize your moment for a speech somehow you contrive. Ask about family. Explain the commission. Ask about the family. Investigate her opinions of the presumptive heiress and the macabre counselor. The luckless sister is thoughtful where her sister is pleasingly frivolous, and considered where her sister is untroubled. You gently steer the conversation in the direction of her sister, probing for resentment or jealousies. You find none. It is only when you mention the matter of mothers that the luckless sister's quiet charm falters. The one true pledge of this awful place is that I will likely never see her again. Awful place? You look around at the laughing dancers in their shimmering finery, at the crystal decanters, dark with wine, the window's evening blaze caught and refracted in shining chandeliers. What about her mother's commission? Would she perhaps be willing to convince her sister to leave Purduance with you tonight? Not tonight, of course. Too far behind schedule. The luckless sister's laugh startles a nearby chaperone. He gives you a stern look, no doubt suspecting you of nefarious levities. Once her amusement subsides, she refuses. If I truly thought that would be the best for my sister, I would help you. My mother would only entangle her in schemes and plots. My sister is ill-suited to a life of intrigue and suspicion. She is not surprised that her mother would abandon her here, but nor does she seem inclined to aid you. You will need to find some form of leverage, like a pulley. Well, that's it then. The song ends. You part ways from the luckless sister. She returns to her position at the edge of the ballroom. Dance, dance, nah. Well, let's see. I've already got 2 favors of the debutantes, I think. To assist chaperones is 86. Charm the debutantes, 73, even worse. Sure then. Attempt to assist the chaperones, who wear drab versions of the debutantes' masks. Animals patterned in shades of brown and gray. They prowl the ball, ensuring that no one gets too friendly. But then what is the point of dancing? You help one break up, but assignation between 2 of their wayward charges. The chaperone's eyes blaze with such indignance, you imagine the paste gems at her ears and throat gleam with reflected fury. As you drag the recalcitrant debutantes from behind a heavy fustian curtains, you notice that the glass of the arch windows behind them is covered in a layer of soot, blocking out any possibility of sunlight. Evening ends, time to go, and 3 debutante favors should be enough to get their meager reward. Onwards, the music stops. Somewhere below, a mechanical rumble can be heard, as the hour looms begin spinning Purduance's once perfect perpetual day all over again. One of the blacked-out ballroom windows opens to reveal the passage back to the parlor at dusk, or perhaps dawn. The keening of the hours as they are spun backwards makes your legs weak and your heart pound. You are unaccountably wearied. You spot a figure masked in featureless black, their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. That's the same text, isn't it? Anywho. You enter the parlor through the porch of the Empress, and limp away, sore-footed from dancing, and stumbling through the dark. Behind you, the members of the court of Purduance chatter and take tea, and make ready to begin their day anew. For tonight, and every night thereafter, is a half-light mask. And the debutante would like a word. It appears he made an impression on the gleaming residents of Purduance. They do hope you'll return soon, Even a day, as impeccably engineered and artfully arranged as one of Purduan's, can grow wearying, unless seen with the occasional newness. Newness. You leave, richer in gossip, and soothed by the distractions of the half-light mask. And at 5 hours and 47 minutes, 3, 2, 1, 48 minutes, gonna take a quick break, get these ears popped, water refreshed, and back with the rest of Purduans, then outwards to Woolbury, London, then Avid Horizons, the Sun, and the Verdant. Good news. Found one last final bag of tea. One last bag of tea for the day, and back to the game. Butler, done with. Invitation, round 2. This time, locate the agent. The princess, I could do morning or evening. Morning or afternoon. Agent first then. Agent, then her stuff in the afternoon. They will be trying to make themselves known to you. You must only look for their signal, and should have done the first time around. You drift nonchalantly about the room, observing and eavesdropping. At last you come to a small corner table where one of the chaperones, a clairvoyant doctress, is shuffling tarot cards. The back of the cards bears a distinctive, familiar pattern. The seal of the macabre counselor. You give the doctress a slightest of nods. She winks back. Please sit, she bids, and let me part the veil twixt the present and the future for you. The ominous tones are, perhaps, taken a bit too far. She's wearing modest fashions, but without any adherence to society's opinion regarding color or pattern. Paisleys and magenta, layer stripes of emerald and indigo. Her hair's a mousy color, her eyes unremarkable. Her face is pleasing brown, but not particularly distinguished. The overall impression she gives is one of dazzling color and clashing patterns, a deliberate misdirection. She draws gruesomely hand-painted cards and lumpen crystals from a clinking, beaded reticule, and constantly smokes cigars. Introduce yourself. You were promised help. Well, here it is. The clairvoyant doctress tosses the edge of a floral embroidered caplet, and runs a hand on an equally elegant bodice. I'm to be the heiress's replacement. We'll swap clothes and perhaps a few other items. No one will know to look for her because she'll still be in here. Clever, yes? Perhaps her skepticism shows. She grins. Ah. You think we don't look alike? Allow me to reassure you that is a temporary inconvenience. I'll worry about that. You worry about finding an escape route. I'd recommend gossiping with the debutantes, chaperones, and servants. Every cage, no matter how gilded, has a hatch through which someone can remove the stuff. I assume is what it says with the underscore. You mentioned the complication of surplus sister, and that the heiress refuses to leave without her. Quite. Is her employer forgetful, do you think, or manipulative? It doesn't matter, of course. We were paid for a single sister, and I can't split myself in two. You will just have to convince Mrs. Macabre to separate, won't you? No, not to separate. Get to know her, though. You'd like to know the people you're committing crimes with. Easier to predict the likely moment of betrayal. Never you mind about that. Just stick to the plan, and it'll be all right and tight. The clairvoyant doctress yawns elaborately, and dismisses you with the majesty of a dowager duchess. What is that smell on her breath, under the bitterness of the cigars? Candle wax. That can't be right. Oh. And now that I have played Sunless Sea, candle wax gives me memories of the Elder Continent. Alright then, onwards. Find a way below for the incognito princess, gossip with the chaperones. Gossip with the chaperones first, I think. Or nah, go ahead. Because I'm not going to be able to finish this off just the 3 invitations. I'll need at least a 4th. Find a way below the stairs with the incognito princess. Dearest mother, show me the plan, says the princess. The engineer should be back here, engineering. I do so wish to observe them. She gestures at a seemingly solid wall and urges you to follow. Wait, no. Chaperones first. Or else to look for scandal, but amongst the guardians of the morality. Perhaps he knows something useful about the macabre counselor's daughters. Wine loosens tongues. The older of the macabre counselor's daughters was, until recently, engaged in an affair with a fugilaneous forewoman but stairs below the stairs. Below stairs. A woman, lacking social status or connection. You see here, you see this. Sentence, brackets, full stop, outside. Everything is safe, secure, and comfy. The brackets modify the sentence and can do without, and after all of it, a full stop to say, that is it, it is done. Everything to my left and before me is together. What does it say when they put the period inside the parentheses and then nothing? It says they are garbage with the English language, and they are willing to end a sentence without ending it, to leave it hanging forever. Devoid of end, devoid of security, devoid of love and safety and a home. You point out the regimentation of each cycle. How could the luckless sister possibly slip away unto its stagnation? The chaperones indicate the nearby dumb waiter, built to carry hot food and dirty dishes from below stairs. A concealed door in the morning room apparently serves a similar purpose. Next time you visit, perhaps you take a closer look below stairs. Okay, and that'll be next morning. Evening in Purduance. Polka, alas. Sister, alas. Gossip with the debutantes. They have sharp eyes and minds under the flounces of taffeta. Or so you hope. Perhaps they know something that'll aid your escape with the counselor's daughter. The debutante tells you the governess, the Empress's agents, who were oval-masked of featureless obsidian. Aho! Call back to them. They are only glimpsed in the passage between morning and afternoon, between afternoon and evening, between evening and dusk, or possibly dawn. You hear voices, stories of disappearances and secret tribunals, of interrogations and re-education. It's not criminal to be an individual. A court that lies beneath the court. There are hidden hatches in the passages, the doors of night. The governesses use them to remove those of us whose family displease her majesty. You wonder whether you can make a certain sister vanish in the same manner. After evening would be best. And away we go. Locate the secret tunnels. You have learned that the governesses, masked agents of Her Majesty, use hidden doorways into and out of the passages, between Purduance's rooms. If you could find one, it would be exactly the escape route you need. The music ends, the dancing dies, the lights dim. The chaperones, like patient sheepdogs, herd the debutantes together. The door from evening opens into a lightless passage. As ever, the debutantes gossip and giggle, using merriment as their shield against the gloom and faceless figures it might hold. This time, as you pass along the corridor, you turn your eyes from the candles to preserve your night vision. You ignore the procession and study the dark. There, a cloaked figure in a featureless obsidian mask emerges from an unseen door. They glide alongside the procession, looking intently to each person's face. The debutantes look away, a touch of hysteria creeping into their jollity. You search the walls where the governesses appeared, finding the crack or of the closed door, and the hidden latch that opens it. This is the escape route you need to scroll all the sisters away. On a future evening in Purduance, when all else is in place, you'll be able to make use of this. Alright, last round. Terribly sorry, thought you were somebody else, no prize for me. It appears you made little impression during your time here. The inhabitants of Purduance are already hard at work, percolating the feuds and affairs that will dominate the new day. You make a quiet exit. Round 3, what's next? Okay then, go below stairs. The area below the stairs are part of the kitchen of the Grand Country House, part like the kitchen of the Grand Country House and part like a factory floor. Cooks prepare food in enormous pots, servants appear with empty plates to be scraped off and cleaned. Even while others carry steaming dishes upstairs. Further back are row upon row of hour looms, each tended by weavers with their hair pinned tightly back. The heat of the cooking combines with the shudder of machinery and pandemonium. Talk to the fuliginous forewoman. Fuliginous. Fuliginous. Sooty. Dusky. Why didn't you say so? She's an impressive sight, presiding over the din with aplomb and a rolling pin. The forewoman's waistcoat is dark and tightly buttoned. Beneath it, a corset strives gallantly against her ample figure. Her skirt is hitched up over a pair of soot-stained trousers and ankle boots. Strings of glass beads glitter at her throat, casting dazzles over her rich ochre skin. As she bellows orders, sending workers scurrying from this loom to that. She turns to you. Her eyes are lined with pitch, grime, or cosmetic affection. What do you do here? There is bustle all around her. The fuliginous forewoman squints. I keep this damn place running is what I do. Do you think the looms ravel in their own time, or untangle knotted skeins, or order new consignments of ours to make sure them above don't go wanting for the precious perfect day? You ever been in an hour carding accident? You ever seen a weaver's scalp torn off when her hair gets tangled in the warp? She takes a deep breath, and her already impressive bosom inflates to magnificent proportions. Women written by men. Them above may think they're all about that. They're all that, but this, right here, this is Perduance's heart and soul. What about the luckless sister? Inquiring about illicit love affair will almost always goes well. You've only been slapped twice, well, thrice. The fuliginous forewoman's expression turns hard in an instant. Them above have been talking, have they? Snide little gossips. She's the only one of them worth anything. She sounds remarkably affectionate as she warms to her subject. Perhaps it was the luckless sister who broke off the affair. No. It was me, the forewoman admits miserably. Her face spasms for a moment. She draws out a handkerchief from a corset and coughs heartily into it. She shoves the handkerchief into a pocket, but not before you notice a violet stain on the fabric. Aha. Vitrified is she. Ask about the handkerchief. You've noticed a violet stain. No, fungus. The precise color of a certain aggressive strain of fungus found in the Reach. Saw that, did you? I traveled before I was a forewoman, and on my journey I was exposed to certain spores. They colonize both my lungs and my thoughts, and are part of something old and vast. They awake impulses in me, the last and latest of which is to bring them home. I've denied them as long as I can. I must leave soon. She looks away. That is why I broke off the affair. Better to do it like that than to sneak off in the night. Crab boy, hello, welcome. I thought about asking her to leave with me, us, but it would mean abandoning her sister. And what if the spores colonize her too? But then maybe. No use worrying about maybes. And this we can use to make one sister convince the other to leave. Goodbye then, miss. Onwards then, to the afternoon. So I could use this afternoon to do the princess's thing, or finish off this quest. Below stairs, now, speak with the convoyant Dr. S, and tell her all is ready for this evening. Which will have to mean that the princess is on pause, because this is the last of my invitations. Oh, well, the princess could wait. No, I can't. I can't tell her all's ready. Oh, because I've yet to disentangle the sisters. Fine then, I'll finish off the princess then. The loom chambers below the stairs thunder and smoke. There are rows upon rows of hour looms, each tended by weavers with their hair pinned tightly back. The heat of the cooking combines with the shudder of machinery and pandemonium. Watching over it all are the theoretical engineers. Access to them is barred. Engineers only, says the sign in an angry font. The driver's an engineer. They could get you in, or the rats. They're engineers. Or pose as an engineer. 61% chance only. Fine then, the rats. Gotta trust the rats. While the rats clearly unnerve everyone, when their knowledge of matters mechanical becomes clear, it is easy to arrange a meeting with the engineers to keep Perduans trapped in a single perfect day. The incognito princess is enchanted by the turning machinery, and the engineers are as enchanted with her. They form a hive of activity around her, competing to answer her questions. She seems unsatisfied and presses harder. Change is the one constant, though, she says. How do you truly prevent it? By what methods does change try to escape your bondage? She realizes you're still there and dismisses you, saying she could find her own way back. True, it is you're the rats. I just went with the rats because, they're cool, they're cute. The Rat Brigade is awesome. Not as awesome as the Cavi Brigade would be, but I'll take what I can. Rejoin the Masked Man. Oh, and I still have time for everything else. Alright, how about to charm a chaperone? To win favor with the servants and the debutantes. Success. Because if I get balanced favors with the debutantes and the servants, you get a special outcome. The chaperone soon considers you a fast friend. He deftly inserts you into a lively conversation between several debutantes. He also gives a subtle signal for the servants, and thereafter you are always served the finest cuts of meat. It is, more or less, like pork. Not many pigs are brought to the sky, of course, but let's call it pork. The less we know, the better. Onwards. Luckless sister, now that we have her blackmail. Threaten to expose her affair? No. Reconcile her with the forewoman. You can try at least. And perhaps a presumptuous heiress will be easier to persuade once she knows her sister has a better reason to stay. You begin by hinting that the Foliganous forewoman's secret motives, casting their entire situation in the frame of romantic tragedy. The luckless sister attempts to look uninterested, but her eyes betray her. You tell her the truth, that the forewoman suffers from a singular fungal condition, that in order to tend it, she will need to leave Perduans, that she entered the relationship in order to protect the luckless sister. I don't need protecting, the sister snaps. Indeed, indeed. But she can't stay with her lover and her sister, can she? Oh, you're clever for a brute. Very well. If you promise to take my sister away from here, I will convince her to go with you. Perhaps after this business with the fungus, I will see her again. You'd better bring the forewoman the good news. Okay, so I will require at least one more day, which I cannot use because I have no invitations. Heiress, good news for you. No, got nothing. Tie up, an inconvenient loose end. The Foliganous forewoman knows of your interest with the sisters, and may endanger your escape. But can I? In the evening? The cleaner your escape, the better. The forewoman is a complication. You'll need to get her on side. Morning or afternoon. See, can't do it yet. Need at least one more day to finish this. So 86% to charm both the servants and debutantes, and if I get them both on 2, then hooray, they're balanced. But it'll say partial success, and I'll only get 1. So who do I choose, servant or debutante? You happen to be nearby when one of the debutantes is caught beneath the table with a servant. As the chaperones are berating them, you realize how mortified the lovers are at being caught in such dishabille. You shrug off an outer layer and offer it to the servant or the debutante. The debutante has more dignity to lose, but the servant has little enough as it is. At least you should retain their dignity, their modesty. The servant wraps themselves in a garment. They are too mortified for thanks. But another, older servant gives you a grateful nod. And that's it. Can't type the loose end yet. Gotta move onwards. And if I had a spare invitation, then sure. But nope, it's over. And a servant tugs at your sleeve. You have endeared yourself to those who work below stairs. The servant discreetly shares admiration for your kindness and charm. You try not to let too much of it go to your head. There's very little competition in the field of kindness as servants here. You leave richer in gossip, and soothed by the distraction of the half-light mask. Okay, so now I have to go. Shops, nothing here but books. Already bought all the souls. Onwards then, to Wolbury-Juxtamare for a resupply. So, Princess, how was the field trip? Ask Her Highness about the rumors. The crew whisper of all the engineers and Purduans just disappearing, leaving naught behind but sporadic ghostly screams and machinery. Is it true? The chatter of starlings at a swift correction. 24 starlings buzz around the princess's quarters. It takes some time to make herself heard. It is not true, says the princess, gesturing at a short woman with tall hair and spectacles. My friend was an engineer. She hasn't disappeared. She's right here. The analytical suitor sits, staring adoringly at the princess. However, I am glad you're here. I understand that a new poetical movement inspired the more melodramatic strands of the Celestial School are meeting in Wolbury-Juxtamare. What a coincidence, just where I'm going. I wish to better study this notion's sadness. It is quite beyond me. She smiles. We are outside. Incognito princess seeks something blue in Wolbury-Juxtamare. Okay, let's go then. Straight path northeast should do it. Assuming anything could be straight in Albion. Ooh, right. Speaking of the rats. Now that we have Vilma back, rats, what is step 3? Speak to the Rat Brigade. They have Vilma. Vilma's part of the account number. Who's next? Cinders knocks back a shot of something unspeakable. We have to decide. Our medic, Vian, or our demolitions rat, Angel. They refuse to work together. Lord knows why the lieutenant kept them in the same unit. Though we did have a sponge for brains and managed to bungle betraying us all. So I would venture stupidity, Cinder scowls. Anyway, Sarge knew we couldn't keep them both. Told me when he was scampered on the gin. Scampered? Scampered on the gin. Gave both of them the same number. Vilma scampers forward. Vian's an old friend. She's at Magdalene's. She won't leave till she knows they can manage without her. No need to give them a condemned experiment. Angel is completely barking, but if you want him, he'll want a party thrown in his honor, munitions, some inspiration on our part. Up to you. We shouldn't choose between comrades. Condemned experiment for Diane, and Magdalene's are munitions, and inspiration for Angel. In that case, Angel's a bit expensive, isn't she? Isn't he? Munitions? Sure, cheap. Inspiration, though. That's valuable. Precious, even. And you see how polite these marauders continue to be. Just sailed by, red light to blue. Didn't even mind a thing. Ooh, food. I see tentacles. Oh, not food. Just a specimen. Speaking of Rabbit's Run, there is a rabbit at the gate that you could take as a mascot. But to access it, you have to be a backer. So that mascot is out of reach, sadly. But that's fine, though. Even without the rabbit, there are plenty of cute and adorable mascots to take with you, to include spidery types. Whoop, went over. And I've already got the port-to-port here. That was what, my third one? For the sake of the fatalistic Siddleman. So nothing here for me really, but a small terror drop to get to the other side of Aubrey-Juxtamer. Maybe do some more with the Devil S. Mist of Aubrey, any new, free crewmen that want to jump in? Cool, +1. What about shops though? Anything new? Just cage catches. Alright, I'll take the rest. I'd have more than enough for fuel for the way back. Food, plenty. I've only got 8 crew though, they won't eat much. Prove you know the right sorts. You've done work for those important to the ministry. We will have heard of you. The official checks the list for your name, nods, and clicks his fingers twice. Workers in the Bureau of Entertainment quickly commandeer your attention. A man and a woman appearing on each side, both exquisitely dressed, their smiles well-whetted knives. Okay, what this time? Did the hat, did the dress shirt, why not both? What about a finely tailored coat? Draped across an army of smiling porcelain mannequins is an armament of coats in every size, all sumptuously designed, all perfect, just like you. The couturier calls 2 women from a door you hadn't realized was there. They are tall, sinewy, and sepia-skinned, with the bluest eyes. As before, as always, my assistants will do everything they can for you, ma'am. The women are efficient but impersonal, their attention bereft of interest. Whenever you attempt to don something that doesn't quite fit your ensemble, they remove the offending garment and replace it with an inventory of superior options. When you finally dismiss the women, the couturier considers you for a long moment. He turns to a wardrobe and hands you several garments, all your size. Once you are dressed, he dismisses you, shooing you into Aubrey-Juxtamer. Okay then, for the princess, locate the maudlin poets for the incognito princess. A series of somberly clad people with scarves and aggressive rhyme schemes gather around a public house. This must be the meeting place of the celestial-inspired poets the incognito princess wishes to see. You squeeze in the back. There are rows of serious young folk here. Folk before you. Poets take the stage to chart their woe with the working class's plight. Or at least that's what you presume from their gestures. They're inaudible over the chattering of the chattering classes. The incognito princess is pressed up against the back wall. She ignores the rats who assemble to paw worshipfully at her feet. I would rather be closer, she states. Shove them out of the way. With only a 67% chat success. Or impersonate the gentle folk of the press. Even worse odds. Nah, I got connections. Bohemian after all. Affiliations 5 need 3, so well overqualified. You're a friend to all poets, and all these poets are your friends. If they knew you were in town, they'd have saved you a space. Hurrah, it's you! As soon as you identify yourself, a spontaneous cheer bursts out. You and the princess are rushed through the crowd. You look up at a poet staring in the middle distance, describing the misery of the hour looms. Slowly, he becomes aware of the incognito princess, stutters, and changes tack, hailing her majesty in celestial verses. Soon, another poet steps on the stage, adding her own thoughts on how extraordinarily well the princess compares the first day of spring, then a third, then a fourth. The princess takes a break from the attention of the poets, and turns to you. I'll meet you back at the locomotive, she says. Okay, well, I take part. Wait for just one more. No. You're not going home just yet. Let us see what the princess is up to. As a terror jumps way up. You push back to the public house to see every poet in the room hailing the incognito princess, trying to find couplets to exactly chart the bounds of her perfection. "Not so blue now, my sad rhymer," she says, "would have encouraged me the poets. You can find the words. If not English, perhaps some words more in celestial." After a brief moment, they find a language whose shape sound ill-fitted to human palate. They rush on joyously. One poet's tongue ignites, then another, then a third. Soon, every poet has a mouthful of flame. And still they don't stop. In the middle of the conflagration stands a princess, beaming. This seems to be contagious. Best run. Lost one heart, but traded that one heart for a certain enigma. And 20 terrors, which is okay though, because Wolbury drops all the terror. Rubbery lumps, delicious. Tea room? I haven't had the tea room yet, surprisingly. Tea is always a good idea. In a universe of horrors, tea is never wrong. The assistant pressures you into ordering today's special, though I have done it. A slice of sesame cake, layered with chocolate, then a masala chai. The former superb, the latter's adequate. Either way you regret nothing. It appears traditional for patrons here to abscond with a piece of crockery, a mug, a delicate teacup, a saucer. Whatever best reminds them of the tea room. As such, you do the same. No reason to be impolite. More rubbery lumps. Tiny lane bedecked with shops. Oh, she did the tea room again. That's okay though. Either way, got my terror drops. And how did our princess enjoy her trip? What happened at the poetry reading? A stoker whispered that the inn burned down, killing all the poets. Is this true, your highness? No. It's not true, Captain, says the incognito princess, lounging on a mound of dead starlings, roughly shaped like a chaise lounge. She gestures at the floor. Crouching beside the analytical suitor is a gaunt man with wild eyes. My poetical suitor survived, she says. You really should not listen to gossip. It is no time for gossip. My journey now takes a more serious bent. She then explains her next destination. Firstly, she has to find a crossroads in Eleutheria. She's of the opinion they're often south of the transit relay where one arrives. You'll require an unlicensed chart. I got like what, 2? Secondly, a trip to see the devils in Carillon on the Matter of Rings. She might need a handful of bee souls for that. Visit a crossroads in Eleutheria, take an unlicensed chart. And something borrowed from the devils at Carillon. Need 3 chorister bee souls. What, just kill bees and get the souls from them? Anywho, to London. Got loads to drop off. 7 immaculate souls that no one's gonna bother buying. But I got more catches now at least, if anybody wants to buy a catch. And what route? Take the east route. It's more direct. Nothing to explore, but that's alright. It's all beyond. If it's not a settlement, it's pretty empty anyway. Bees in trenchcoats. Is that a reference to something? If it's pop culture, I'm awful at that after falling off life for like a year last year. I feel like it is a reference. It sounds familiar. Bees in a trench coat. And thankfully not a single guest out this way this time. That was the worst, having just enough fuel to get to London. Then boom, Dreadnought guest appears, pushing me off course. to go around a giant island and get back to London with just 0 fuel. Just filling out more map. Bully's Acre. Humble wooden coffins pepper the sky here. This is a Bully's Acre, a pauper's graveyard. There is little room for the dead in London. Pay respects. It is all you can do. Silence, as coffins drift past the window. A stoker removes his hat, and I am briefly without terror. You could hit those coffins, by the way. They do no contact damage to you, but it is a bit rude. It is something, I knew it. What is it from? And that route to the right, is worthless. Just a random narrow alley in London that goes nowhere. I mean, it breaks out eventually, but it's tight, it's angular, and there's no real reason to go through it when everywhere else is at least a bit wider and goes the same place. Whoops, wrong button. But check it, tiny trains. Now that train is the exact same train as my train. Blah. Mr. Menagerie, oh right, is in Eleutheria. At the House of Rods and Chains, whatever it's called. A secret? Psh, you say that. But Google is a lot less devoted to people's secrets. Bee in trench coat. Lots of bees in a trench coat. 500 bees in a trench coat. Something tells me that a beehive skull is not what you're talking about. Alright, Google's keeping mum. You win this time. And Bank gets everything. Not my food though. Need the food. See, 20 Immaculate Souls, 10 Navartine Gemstones. All I need is one prospect asking for either, and I'll be loaded. Didn't I just do Bronzewood for Parliament? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. Went to Parliament, sold all my wood. Alright, Parliament will have to wait then. Because I'm still on books with the Clockwork Sun. And the Clockwork Sun is what? To the east, northeast of London? So again, the exact same place as last time, so it's going to be the exact same map more or less. Parliament here, Serene Mausoleum, Purduance, Wolbury, Royal Society. And it's already said that the Avid Horizon's up here somewhere. So yeah. Reach, more or less the same. Not the same. A few twisty things. Carolina in the wrong place, Titania in the wrong place, Hybris the same place. Everything else though swapped around. Eleutheria? Cool. Ackley, same place. Pernesi, same place. House of Rods and Chains, same place. But you're to the north rather than south, so a few things swapped around. But you, 100% alike. No random at all between the playthroughs. Let's see. What does the sun sell if I remember? Fuel but no food or vice versa? That's alright, I'll get both. I have room for neither. Or money for neither. That's fine then. More fuel, less supplies. And I'll buy whatever from there. Onwards then. To make up some meager amount of cash at the sun. Wait, no, go back. Because so long as I'm going to the sun, The thing that the judicious driver, not judicious yet, the incautious driver wants, is also nearby it. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to want some guns with me. Is one enough? Maybe 3, just in case, because I forget how much it needs. Cool, let's go then. Alright, forgot. Forgot to actually sell my port report. That's alright though. Ministry of Public Decency is right here. And that'll be at least an easy 500 sovereigns. Would prefer the new street line, but at least the ministry does give, well, paperwork, permits, and invitations to pursuance to finish off the macabre counselors thing. Cool, 500 sovereigns, 5 strength of sun, and 6 gratitude only. Permits, benefactors, an invitation, just the one. And more permits, as much as we'll give. Just the one? Cool. Alright. The settlement wants the quixotic squire. The quixotic squire inherited his family's wealth, doubled it by founding Port Avon. Really? Founded Port Avon? Then squandered it all on a folly. The Isambard line. The settlement has found the squire's family's home, but is passed to another, also struggling aristocratic household. The gutters leak, the windows are cracked. Perhaps you know the squire's fate. But the settlement is uncomfortable talking to nobility. When you knock, a bleary baronet answers. No butler. Times are hard. So if I had just 3 establishment, then sure, gotta weigh in. But wait, hold on. Who gives more establishment? Your Bohemia. Plus 1 establishment. Is it good enough now? No, still not enough. You have 1 affiliation establishment. Dang. Plus 1. Academy. Bohemia. Villainy. There you go. And 3. George, is that you? You have extensive society connections. Or no, I begged my officers, and the baronet, it seems, is one. You should be able to get the information out of him with only conversations worth of gossip. He shows you to the shabby parlor. The felt on the chairs is worn bare and the cups are cracked. You politely fail to notice and steer conversation to the squire. The baronet bought the house from the squire's bankruptcy. The squire's wife fell ill around the same time, and the squire retired to care for her during her last days. They retreated to the last of the squire's holdings, a modest residence in Port Avon. The gentleman seemed surprised. He weren't much of a husband. He said he was in love with the Reach, and that's why he were putting a ring around it. Well then. So once we return to Port Avon, easy enough. New assignment, what's next? These careless colonists. We've been getting deliveries before they've even been sent. Chronologically speaking, I mean. Mind your pocket watch and get them back on track to Magdalene's. Okay. Know where that is. Swap back to who then? Veils and mirrors? Your irons and mirrors? Was it on him? Pretty sure it was. 58, 51, 49. Nope. Too short on mirrors. How about you then, Auntie? We are both +2 mirrors, aren't you? So it doesn't matter. Iron or veils, iron or veils. Veils, iron, iron, veils. Okay then, you're up. Get those mirrors back. perfect. 58, 55, 55. Cool. Still get to use my cavi then. Your scout returns to the sky. It has nothing to report. Nothing to report, but it makes a cute weak. Oh, that's not a bridge. You would think it was, though. Sometimes you see those, you could pass right under them. Other times, it's that. You could tell by the light, but that time wasn't paying attention. Excuse me. Right, waste less fuel. It's fun boosting left and right, but it does take a small percent of fuel off. It is faster though, objectively. Alright, so. Where does he wish to go next? Can't be Port Davon, could it? To find the Squire. In Port Davon, the Baronet said. Okay, straightforward. No further scenes such as with the princess or the rats. Just straight to the point. Baronet said Avon, go to Avon. Uh-oh, I hear something. And I can... Oh no. No. That's a squelch of gas, isn't it? It is. If I stick down here, they shouldn't see me. For fuel, cool. Alright, just a monitor. Got a bit worried for a second seeing headlights out here. Where's my son, though? Where are the vitrified rocks? If I have to turn back to London to refuel, it won't be too bad. Turning in those ports to give me more money. So fuel and food wouldn't be an issue. Cavi returns, delivers a report in the format of a heroic monologue. There it is. Son found. Just on the wrong end of this rock. See? Vitrification. The telltale sign the sun is close. And where's what's that deep? For the sake of the driver. Not gonna spare any more food trying to find it. Send the cavi out. Considering only 2 full crates left. Which acts as 3. So it's not so dire. Behold, the clockwork sun. Could it get the name? Discover it? Get the experience? No, nothing for it. Sunspur and the clockwork sun. Alright, so I didn't have to go into it. The dock is rarely used, and maintenance has lapsed. There's evidence of rust and metal strain, but only of non-crucial components. It is safe to stop for now. Once inside the dock, the sun's scouring light is diminished. Okay, so first things first, they want books. And they have guns, cool. And they get books. A mere $9.50. 8 total Visions of Heaven, more experience, and plus 10 Strength of the Sun. Cool. So it is just fuel. That's fine then. Fuel's plenty. An outpost, roaring on the roaring edge of the sun, shielded from another light by an eggshell of stained glass. As you emerge from your train, suit-swaddled engineers gather, plainly astonished by your arrival. They bombard you with complex questions about how you dealt with the dense sunlight and skewed chronosolar fields. Once satisfied, they hand out protective suits for you and your crew. Yours is passion-torn, one boot missing. You have reached the clockwork sun. Shrug into your suit. An engineer sprays you with a substance that smells like lemons gone wrong, and searches your pockets. A cursory effort at best. They seem distracted. Sunlight seeps like syrup, through cracks of the stained glass ceiling. The floor shudders in time with the churning machinery far beneath your feet. The air has a tang of chemicals, bonfire and rains. Pistons pump, cogs turn, and suit-swaddled figures tend to the enginery, bellowing over shrieking metal. Port to port, the clockwork sun is the preeminent symbol of the Empire's heavenly dominion. The newspapers in London call it enduring, everlasting, eternal. In response to your questions, the engineers shrug. The day dawns, the sun brightens. The night comes, the sun dims. What more is there to say? Some seem so exhausted they can barely stand. They insist it's proximity to the sun that affects your sleep. ×1 yearning burning. If this was sunless sea, that might be problematic. But here, nah, it's simple. Descend to the vaults beneath the surface. The vaults below are safer, protected by a dozen layers of stained glass. Beneath the machine-bristling surface, you find a ring of 9 vaults, doors, each engraved with the names of classical muse. 8 are locked and barred, behind signs saying things like vacant, or under renovation, or in one case, unfortunate chronological discrepancies. The 9th, Martyrbishkor, is the only door open to you. When you enter, your footsteps ring through the dusty barracks and abandoned canteens. These are the engineers' quarters, but they are all on the surface working except for one. The broken steward has been working on the sun since before it first shone. She's been here far, far longer than any of the engineers above. The broken steward makes her way carefully toward you, cane clacking on the floor. She has a markedly stiff-limbed gait, and her arms creak as she moves her helmet. Speak, she smiles. Her teeth glint oddly. She catches you, glancing at her mouth, and smiles even wider. Her teeth are shards of cracked glass, protruding at odd angles from her gums. It's not just the teeth, she says, with a brusque air that brooks no sympathy. Damned sun turned my bones as well. Terrible nuisance, really. It gets in the way of work. You notice her fixed neck, her stiff limbs, her careful movements. It's not too bad, she says. Good thing I like soup. Turns out, the sun's light in this universe, or here at least, this clockwork sun's light has a habit of, what's the term, ventrifying those around it? Glasshouse then. There's a dozen of signs warning you to stay away, each more insistent than the last. The engineers shout, but they're too busy to stop you. An isolated section of the abandoned exhibition hall had been repurposed not to hold treasures, but prisoners. Each wears a gray smock, rather than a protective suit, leaving them utterly undefended from the ravages of sunlight. They sit slumped in the unlocked cells, making no effort to escape. Where will they go? Some of the prisoners are shining at the seams. Some have eyes of curdled glass. A fractured face turns to watch you. A few are singing the praise of the sun, mouths bloody and throats tattered. You should perhaps be horrified. but the song wraps tender chords around your mind and numbs you. Glass crunch underfoot. When you lift your foot, you discover a cracked ear beneath. Speak with the prisoners. They either scream or sing. You may not get anything halfway lucid from them. 79% chance with a heart check. Didn't fail. So it matters. You root out one of the newer prisoners, a woman whose mind isn't entirely fractured. Her eyes are shining gold, her fingertips pearlescent. With a calm manner and firm words, you momentarily manage to stop her singing. With a newly focused gaze, she tells you what she has seen. Men shattered, men unmade. It hates us, she says, staring at her glass-tipped fingers, for 2 tales of terror. Half glass empty, only one cell is locked, and the man within is neither singing nor screaming. The left half of his body is shimmering, translucent. Only the flesh and muscle of his left half is vitrified, not the bones and blood within. The glass is suffused with 1,000 fine frozen capillaries, like delicate red cracks running through the ice. He fixes you with an anguished stare. Get me out of here. Why is his so locked and his alone? This was an exhibition hall once, never a prison. An engineer must have had to install those bars especially for him. The others would not leave even if they could. Their minds are lost. The empty attempts a one-sided shrug. And, well, the Empire sent me here because I was smuggling sunlight from the Neath, back before the horizon closed. When I sold it, I told my customers that the light from the clockwork sun was toxic, and true sunlight was the only cure. Ended up causing a minor panic in London. I think one of the engineers locked me in because he took offense to my criticism. Though, he gestures at his vitrified body. I stand by it. Agree to help him escape. A very perceptible nod. The glass at his neck creaks. Thank you. His voice is hoarse, and he speaks in barely a whisper. You need to find a permit for my release and present it to the steward. Forged, legitimate, I don't care. 3 permits? Well, luckily I got plenty. Hurry away. Back to the steward. And present her with 3 permits to the broken steward. 1 to authorize the release of the half-glass empty. 1 to authorize the authorization. A 3rd to confirm the authorization has been authorized. The steward takes the permits, shuffles through them, then drops them straight into the waste paper bin. Seems to be in order, she says. I don't know why you were tasked with keeping prisoners here anyway. As far as I'm concerned, my job is to keep the bally lights on, not to mess around in politics. Come on. I need to supervise the release personally, not that it's ever come up before. Her mouth is a grim line as she redons her helmet. With the occasional hiss of pain, she makes her way up to the surface. Oh, a mere 12 ministry stamp permits. Entering the glass house, the steward can only stare in horror at the state of the prisoners. Has she really been so isolated until now? The sun, she mutters. Broken, hateful thing, damn it. Silently, she unlocks the empty cell. Then she quickly turns to leave. You hear something shatter. She limps away, knees crunching, leaning heavily on her cane. The empty steps carefully from his cell, half his face is contorted with rage and grief and relief. The other half is impassive. Thank you, says a freed prisoner. He pauses, struggling with himself, and then simply repeats, thank you. Shuffling awkwardly, partly assisted by your crew, the half-glass empty boards your train. He doesn't know where he wants to go yet. He says, just away. Azimuth, then, for one more thing to do? There are a couple of things, but I haven't got the time, just the one thing. Azimuth is an enormous sundial without shadow. Its roof topped by a golden shark fin gnomon. Gnomon? Gnomon? Is that the pointy bit? Not School of Visual Effects, Games and Animations. Define. Projecting peace on a sundial, yep, as I thought. There are still racks of yellowed pamphlets on the walls. It once served as a kiosk selling tickets to sun-spotted tourists. These days, it is something more like a temple. Frescoes on the curved walls depict triumph of the new sun over the old. New sequencers. A figure in a yellow-colored protective suit is delivering a sing-song sermon to mostly empty pews. The dazzled sequencer looks up, delighted to your approach, and hurriedly wraps up his speech. He offers you tea, with the flash of 2 white teeth. Access to the dome? Not this time. Ask the dazzled sequencer about his role in the sun. The only other people up here are disturbed prisoners and exhausted engineers. I'm a priest of the new sequence, declares the sequencer. The brightest truth. The wildfire that has swept Albion. He points out at the expanse of the sun. There burns a beacon, a savior, an aspect of God. We venerate the clockwork sun and its immortal architect, our empress. I am here to greet pilgrims and safeguard the souls of our engineers. Azimuth is also the only access route on the sun-shattered dome, an exhibition hall that was built back when we received more visitors. The dome is terribly dangerous, and I advise you to avoid it, no matter how much you hear about the priceless artifacts inside. But again, haven't got the time. But he has a request. Together, we can help the less fortunate, he says. You will be compensated for your time. A charitable mission. There are many souls out there in need of our help. Beleaguered, ignorant masses. I've never met them, but I am assured they exist. He pauses to wipe his eyes. When we lift them from their contemptible state, perhaps they will come to appreciate the greatness of the sequence. He sends an orderly to fetch a wooden crate. Once it is set down before him, he raps the lid loudly. 600 manuals on how to correctly tie a bow tie. Deliver these to Brabazon Workworld, and I am sure they'll be immensely benefited by the improved understanding of etiquette. What a charitable heart. Alright, goodbye then. Sold my books, got junk, got a new hostage, got my fuel. 2 more tasks here. To find whatchamacalls at deep, and cure my driver. Other fungal ear infestation. Then find the Avid Horizon. Bright Night Benefice is close, but not quite it. Should be up in this direction. Find anything? No, nothings. Well, if I don't find it this time, I've got plenty of money. I could come back tomorrow. Oh, right. Should have brought hours. Because nearby the Avid Horizon is a flotilla. And on the flotilla, I can make a sacrifice to the bird below, and momentarily pause his hatred towards me. Driver, driver, driver. East-northeast of London. East-northeast. Right here. There, that old building. That's where the Verdus fragment is hiding. Well, first, a club for me? You belong to one of London's illustrious private members' clubs. Fine food, understanding company, companionship, and no riffraff. Admittance was a hurdle, but your letter of acceptance declared to be the right sort. Of which club are you a member? Diddleman Club, an august group of explorers and immortality hunters? Perhaps the quest itself is a folly, but everyone needs a hobby. Or the Parthenium? Don't be deceived by the gentleman dozing by the fire and the civilized click of billiards. The affairs of the realm are decided here. Is that me, though? Haunted? Promise of days? Pestilence? Oh, that's right, because last night took the bell tolls, didn't I? Well, it would be a bit more hearts, which does get me closer to the Wrath of Heavens. And a bit more mirrors means you don't have to rely entirely upon my officers. Alright, my club it is. Seekers of Immortality. Which has a benefit of dropping my nightmares back down to 0. A 9-vaulted structure, whatever this place was intended to be. Its inhabitants are long gone. The entire building seized with overgrown vines, burrowed deep beneath the foundations and climbing high enough to smother the roof in an inescapable embrace. The driver is drawn to something deep in the structure. An impossible quest. The driver follows a trail of fungal vines deep into the bowels of the building, stopping at a bulbous mass that takes up much of what was originally a cellar. They approach it, letting its thorns rise up, wrap around them, draw blood. "I'm here to take you home," the driver tells it, though it seems unlikely the verdant fragment has any interest in something as simplistic as human speech. The driver winces as it digs its thorn in deeper. When it finally lets go, the driver looks miserable. "It won't come with us," they force out, wincing at the sting of fresh iodine on their wound. It prizes its freedom too much to give up and just become part of its primogeniture. "I don't know what to do." "Oh, I need guns and a successful irons check." There are different opportunities you could take that will affect how the outcome of the game is, or their story. But if you threaten it, it's an easy win. That goes straight to the upgraded driver. If I pass. Can I pass? Can I switch people out? No, I can't. It doesn't count as import. Perhaps not. I'll come back to it. To the Avid Horizon, then. And while I'm in port, swap things around to benefit my irons primarily. And since I doubt the Avid Horizon is going to sell hours at their bazaar, then back down this way to finish this off. How are my irons? 55, so not too bad. But it could be better. London left this place behind. Few come here now. See piping, and if there's piping, there's building. Nah? No. Oh no. One food left. How frightening. All of us gonna starve now. Should be somewhere along here, pretty sure. It's the right area. There we go, there's a light, and a building, and the dock. Easy. Alright, haven't spoken to my aunt yet either. The Home Office. The Avid Horizon consists of 3 parts. The Home Office, clinging to a pillar of ice. The gate, through which Londoners enter the sky, flanked by its towering statues. And the quiet sea, whose waters are home to those left behind. First, before I approach, shop, bazaar. They do have hours. Cool. 2 will do, I think. I'm pretty sure it's 2 it asked for, or just 1. I'll take 3 just in case. Alright, approach the Avid Horizon, the very edge of the high wilderness. The border between now and then, here and there, the skies and earth. The few and only buildings of the port face a great gate to the Avid Horizon, bordered by 2 vast winged statues. The gate towers over the shrouded sea that divides the port and the gate. On the other side of the gate opens far beneath the earth. on the bleak shores of a subterranean sea. London rested there for a while Her Majesty was indisposed with grief. A handful of years ago, she led an exodus of Londoners through it, and into the sky. You were among them. Do you remember how you came to this place? A memory of liberation. Freedom flourishes when we are unseen. And while the suns are bright, the space between them are very wide and very dark. It was a risk to leave the deep, marvelous darkness under the earth, but the sky is home not only to the suns, it is home to the night. You had heard of places tucked between the stars, havens for freethinkers and radicals. You found a ship captain with a revolutionary sympathy. Weeks later, through the northern ice and the dark beneath the world, you reached the gate. Its statues loomed like giants. The door was open, and the space within was filled with suns and stars and light. But you were undaunted. You would plant the seeds of revolution in the very fields of heaven. Support report, then. No one pays attention to the horizon anymore. Perhaps he should. The few bureaucrats stationed at the avid horizon for one departmental sin or another reside in a desperate melancholy. Those detained within the fated confines of the Bureau are almost reconciled to their fate, listlessly hoping for a reprieve from London that'll likely never come. Beyond the Bureau, the sea and the sky lingers like the morning mist. Exiles dwell on tethered ships strung together, dwarfed by the eternal and uncarried statues that mark the gate to a home that they cannot be returned to. Drop off the devil? Nah. Present yourself? Protocol is everything when it comes to dealing with London's bureaucracy. Even at this outpost, especially at this outpost. The acting senior probateur is responsible for monitoring all those trapped at the Home Office. The detainees forbidden entry to Albion, with no way back through the gate. He sits behind a little desk in the echoing hallway of the manor. He keeps 3 things on his desk, a wind-up clock and 2 battered mugs. He surveys you coolly. You're welcome to take a look around, though we have precious little in the way of diversions. I have been out to the flotilla. I must ask you not to pay too much attention to the cultist, and if you have not, I'd recommend staying away. There are good reasons why they were never allowed into Albion. Take tea, inquire about the sea. How can there be a sea in the sky? A satisfactory scientific answer has yet to be presented. Theories have sprouted like mushrooms in his place. Some say, when the gate was open, the Untersee spilled through, filling the sky like leaky taps fills a sink, until Her Majesty's government was able to plug it. Others believe the sea to be variously the effluvia of the murdered sun, the amniotic fluid to support the generation of new sun, the fault of the Royal Society, an industrial accident covered up by one of the work worlds, the tears of Her Renewed Majesty's for a dead prince. To reach the sea now, one must travel to the stairs of the sea, along the ice shelf in the Home Office. Okay. And entertain a request from the acting senior probateur. He's watching you from behind his desk, and biting his lower lip. Clearly, he has something on his mind. He does not look happy. So good you're here, Captain. He clasps your hand. His skin is cold. I have been issued an imperial pardon from London for one of our detainees here. He looks at the 3 nearest guests of the Home Office, who are following the conversation intently. Just the one, mind. Procedure demands that someone cannot be pardoned without an independent witness vouching for them. It would be highly inappropriate for me to do so. He gives you a beseeching look. If you would help, do speak to them, those 3. Return to me when you made your choice. There's only one good, obvious choice. Speak to the prudent observer, once a brilliant astronomer of the Royal Society, now consigned here in his dotage. He watches the gate. The prudent observer is on the observation deck, telescope in hand. He waves you through the fog. Coming closer, you notice his table of logbooks, date back to 1898. Those tallies mark people coming in. He leads through a few pages to 1902, where sheaf after sheaf was revealed to be blank bar the dates. Wasted pages. Return in 15 days from opportunities. Cool. Then, probateur's request. to interview the detainees and decide who will be free. The detainees, singled out by the acting senior probator, have taken over one of the interview rooms. The aristocrat is contorted like a contented cat over a rumpled armchair. The courtier sits on the windowsill, cup of tea rattling in her hands. The nun occupies a stiff-backed chair and is reading something decidedly ungodly. Interview, the former courtier. Brilliant, magnetic, merciless, infuriating. Either her personality or her politics have kept her on the Majesty's list of undesirables. She shuts a small hand mirror as you approach. Graying. I had a lovely mane when I arrived here. Red as June, they used to say. Was hoping to see the sons, but I suppose the palace hasn't forgotten. An MP I'm acquainted with had promised it was all water under the bridge. Go to the Parliament to confirm her story? The nun? Surely she shouldn't be here. She lights another cigarette as you watch her. She looks down her cigarettes at you and sighs. If I could have gone home by now, I would have. Nothing's worth this much bloody waiting, pardon my imperial. Was gonna stay in a convent in the mausoleum, but that's been bamboozled now? I'm sure it's bamboozled. And the handsome aristocrat? He is draped listlessly over a faded chair, occasionally playing with his hair, which I'm sure he thinks is fair. He summons a dazzling smile as you approach. Oh, at last! My captain. May I call you my captain? He does not wait for a response. It's been a dreadful mix-up. I have a twin brother in London, you see. Terrible sort. Rather ruined my reputation with Her Majesty. London, to confirm his story. Decide. Later. Or, could decide to pardon no one. Won't choose one over the rest. This might be a principled stand, assuming you care at all. Defer the decision for now. And sure then, I'll take tea. Need 30? So cheap. There is always time here. The Home Office supplements its meager funds with haphazard tea room, open for the occasional visitor. Steeped and stewed, the tea has lingered in the Home Office for a very long time. An elderly detainee leans in conspiratorially. Much better than a few years back. It's improved with age, matured. The detainee is quickly shuffled away, so you can enjoy your tea in peace. And that's it. That's the last of my tea. Have to buy some more. Okay then. First step, flotilla. Get an angry god off my back, then back here, buy food. Oh right, forgot. On the way back to buy food. Going to have to swap officers around to maximize my irons. Oof. No left for me though. Could go through it, but I have no confidence with it. It won't kill me right off, I don't think. But still, not gonna chance it. 4 days in, and the first captain after all. That's incredible. Should have died like 15 times by now. What'd I pick up? Not more guns, surely. Food, maybe? Drop the food off, then I had 2 foods, so easy come, easy go. No. They're not nightmarishly difficult. No. Just as I said, they're not nightmarishly difficult. They go and launch their attack at me. Either way, not fighting those yet. Full hull, full load of supplies, then maybe. Alright, does this count as it'll be docked? It does. So who maximizes irons? Hearts and mirrors, irons plus 6. Veils and mirrors, irons, they're already up. 2 irons. And you're 6 irons, so good. That's everybody then. 1 heart, 2 irons. Which means I can't use my cavi anymore, because that requires mirrors plus 50. Oh well. Stairs to the sea. A narrow ledge is lodged into the ice here. A stair. Then as a shaft of starlight plunges into the mist below. Ah, memories of whale chine and olive white. Visit the stairway down to the flotilla, a makeshift raft of broken and abandoned ships, home to similarly broken and abandoned. All came through the avid horizon, but were forbidden, for legal reasons, from entering Albion. The nearby home office keeps them contained here. Left thus to their own devices, they have formed cults, naturally, as one does. Board the flotilla. It is considered polite to bring an offering. Food or fuel is preferable, but anything can be eaten or burnt for warmth would suffice. The winds rattle at the iron railings, as though trying to throw you from the stairs of the churning sea hundreds of feet below. You cleave hard to the block of ice, its chill on your cheek, as you make the slow descent. Your fingers are thoroughly frozen by the time you reach the bottom, and stand on the rusted iron platform that marks the beginning of the flotilla. The sea all around is shrouded in rolling mist. You can make out the boats nearby, bobbing forlornly in the freezing water. Some are roped together, others set apart. Lights speckle the water. Cultists still dwell on at least some of these old steamships. This platform is deadly silent, however. No one is here to greet you. Not that to sneeze, just stuffiness in general. Oh, it's not enough. He wants 5 barrels of ours. Greedy? Forget him then. No one could say didn't try. Alright then, to come back around and not get approached by that scorn fluke. What did I just say? Oh no. Great big oh no. And it's right on me too. Skedaddle! You know, I could just go back down to London, drop stuff off, since 10 guns are a bit much. Very much a bit much. Around 25 hull, 2 food, 3 fuel. Alright, let's do it. Back to London. Nope. See, that one's firing at me. You could take it. If you have, what, 2 nightmares? 1 Sir Enigma. And I think something else, I forget what the stat is, if any. Might not need one, pretty sure it's just Enigmas and Nightmares. You can create that weapon for yourself, and it is powerful. You can even permit it to fire, to explode, prematurely. So, aiming becomes more of a suggestion. Hey, the storm that speaks. Which I haven't got to speak to just yet. 2 feeling chains, so... Cool it is it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That glass. Deranged dreadnought. Don't engage. Cool? I think we're cool. It's funny, isn't it? Reach? Easy, of course it is. That's your starter tutorial area. Eleutheria seems deadly, and it's got the Undeparted among other things. Blue Kingdom devours the dead, Logowai and worse. But here, Albion is what's deadly. Almost there. Can't say that, sadly. Nope. Exploration requires a saying. Don't know why. When all you gotta do is land, step out, and poke your nose about. But that's the rule. To explore, gotta get your speciometer up first. So what should be the itinerary? Five hours, then back up to the flotilla, then to finish off the thing, or finish off the Verdant first, then flotilla. I think might be the best bet. Dude, out of the way. Do they not know the rules for passing? Clearly they don't. I should wait and exhaust them one food, but it's okay, it won't matter any. Mechanical problems, regrettably. You no longer meet the requirements for one of your locomotive's equipment. It's alright, Cavi, you'll be back again. I'll keep him. Enough tea to fuel the sun. What do you want? 3 caddies of dried tea. Do I have any tea? Pretty sure I do. Plenty of tea. And all they want is 3 tea. So easily. There, that'll do. And I'll use up the munitions. I could refuel over at the sun. And even just 4 barrels, not 4 barrels, 4 crates of supplies is enough to make the trip on the back. Plenty. Alright, Crabboy, plus 25 points for that pun. 10 for the pun, 15 for the tea. Particularly since I'm out and desperate, and in desperate need. Oh, forgot to give up the port reports. Was gonna give to the New Street line, that's fine. I'm not seeking to finish the New Street line that's lineage anyway. Did it once, and once is enough. That's what, 2 port reports? For a grand total of 3 favors with him. Okay, away we go then. In this case, the sovereign's more important. Cover my own costs and expenses. What about if I go this way? Just to clear out more of the map. And let's see, with this iron boost, how high is it now? 63 irons. Probably won't be enough, but I can try, darn it. It's not like it's a 0% chance after all, it's over 50. So at the very least it's better than a coin flip. And you remember Crabboy, when I would play this? You weren't there for it, were you? When I'd play this on the laptop. Despite the Novo being like super cheap and super basic, the only difference between the performance now in the performance on the super cheap Lenovo is the animations are slightly smoother, and the brief load times between zones is almost instantaneous. Apart from that, it is pretty much the exact same experience. Oh no, I did it dumb. Just came back from London and did not repair my hull. 16 hull. And this is a dumb dead end. And it goes this way, about, and on the way back around. Again, the biggest pet peeve I have with Albion. Alright. So Verdance and Sun, then back to London. Because repairs are paramount if I'm going back up north. London falters here. The sky becomes stony. Its paths barred by sudden crags. You say it's barred by the crags, but it's barred by the buildings worse off than that. The crags? Fine. The reach is full of crags, they're organic. You get islands. But you can guess where the islands begin and end. And navigate accordingly. Here though, with buildings don't make sense. They're angular, they jut out everywhere. Hoss drop deep, right around this corner, then straight on. And if it turns out that threatening to blow up or shoot or otherwise inflict violence upon the Verdance doesn't work, then fine. I'll sit on the driver and wait till the next captain. If that time ever comes, because 4 days in, since you boarded your train, the empty silence has started to get on your crew's nerves. What kind of man doesn't even sit to play a round of cards when asked? Isn't he bored? All he wants to do is stare out the windows. Worse, he still hasn't told you where he wants to go. The crew is starting to worry he's a permanent addition. Approach him. He turns to you, chewing his words. Finally, he spits them out. I have a confession. I miss the light of the sun. He avoids your gaze. I miss the pain of his touch. Mute button better have worked. Oh good, it didn't. Sorry about that. I miss the songs in my head, but I won't go back. I won't give them the satisfaction. So I want you to shatter me. Break me to 1,000 glittering pieces, and let me bathe in the sun's light. See, sometimes, if you say yes, you start hitting him, and he changes his mind, says no, and you get to continue. Other times, you get started, and he's dead, it's too late. Just toss him overboard. There must be another way. The sun is an addiction. Perhaps the empty can be rehabilitated. There is a place called Carillon where devils help agonized souls find healing. Perhaps it can help the empty recover from his dependence on the sun. It has to be better than being smashed to splinters. After much persuasion, he finally agrees to give it a try. Carillon will shatter me, sure as a hammer, he says. The difficult part comes after. The repair. Okay. Carillon's easy. We've been there several times. Hopefully, my compressor worked. I hear no complaints, so I'll assume so. Nearly there. Then resupply the sun, sell my tea, get some fuel. Then London for repairs. Much needed repairs. Still orange. It fears death. Your locomotive is loaded with it. Worked out. The verdant fragment may or may not understand words, but a quick round of shots of the train to its fleshier mounds makes the point pretty carefully. It withdraws its vines. The driver steps forward with a knife, carefully severing the central core from the rest. Together, you carry it onto the train, ready to be delivered to the nature reserve for 2,000 Walpen experience. Perfect. To think, there'll be future captains who won't have the benefit of the surfeit of experience. Once all the officers are done and the non-repeating quests done, then if you're in a hurry and want to maximize your skills or your experience, all there is to do is to hunt down everything. Stovepipes, tacadies, monsters. If it flies, it dies. Which is horrible, but it does get you to 20 quickly. And considering how easy it is to fail the Martyr King's Cup, even with good stats, you try it. It's a risk. You lose a good roll, so you force yourself to die, start a new character, and then need those max skills immediately. You step from your train to find the floor rumbling. Machinery is crunching, lurching, a scream of tortured iron from below. Some engineers are rushing back and forth, others sitting in desperate huddles. One beelines to you as you disembark. "Leave while you can," he shouts. "The steward's gone mad. She's locked herself in some secret place below the vaults. She's doing impossible things to the sun." Flickering, rumbling. The sun dims, brightens, dims again. I could offer to help. Oh, I can't do the shop yet? I have to offer to help, I can't even leave. Offer to help, then what choice do I have? I'm just a nice guy. The deeper engines drive their machinery on the surface. You must access the steward's sanctum and stop her. The sun blazes. Leaderless engineers gather around you, shouting suggestions that are lost in the noise. They go silent as the machinery falls still. The sun impossibly brightens. Glass shatters above. The stained glass ceiling has broken, and light floods in. One of the engineers rips off her boot to reveal a sparkling glass foot. Another sprouts a filth-crusted beard, and claims with haunted eyes that he was trapped for a week in a frozen moment. Time remaining before the sun almost certainly explodes. 4 hours. Prioritize fix to the ceiling? Oh, see. I took away all of my mirror points to benefit my irons. Send crew to fetch a new pane of stained glass and fix it in place. It might buy you some time. Failure. You lost time and gained 6 terror. Working together, the engineers in your crew attempt to patch over the hole, but the light is too much for them. A harness snaps, and an engineer goes tumbling. He shatters spectacularly when he hits the ground. The rest are forced to clamber hastily down, their hazard suits ruptured. The sun flares, dims, pulsates. Beams of light lance through the air. Your hazard suit is already flaking. You need to reach the vault before the steward kills you all. But time is coming apart at the seams, and you don't have much of it left. Disable the locks? 26% chance. An unpleasant alternative route. 55. Or blow a hole in the sun. You just happen to have some powerful explosives and an enormous drill handy. Why bother with the door? When the dust clears, you find the steward staring up at you from the crater. Her expression is one of frank astonishment. She's surrounded by a forest of levers and blinking buttons. The floor is heaped in complex tools. You demand explanation. She removes her helmet, flashes you a tired, broken glass smile. "I'm not trying to destroy the sun. I'm trying to fix it," she says. "For too long we've settled for just keeping it running while it deteriorates, a little more each time. Something had to change. If I had more time, I'd be careful, but I don't. I was taking risks, shortcuts, putting the sun under stress, pushing its limits, finding where it's weakest. But what now? Why now? She's maintaining the sun for years. When I visited the prisoners with you, I saw firsthand the torments the sun was visiting upon them. The steward sighs. I knew something had to be done. The sun knows it is dying. It lashes out, full of rage and spite. It's afraid. It had thought itself immortal. Persuade her to stop the madness. The sun can't be fixed. For London's sake, she should focus on keeping it functional in its twilight years. Can I? Worse than a coin flip? Success. The light in her eyes goes out. Her mouth takes a grim cast. You're right, she says. But I'd have appreciated being allowed that shred of hope. She trudges back upstairs. She pauses before she opens the vault door. Her back straightens. Limping awkwardly between the tangle of creaking machinery, she begins pointing out the flaws and fractures that have been allowed to develop in her absence. Look at the state of this. That's on backwards. Bloody hopeless, the lot of you. Engineers follow her like baby ducks, hurriedly taking notes of her instructions. No one mentions her recent episode, as the sun settles back into its hopeless rut. And at least gain experience for it. For now, the sun churns with smoke and bustles with an industry. In the future, there will be rust. Port report. Well, the state of the sun is still good. So, if it was worse, it would reflect it. Alright then, finally, scavenging with the dawn rats. A nervous face whispers to you from behind a bulkhead. Oh, but it's risky. 50% chance. 60. First, tea. Take it. And +1 permit. Cool. Alright, back out to London then. Really wanted to do the sacrifice of the brewer below. But I can't with half a hull, and things like that floating around. But that's just a Star-Mannered Explorer. It's benign, hostile, but harmless. If it was a deranged dreadnought, or worse, a guest, then I'd be dead. 2, 3 shots and I'm done for. Oh, I can't go through that. Okay, stay facing that way. Good. No, don't turn around. Bad explorer. Because they can charge too. They got their charge attacks. So even if I get distance on them, one good charge and they close the gap immediately. Alright, gotta go up from here. Island's too big. And even if the shotgun attacks do less damage than a good singular missile, they're stronger than those in the Reach, so it will still hurt. And with so few, no, 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 no. You are forbidden from killing me. And it will kill me with one more hit or two. No, please don't. Come on, be nice, be kind. I don't care about their heart sickness. I've only got 5 hull. Wait. Oh, but I got no books, so I can't do any... And even then, I can't hang out with the eccentric to repair my hull, because I left my eccentric at the Royal Society. please stop facing me. Please turn around. Can you blink out of existence? Nope. Stayed around just for that, Wither. Thank you. With a groan like a dying whale, your locomotive's hull buckles. Your hull has fallen to zero. Your captain is dead. The hull cracks. The sky pours in. And the cold takes you. Not all is lost, just everything. They managed to reclaim the Leamington Pelennor-class trader, though most fixtures were reclaimed. Give me a moment to read through it, I don't care about the rest. Mining array was lost, fine. Academic affiliations resulted in generous donations from an admirer. Other intellectual rigor. Okay. Convention on dictator predecessor's life, fellow Bohemians collaborated to find this gift in their memory, cool. Worked for the Empire to honor their establishment affiliations, you've been given this generous gift. The bank, after fuel expenses, passed on what was left of their estate. Though possibly intact, a copy of your predecessor's chart was discovered, and when all is done, you'll be a wiser person than the previous captain, and actually repair your hull on time. And you know what the worst part is then? That means having to do so much grinding. All those secrets, all of the See, what I don't know is if it's possible to quit here and do this over tomorrow with the whole create your captain. Alright, what are we gonna be? Azala Revolutionary, the first one, was a nocturnal poet. Who has this poet bequeathed things to? What about? She was doing so well, too. Bequeath to an academic. Get her mirrors up. You're an academic. Perhaps you're educated at one of the esteemed colleges of Benthic or Somerset. Perhaps you taught yourself through trial and error and grit. Practical sciences, engineering, chemistry, anatomy, everything you need to break something apart and put it back together again for more irons. Or the language of the heavens, they call it the correspondence, which, according to Failbetter's Twitter, is the most popular career in Fallen London. It is maddening, revelatory, and occasionally inflammatory. Or literature, once the most indulgent of studies, now the most seditious. The Ministry of Public Decency has gutted the libraries. Well, it's just +3, so who really cares? So what say the nocturnal poet bequeathed things to a subversive literature professor or something? Fame, wealth, the truth. What are we feeling? Wealth is kind of boring. Wealth is extremely boring as far as ambitions go. It's got some cool stuff on it, but for the ending, it's just I could go straight for the truth. Why not? Why not? Because it's partially difficult. Alright then, the truth. Even the stars have secrets. Nah, fame. Fame or wealth? Wealth for this one. A comfortable retirement, and by comfortable, you mean extravagant. Many have made their fortunes out among the stars. Many more have failed, broken, lost in the drifting night. Will you be different? Alright. I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, while you all pick a number between 1 and 10. And I better see a number picked. Seven? Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who are we? Aw, youngish. Alright. The hat is ridiculous though, but it might fit. There we go. The hat now fits the epaulets. Alright, I'll keep them. But does it fit though for a literature academic? I'll keep the face and just change their clothes. Kinda fits. Good enough. Any hat fit? Nah, no hat really fits. Need more hat options. When Sovereign comes out, they better get more hats. Sure then. Intendant, nurse, comrade, brother? My lord, my lady, specialist, doctor, professor, I'll think. Professor, Guinea, the two, to carry on the tradition and mark my shames. Continue. You were an academic, perhaps educated, literature, focus, wealth. Start game then. And by start game, I mean start game tomorrow. Ah, that's a shame though, isn't it? Knew I should have prepared myself in port. That's what I get. That's all on me. Can't really blame the star-maddened captain. If I had full hull, it wouldn't even be an issue. So until then, who to raid? Who's online? Half coordinated. Moth is online. Eggman as well. Alright then. Let's go visit D-Winged Moth. Playing Gungeon, but he's got a smoother voice than I do, so he's cool.
Especially because my one buddy just made fun of me for never being able to beat it.
See? Smooth voice. Perfect. And tomorrow, have to get over myself and start another new captain. The grinding won't take too long, but it's gonna be holes to fill in my heart, and shoes to fill as well. Until then, though, thanks for dropping in. And the next captain shall be better, stronger, and at least live longer. Hopefully, maybe.